A warm welcome to the Media Roundtable. My name is Kanara Mugume. Now, this morning we sit down with Andrew Natmanya, better known as Tabz, the photojournalist, investigative journalist whose camera and X account have put him at the center of national attention, closely associated with opposition leader Robert Kyagulanyi, also known as Bobi Wine, and the National Unity Platform. Tabz has built a reputation for documenting key political moments and sharing exclusive, often sensitive information on his widely followed X platform. Now, just days ago, on the 17th of June, he was reportedly abducted from Kamocha by armed operatives in a Toyota Hiace van and type, commonly known or referred to as a drone. He spent approximately 5 days in detention before being dropped at the Central Police Station, CPS in Kampala, where he faced charges of unauthorized disclosure of official information. He was later released on police bond. He has since spoken emotionally about the experience in an interview. Now, in this candid one-on-one conversation, we explore his abduction. We also go deep into what happened exactly during his detention, the information he shares, his long-standing relationship with Bobi Wine and the National Unity Platform, the personal cost of his work, and what keeps him going. This is a one-on-one with Tabz. Tabz, good to have you on the Media Roundtable.
Thank you. Good to finally get to the media park. How are you doing, Canary?
Good, how are you?
Are you asking to know how I am, Canary, or you're asking to be sure if your friends didn't torture me best? What are you asking to know?
I'm not sure about my friends, but what I'm asking is...
The friends that were at your wedding, Canary.
Physically, emotionally, how are you doing?
I'll be well.
17th of June goes down in your own history as an individual when you were abducted from Kamocha. What happened on that day? Can you walk us through?
Well, on the flyer for this show, I did not see what time the show is ending. Can we confirm that the show is ending at 9 a.m.? 9 a.m.
Yes.
So we are running from now up to 9 and you're not cutting this show off.
Tabz, can you walk us through what happened on the
Are you going to cut the show off, Canary, or not?
I think that is at the disclosure of the producer and editor of the show.
Of the producer? Okay. We shall get going now.
On the same banner, we also talked about...
I hope it runs until 9 a.m. My name is Tawandama. Should I repeat that?
What happened on the 17th of June?
I'll quickly take you through what led to the 17th of June. Are you interested or you're not?
That's why you're here.
Now, as a journalist, Canary, you have sources. Some of them are classified, I believe. Maybe I'm doing my journalism differently. There is a certain old friend of mine that I started talking to again around mid last year. And he was a good source of information. I will not disclose his names for now. But at a certain point, Canary, I'll go beyond what I should be doing, and I will tell you why I will tell you his names. Why are you scared, Canary? Why are you looking at me like you're scared?
Tabz, you don't seem like...
I am not here to scare you. I'm here to speak the truth to you, Canary.
You're here to narrate your audio.
Well, this is a gentleman that was giving me information, and I'm telling you why he was a bit successful with his trap. Because it's not easy to get to Tabz. Was it easy to get to me for you? So this is a gentleman that I started talking to, and he was a very good source of information from around mid last year. But he's an old friend who, and our communication started again around mid last year. He's in government, to be specific, in the forces, or in a certain agency that works in line with the forces. So this gentleman had been giving me classified information, good classified information. Upon verification, some is right, some is not. But he was a good source. So this time round, he suggests to me that we're going to meet, and he gives me some videos. And he suggested that we do lunch. And I was okay with it because he's a gentleman from Shema, where I come from. And he had been a good guy. So he suggested that we meet somewhere in Kololo at a certain restaurant. And I declined. I told him, in the real sense of it, in my own words, nze echemisana change nchirira mu ghetto. I do not know if that makes sense to you, Canary. But he agreed. We agreed to meet. So I told him, you come to Kamocha. And when you come to Kamocha, we shall have a conversation and we shall share whatever you want us to share. One, because I had grown, over time, I had grown confidence in this guy. And he was a good source. And you know, we go past, sometimes we go beyond protecting our lives to get the information that the population actually needs. So I go to meet this guy on that same day in Kamocha. He called me and told me he was at Ruby's fuel station. So I jumped on a border from my residence and I went and met him at Ruby's fuel station. And then I tell him, no, look here, this is a fuel station. We can't have a meeting here or lunch, as you had suggested, but take a border and follow me. And we shall have lunch from down where I always have lunch from. It was okay. It was fine. And he took a border, came to the next to the National Unity Platform School of Leadership, which I think he should enroll in if they license it again. There's a washing bay right next to the school. So that's where we were at. That's where we sat. That's why I suggested we sit. Because there I feel safest. When I'm in Kamocha, I feel home. So we sat and we started having a conversation. But he had suggested that I should come with my computer, which I could not do because he was saying he needs to transfer some videos to me. So I told him I've come with an external disk drive and my phone, and we can transfer the videos to my phone or my external disk drive. So he said, let me first show you the videos and you see if you're interested. So as we looked at the videos, our attention was drawn to the phones, to his phone. But earlier, I had given my phone to a friend of mine, Malay, to charge it so that I have enough charge. Also, to be safe, because I need to first trust you to be able to have my phone with me while I'm with you. Of course, I don't have my phone with me here. I have a copy of that because I don't trust you, can I? So all of a sudden, we are looking at the phones, at his phone, and then a formation of about 6 guys is advancing towards me at the car wash. We had sat there for about 10, 20 minutes.
Information that he alleged he wanted to give to you.
Yes, some of it, because we were midway looking at the information, at the videos of a certain meeting of certain high-profile people. So these gentlemen are advancing towards me, and in my mind, we are at a car wash. These guys are moving fast. But earlier before that, there is a border, I will call him a border guy in an orange reflector jacket who had come, then tried to say hello to us, and then I ignored him. Turned out he was an operative also. And then these guys moved towards us, and then I tried to stand up and walk away. But nga ghetto bagamba nti bwonkuba oluyi nkuddiza ngumi Canary. These guys tried to grab me. And of course, like the ghetto boy I am, it was not easy for them to put their hands on me. But guess what? Canary, these guys were carrying guns, the guns that you see escorting the head of state here. The same kind of guns. I do not know much about those, but the same kind of guns. And these guys were coaching their guns and pointing their guns at whoever cared to react to whatever they were doing. Down in the ghetto, you can go to Kamocha a certain day and they will tell you their story.
At this point, what's going through your mind?
At this point, I cannot even remember what was going through my mind, because my instincts were telling me, find your way out and live. Fight your way out and live. Struggle your way out and live. And that's why I said it was not easy for them to take me out of there, okay, to put me in their drone. Now, when these 6 guys in a V formation like this, because they were cordoning me off into their V, circling me, I tried to now fight the first guy, who was now advancing fast towards me. Of course, he got a bleeding nose. I'm sorry.
You're fighting with the guy with the gun?
Canary. We are fighting. Now, the top guy that we are fighting to remove from the top seat of this government is the chief, is the top holder of guns. What are you talking about? I know you're scared, Canary, but we are fighting people with guns, with submachine guns, with tankers.
All right, so you end up in a drone. How many were they?
There were quite a number, because at a certain point when the drone left, others joined. Canary, I know this might seem like a joke to you, but I've come with some of the footage that the cameras around were able to capture.
Maybe take a look at that video.
Yes, real quick. Like I said, I don't trust you with my phone, but for now I'm watching you. Here. You see, when the drone comes in, maybe yeah, the footage shows you the drone driving into the car wash, and then tell the viewers what you see, what happens after the drone enters that place.
So I see people escaping out.
Running for their life. Canary.
Tabz, let's focus on the conversation. You asked me to describe what's in the
video.
Running
for their lives. Keep watching. And tell the viewers what you're seeing. You know that place, Canary. You've been to that place. I've seen some of your NBS cars getting washed.
All right, so what we're looking at here is a video that is of a camera supposedly stationed in one station, and then all of a sudden armed men come out wearing UPDF uniform, and then they're holding guns. Okay. At this point, you're nowhere to be seen. I can't see you.
I said I'm going to show you some of the footage, because I'm also trying to collect whoever tried to record what the CCTV captured, what the CCTV is around that place captured.
There are babies moving around, and
what does the police, what does the military guy do to the baby?
Pulls the baby away.
Drags the baby away.
And then the mother takes the baby away, and then the white drone comes in here, and at this point I can't see you. Just a few seconds until the end of the video.
Yeah, you can have the video and also play it on the TV for your viewers to see.
Okay, so here we can't see exactly where you are, but I see a white drone, Toyota Hiace here. Can't see its number plate, and people are looking.
You will not see a number plate that is not on the car.
There you go.
Thank you. So when these guys dragged me into the drone, first thing, they covered my face with a chest. The same chests that you see the military guys wearing, but they have those holes, provisions for eyes and nose. But they turn it to the back. So what is always at the back is now in your face. Yeah? Now, inside the drone, Canary, the first thing those guys do after covering your face is handcuff you to your back. I doubt if you have the size of our big brother Dombo, you'd be handcuffed to the back and you make it to the next destination alive.
And all this is happening to you inside the Toyota Hiace, the drone?
Still inside the car wash, while the other military officers are putting the other people on gunpoint. Like you don't have to even put up a fight. And then in the behind seat of the drone, there's where, when you sit, there's where you put your feet down. That's the space they fix you in. And they also tie your legs.
So now,
this is in Kamocha. Kamocha is a stone throw from here. So what happened to me is going to happen to you at a certain time. Did you talk about it when I was abducted? I will tell you the story. So
now you're thrown into this Toyota Hiace, and now,
yes.
And now what
they've
happens?
They've covered my
what?
face. They've tied me hands and legs, and then they are checking every point of my pockets. I always wear cargo pants. They have quite a number of pockets. They were checking any coin, anything. But mind you, I did not have my phone on me. It later turned out they needed my phone much more than they needed me in particular. Huh? Now, these guys, once we entered, we got into the drone, and they covered me, and then the drone sped off. They started asking me, where is your phone? I told them, Afande, I have no phone. At this point, they asked, where did you put your phone? Before I even gave them an answer, the other gentleman had come to meet. Mind you, he was also picked as they abducted me. When he got into the drone, they handed to him his pistol.
So you arrested together. As
Yes.
soon as you all reached inside the drone,
He was given his
handed
gun,
his weapon.
and they started addressing him as a friend.
So at this point, he looks like he's the one commanding the forces.
Looks like.
I'm asking because I was not there.
Now you know the reason why I'm going to give you his names at a certain point. And he was my source, one of my sources. He told them, when they asked for my phone, he told them, ajirese kamocha mmoto kange charginga. For our viewers that only understand English, he has left his phone in one of the cars in Kamocha charging. Canary, at that point, like the Gen Zs say, I knew I was cooked. And then they were driving at breakneck speed, of course. I think after like 1 or 2 minutes, they stopped, and then I could hear other 2 or 3 guys get onto the drone. And then they drove. But they kept asking for my phone, pestering me for my phone. I told them I didn't have any phone. I told them, you check my Twitter. I have not tweeted for some time. I sold my phone. I have ordered for another phone. I'm waiting for another phone. The guy told them, the other gentleman told them, no, he left his phone in Kamocha charging. And they told me, Tabz, you think we can't go back? Canary, I'll make this very clear. The only time I was beaten after abduction was during arrest and when they were asking for my phone.
So all the 5 days in detention,
no one
you were a free
slapped
guy.
me even once after that.
That begs the question, contrary to how other people have been arrested.
Canary, I told you I'm here to tell you the truth.
That begs the question,
How
come?
I didn't come here to tell you what you expect to hear, but the truth, right?
Tabz, you come out of detention with your hair on, contrary to what we see or other people who are arrested. You come out of detention on police bond, contrary to what happens to other people who are taken to court. You are charged and released. You say you're not beaten during detention. That is very suspicious.
Canary, was my police bond the first ever police bond to be given to anyone? Yes, no.
Tabz, that's very suspicious.
Yes, no. Canary, Mugume.
That's very
Nchikubuza
suspicious.
muri nyankole.
Come on, Tabz, let's focus on the conversation. Let's
Yes,
put aside all the...
No. I want to make it very easy for you, Canary. The emotions... How do you expect me to put emotions aside, Canary, when I have gone through what I've gone through? Are you okay?
That's what I'm asking. That's very suspicious. In
Canary.
fact, many people online are saying that you could be working for the same people that could have abducted you.
So what if I'm working for them? So what if I'm not working for them? Canary, I'll give you 2 sides of the coin. You people have for a long time, including your former workers here, now you. Former workers, I'm talking about the likes of Sabiti Joseph, I'm talking about the likes of Paul Wanga, who fired me and then got fired. Wait,
they are not
I
here
am,
to
I am,
defend
I am, I am
themselves.
trying
We'll
to,
not
I am trying
focus
to.
on
Canary, keep
individuals.
quiet and I answer your question.
We are not
You are
not
trying
going
to
to focus
drive
on
a narrative
individuals.
that I am working for the people that abducted me. Now let me
I'm
put it in
actually
your face,
asking
Canary.
questions everyone
Wait,
is
whether I am a
asking.
state agent or otherwise.
I'm actually asking
Wait,
questions everyone is
Canary,
asking.
relax. Whether I am a state agent or otherwise, then so be it. But on the first side of the coin, let's take an event that Tabz is a state agent. Can that first sink in? Let's take the event that Tabz is a state agent. Yes? This is a state agent, Canary, who wants to see Eddie Mutwe out of jail. Canary Mugume, this is a state agent. Tabz is a state agent, yes. But this is a state agent that wants to see Waiso out of jail because he has no case. Tabz is a state agent, yes. This is a state agent that wants to see good governance, Canary. Tabz is a state agent. Relax.
All these people
no, Canary, relax.
Tabz,
This is a state agent. We shall get there. This is a state agent that wants Dr. Besige out of jail because the guy is
all
frail.
These people you're mentioning
This is a
are
state agent. Relax, Canary.
Your colleagues
Yes.
and friends in the
The
national
court-
platform.
Besige is my friend from the National Unity Platform.
Listen,
This is a state agent. Canary Mugume. This is
why
a state
it that when I
agent.
talk
Relax.
about state agent that it sparks a lot of emotion
Because
inside of
you, Canary Mugume, with your friends and other colleagues here at NBS, yes?
Why is
have
it that when I
always-
mention state
Look
agent, it sparks a
here.
lot of emotion inside
Look
of you?
here. Because you're trying to despise what I've gone through. You're trying to mock me, Canary. Because every other day you're waking up and coming here and sitting in AC. I am sitting in the trenches in the ghetto and trying to speak up for the people that have no voice. And Canary, you're here to despise what I went through?
I'm not
You,
despising
Canary,
what you went
now
through.
relax. I am the state
So let me
agent.
also
I
understand.
still want to tell you, Canary. I am the state agent. Yes, Canary. I am the fucking state agent. I am sorry for that word. I am the state agent, yes, that does not want to see the Honorable Rukwago in the state he is in.
Who is responsible for your arrest?
I am still telling you I am the state agent.
You've stepped on
Look
so many
here,
toes.
I am the state agent that wants to drive on good roads. Canary, I am the state agent that wants to wake up, and I'm not worried whether your son Cairo is going to go to a good school and receive the quality education that he needs to receive. Canary, I am the state agent that wants to see Muzei Museveni leave power because he has overstayed his goodness. I am the state agent that wants to see the return of the rule of law.
Who do you
Canary,
think is
I am the state
responsible? Who
agent
do you
that
think is
wants
responsible for
you
your arrest?
journalists to speak the truth and not let stories die in the newsrooms because you've been given petty cash or you're fearing for your lives. Canary, I am the state agent that is fearless. Canary, I am the state agent whose name is Taba Andama.
Who's responsible?
Okay, let's look at
Who
the
do you
other.
think is
Let's look at
responsible
the
for your
other
arrest?
side of the coin, Canary. Whether I am a state agent or not. Let's look at the
You could
or
be
not.
disguising.
Or the or not. Whether I am okay. Now, what if I am not a state agent? I am still standing for the same. Canary, me and you know that when you buy a car, in 1 month you'll be in the garage to fix your shocks. Why? Because Canary, yet you even pay tax, don't you? Why? Because we have a rotten system. Canary, it is upon me and you in this age bracket of ours to fix our roads, to fix our country, to fix what we see wrong. Canary, at your age, how old are you, Canary? How old are you?
What does my age have to do with anything?
At your age, the General Mugisha Mount had been CDF for quite some time. This should show you that we are the people of our time, Canary. We are only living in bad times. You were asking?
I was asking, who do you think is responsible for your arrest? Because you have stepped on so many toes using your ex account, while all these days in detention.
On so many toes.
Listen,
Scratch
Tabz.
that.
Listen, Tabz. I'm
Scratch
asking
that,
a question.
Yes.
You've stepped on so many toes using your ex account with the sensitive information that you have released on so many people, many of whom are government officials, others even military officers. My question to you is, during all this time in detention, the 5 days from the 17th of June to when you are released on police bond, looking at even the charge sheet, who do you think is responsible for your arrest?
You even asked something that I had not given you answers about. My dreadlocks. They are so secondary to this. My dreadlocks have nothing to do with the illegal abduction of people. I went to jail. Did you want me to cut my own dreadlocks because they were not cut? And again, I'll tell you, my brother, for you, I will tell you this. Sometimes these people that arrest us want to drive that kind of narrative, The people that abduct us. They want to show, okay, now, Tabz. Because when they were releasing me, they told me, gendo baragenga ngabota inanjara. My nails are intact. You can show the camera, guys. They are intact. Huh? They told me, gendo baragem tutwakuje menjara. Because they knew for a fact I am a loud mouth. But now the loud mouth is dangerous when it is speaking the truth. To people with the power. Canary, now you say who is responsible for my my abduction?
Yes.
Of course, there is people. You said some people in government whose toes have stepped or other or something like that.
Yes.
Say there are people in government from whom you've asked accountability from. Yes, and they don't take that in good faith. If I stand on TV here, Canary, and say that Anita Mong is a thief. You know the ingredients of theft? Yes? Every ingredient of a thief is in Anita Mong. Am I stepping on her toe? I am only speaking the truth.
Was a monk who is under house arrest responsible for your arrest?
No. I might say no because she did not surface anywhere in that. But the people who arrested me, physically, not on whoever orders they were working on. They showed up with masked faces. Others were having their faces clean, new faces that I've never seen.
All right.
And
producer, give me those tweets and we take a look at them.
Just a moment before we go there. Who arrested me? There is the head of the army here. He came out. I saw some tweets. I think some of them he deleted them, I'm told. But I saw some tweets. I saw a tweet where I said, we released the Tabz.
And those are the tweets I want my producer to bring up on screen.
You do not release what you don't have.
I said we shall check if we have Tabz. That was the first tweet. Say, first it was actually who is Tabz.
If we.
And then later, the third tweet does look like it's confirming
the first was asking who is Tabz.
Yes. So
I am going to answer that also. Because
is the Chief of Defense Forces responsible for your arrest?
Give an answer.
But you also started with something quite interesting that you said. You said that the people who arrested you had guns that resemble those that protect the head of state. That's what I want to understand.
They could be identical, maybe.
That's what you said.
Also, have you seen an AK-47 on the trail of the president? Yes, right? I have seen it. Maybe our brother Isano, who is always moving with Mosaic, can tell us. There's also an AK-47 there. But now these guns, why I said that, I wanted you to get the picture. These guns are also carried by CMI, right? These guns are also carried by JAT officers. These guns are also carried by SFC. Yes? But what I saw was not SFC uniform. What you saw in that video I showed you. What uniform is that, Kanye?
That's a UPDF uniform.
But is it identical to SFC?
But a tweet later comes and says that we have released Tabz.
You release what you have. So now you're still asking who was detaining me. I know you're scared to say who.
Why would you think the Chief of Defense Forces is interested in you?
Interested? He has to be worried.
5 days in detention.
Not just interested.
5 days in detention, you come out on a police bond.
With my dreadlocks. Say it again.
With your dreadlocks and nails intact, like you said. And a tweet comes out and says we have released Tabz.
Okay, Canary.
What were you questioned about during detention? Maybe that could give you a direction of why you could have been arrested.
Who gives me the information I put out was the main question. You also want to know what I answered?
Yes.
I will not. I don't think I did like Chairman Nyans when he was asked about what he said when he was asked about who was at the parade or not.
What did Chairman do in that incident?
Don't you have that video? It was at Sanyuka. Sanyuka is your sister station here. But now, look here.
So when you asked, what did you say?
At that point, I knew who had put me in that trap I was in. I told them the person I had come to meet in Kamosh is the person who has been giving me that information.
This is your OB who you say now works for the military forces,
the
right?
The same person, when we got into the drone, said he has left his phone.
You dared to say his name. Up to now, you have not said it. What are you scared of?
Dared or scared? None of that. I told you I will tell you his name at a later time. Wait for the later time.
Tabz,
Yes.
there's been a lot of information that you have released on
I
your
also
X
wanted
account.
to tell you,
But you're not.
the CDF asked, who is Tabz? Can I answer that? Because
Yes.
I didn't get chance. By the time I was released, it was not on the internet anymore. My name is Tabandama Natumanya. Can I? My name is Tabandama Natumanya. My father, my late father, was Tabandama Nyehangane. My great-grandfather, was Tabandama Rutinampora. I had an uncle called Tabandama Gumisiris. All of those guys were born here in Uganda.
Tabz, the 5 days of detention.
So
would you like to tell us what happened inside detention?
Yes.
I saw the emotional story and
Yes.
wanted to.
Where did you see that?
To have it here with
Kanare,
you
where
and,
did you see
and
that?
understand
Kanare, where did you see the story at?
what happened in the 5 days of detention.
Where did you see the story
What
at?
happens in the 5 days of detention? Because I saw that on
You
social
saw
media.
that story
On
at
social
NTV.
media. Saw it on social media.
You
what
saw
happens?
it on NTV.
Tabz, you're
Kanare.
here, so we'll get it
Kanare,
from
you saw
you.
it on NTV.
We'll get it from you firsthand.
You know
I
why?
think that's what we should focus
You know
on.
why?
What happened in the 5 days of detention? And do you by any chance know where you had been detained from?
I'll give you what I know. When they drove me, we entered a slide gate. From Kamocha, when we drove back, now they didn't get the phone. They also asked for my car. They told me the color of my car, it was accurate. The number plate of my car, it was accurate. But I had not moved with the car. Like I told you, I had come with a border. So they later drove away after beating me from that car wash inside the drone. We drove, and after like maybe 45 minutes or about an hour, a slide gate opens and we enter. But I did not see the gate. You can tell the slide gate pushes to the side and then it opens. Canary, have you ever been detained in a police cell? There is that stench. I know you've never been. But there is that stench that ushers you in. For us who have lived in the ghetto most of our lives, we know it. They ushered me into a place. Meanwhile, your face is covered. But this time around, while we were getting out of the door, they removed the handcuffs from my... I was no longer handcuffed from the back, but from the front. And there is a new kind of handcuffs. I'm seeing it with a small chain in between. Yeah. So these guys led me into a room. Someone holds you by your hand, by your arm, upper arm, and then they are leading you into a room.
At this point, are you still blindfolded?
Bro, that's assured. Yes. You do not see anything.
Right, so the only sense here that you're using to detect anything around you is your ears.
Maybe
listening.
because I'm a ghetto boy, there's another sense that you do not know. Don't put your interest in that. But then we entered, they ushered me into that room, and then it was a bit filthy, a bit stinking of urine and all that. And then all of a sudden, the chest is removed. I remember them removing my handcuffs while I look at them like this. And then also the ones on the legs, they removed them. The thing they put on your legs, it's like, pressure. When it holds you, then after a while it tightens. That's what something like that. But this time it's as if metallic and holds you quite with a very strong grip. So they removed my chest and, okay, I'm in a room. What came to my mind first? Oh, this is the same room where the Honorable Kwago was at. This is the same room where Edimoto was at. Because there's tiles, white tiles above human height. Yeah? And then it's like a bathroom setup. The tiles are even on the ground. But then it's like a bathroom setup with no toilet, with no urinal. So, and these guys told me, hey, Tabz, welcome to your new apartment. Indeed, I had entered that new apartment. I didn't know I was going to be there for about quite a number of days. So,
is this the infamous basement? What's going through your mind once they told you, oh, this is where the Honorable Kwago has been, this is where
No
Edwin
one
has
told
been?
me that. I saw with my eyes. I can analyze spaces and know. When I looked at the white tiles cannery, I knew for a fact, here I am. And I knew I was cooked. But then these guys, when they put me in, they removed the chest and left. They weren't even any violent anymore. But maybe to tell you one thing, while we were in the drone, as I tried to fight and they put me inside, once we entered in, the guy, one of the military guys, kicked me down, and then I was close to him, and he was putting a gun, that big black gun, close to my face, like 10 inches from my face, bro. With, I don't know if it's called a torch or something, that torch that is always on top of the gun. Canary, it works. I didn't know it works. It was putting a certain light, razor light in my eyes, and as if pepper being sprayed in your eyes. But I pleaded with the guy, please don't shoot me. And then he told me, Rara. I think that is an Swahili word for sleep down. Yeah. So this is not the guy that now, one of the guys that ushered me into the room were not in uniform. So I think the others had stayed outside in the drone or whatever. But now these were in plain cloth. And then when they removed the mask, the chest, they left and then closed. And then after like a few minutes, another gentleman comes and he tells me, Tabz, as he opened, said, yeah, I mean, are you in here? I said, I'm in here. Then he opened, he said, oh, he told me, okay, fine, I wanted to see you. I am going to be the sales guard here. I said, okay. Now, after like another 5 or so minutes, other 2 guys came with, now the other first guys that had put me in, came with a T-shirt, a yellow T-shirt of the presidential candidate that was associated with the color yellow in the previous elections. And they asked me to wear it. And I told them, but I have my clothes and it is okay, I can stay with this. They said, okay, maybe when you want it, we shall not be here to give it to you. And one of them told me in Runyankore, Tabz, manya tuija kurwana niwe. Ejeji t-shirt ntwendo jijware, tutere chishani, tugende tukushabirwa kusasirwa owa president.
Loosely translated to...
Tabz, we are not here to fight you. We want you to put on this T-shirt, then we go and help you ask for forgiveness from the president. Said, first I thought, okay, forgiveness. It is not right for me to put on a T-shirt like that not out of my will. So I was thinking, are they going to go and ask Bobby to forgive me, my president? But then, because it was yellow in color, I knew who they were talking about.
All right, so this is a military detention and you're being forced to wear an NRM T-shirt.
They did not force me. They asked me to wear it. I declined.
And you declined.
And they told me when I want it, they will not be there to give it to me. And they left. Shortly after that, 2 guys came with their guns in their waists and they undressed me, opened and undressed me. Canary. Undressed me from head to toe. When they removed my shoes after arrest, I stayed with socks on. But this time around, Canary, these guys removed everything I was wearing, including underwear, and took pictures of me. And showed me the pictures. And the guy asked me, Onyumye?
Was this by phone? Was this by camera?
By phone. They have iPhones just like you do. And showed me the picture. And scrolled like 4 or 5. And told me, Onyumye? I just laughed it off. But, and then they told me, if you dare post anything anti-government, if you go on social media and start talking your nonsense, they called it nonsense. This, what I'm doing, they called it nonsense. We shall post these pictures. In my mind, I said, okay, now I was thinking, how is family going to think about this? How are my people going to see this? But then later, I knew they're going to release these pictures while I'm in detention, so I might not even ever get to know about them. I didn't even ever have hopes of being released the Canary. I didn't even have hopes of ever being outside and free like I am today. So I just kept quiet, and they left. They left with the photos and with my clothes. That was on the second day, I think.
And second day, are you given meals? Are you given water? What is happening
Canary.
at night?
For all the time that I was at that detention facility, every day I was given 1 cup of porridge. One.
That's all that constituted your meals?
One every day. But
Was it in the morning? Was it at night? Was it
Canary, I
during
was
the day?
almost your size. Look at me now. I was almost your size, Canary. Look at me now. That was the impact of about 5 days. I've been warned not to take anything from NBS, just to let you know.
You can have the water, at least it's sealed.
I'm a
You don't
hard
have to worry
guy.
about anything.
Sealed or otherwise,
So
Canary,
let's
this
so,
can be
let- so let's
manufactured for
let's now
Tabz.
understand Tabz. They took your pictures, and then what happens for the next 3 days? Because you're in detention for about 5 days.
The next day, they interrogated me. And what was the kind of interrogation? They came, 2 guys, now covered me. They brought a scarf. I think I forgot it outside in the car. I had brought it to gift it to you. They came with a scarf. The typical kind of scarf that you saw wrapped around the Lord Mayor Elias Lukwago's face. And wrapped around me. This time it wasn't black and white, it was blue and white. Guys came, 2 guys, with one with a V, same military fatigue you saw, one with a V or 2 Vs or something. Then the other didn't have any rank, I think. And then they told me, Tabz, you're going to go with us. I didn't even ask to where. I wasn't even interested. So we moved, and then we entered what seemed to me like an elevator, because there is that carjacking. And after a while of walking, like maybe 200 meters or thereabout, but we are moving in, you can feel that you're in a building. So these guys usher me into another room, and I'm told to sit. He just tells you, sit. You can't see. I mean, you're trying to figure out, is that when you're walking, he will tell you a step, then you put your foot up or down, and all he's giving you is direction using your arm. Yeah? Then I sat down, and then I think there was about 5 or 6 different voices. So one of the voices tells me, Tabz, finally you're here. I thought you're invisible. Oops, sorry. I thought you're invisible. Please, you could help me with this. And
you're saying this is on the 3rd day of detention?
Yeah, I think 3rd or 4th. You know, when you're detained,
you had lost count of time?
There is no light. There is no what. There is light in those rooms where you're detained, but you don't have the switch to your convenience. Yeah. So they put light when they are coming, and put it off when they don't want it in. In that room, in that basement or whatever you called it, there is a CCTV installation in one of the corners. As you move to the side, it moves towards you. When they came to pick me for interrogation, I thought they would take me with my clothes. But now this other sales guard is the one who was having the scarf they covered me with. So I asked him, but my clothes, as they were trying to tie me, told me, we have a very good trouser for you. So they gave me something. It's like, it wasn't the trouser I had been wearing, a tracksuit or something like that, or a warm suit, and I felt them tying it, and yeah. So they led me to a room, and these guys were telling me, we're going to ask you our questions, make sure you tell us the truth, or that will be the end of it, end of you. I said, it's okay. So they were the ones asking me, who gives you this information that you be tweeting?
Are you looking at the person interrogating you?
No.
Are you still blind for the blind?
Canary, if I could sit on this ground here, I would show you. Like you sit legs flat, yeah, and you are handcuffed with your face tied with a turban. You cannot see through a turban, Canary. You cannot.
So let's get to the questioning. They're asking you, who is giving you this information?
And I tell them,
what do you respond?
The guy that I was arrested with, that I had come to meet in Kamocha, was giving me this information. Because he turned out he was the mole. But of course, he was not the one giving me the information. He was giving me some information. Some information. Of course, you can never underestimate information. It was helpful then, but I think that was a build-up to their plan. They also asked me how much I'm paid at NUP, what my role is at NUP. You would be interested to know what answer I told them. But then, they also asked me about Bobby after voting. They told me they had information that I was the one hiding Bobby Wine. I told them that is not true because it is not true. That I'm the one who helped him escape. I was told through Guru or somewhere. I told them that is not true because it is not true. They also asked me about. They said I had software. They have information that I have software that listens into calls and Tabz intercepts calls and all that. I told them that is not true. And they said I had intercepted some calls. They told me maybe a call from the Honorable Nyamutoro. Then they told me I had intercepted a calls of, should I say it?
That's what you're here for.
A thief called Katushabe, Winston. They said I had intercepted calls of a thief called Anita Mo.
You must be a very powerful man, Tabz, for you to be able to have
No. I don't have that software, Canary. I told them it is not true. I was getting to that. I told them it is not true. Then they asked me where I was getting the calls I was broadcasting. I told them I got them from Bobby Wine. Should I also tell that to you? I have tweeted over and over again. You people be asking on the internet, who gives you information? It is Bobby Wine. Go find him and arrest him. Don't you know where he is at? They should go and arrest him. He gives me this information. He is my source. Now me, I am not this journalist that is going to hide some of the classified sources. Bobby Wine Chaguranyi Robert Center is my biggest source of information.
The line of interrogation, what happens thereafter?
No, they asked me that. Then they asked me for my known phone contacts. Then what else did they ask me? No, I think that was it. Oh, they asked me who funds me. They also asked me about a certain NGO called Agora. And they asked me about my relationship with Agora. They asked me about my relationship with the works of Agora and what my role is at Agora. I don't work with Agora. I like what they do because I believe in what they stand for.
Agora, this is the NGO where Agatha, Tyre, Godwin Talk and the likes do work, right?
Yes. Okay, I will make it make sense to you as one I grew up with. I have been friends with Agatha even before Agora. I was staying in the same hall of residence with Toko Godwin at Makerere in Micho. I was at law school with Toko Godwin in the same class. How am I not supposed to continue conversing with them? Even when our work is almost in the same line. I don't work with Agora. But Agora is doing great work. I know people don't want to hear it. They are doing good work. That's why they are being questioned left, right, and center. And I will take this opportunity to thank Agora. Keep doing what you're doing. Agatha, keep doing what you're doing. Toko, keep doing what you're doing. Dr. Spire, keep doing what you're doing. At a certain time, they will...
All right,
they
Tabz.
will know.
So,
Canary, wait. I know
we don't want to lose...
Agora is doing great work. You don't want to hear it. But Canary, when they arrest you, fine, it will come to you. When they arrest you, Agora will still come through for you.
We don't want to lose the track or where we're on. I just wanted to end the 5 days of detention.
Ask your question.
After questioning, what happens there after the rest of the days left before you are
They
released?
hold you again, take you back to the detention center. Then the next day, they brought me home for a search at my residence. I had one of the ministers, very shambo woman. Very dumb woman. I will say this, even on camera. Very incompetent. Namere Justin from Masaka. She was on her social media saying, I have 21 cases in police, all stemming from, I don't have a place of abode, I don't have mobile money, I don't have anything to my name. They took me to her, did they take me to her residence? They took me to my own residence and searched it. What were they looking for? My computer.
What did they find?
They wanted my phones. They didn't find anything of their interest. Oh, they found 2 SIM cards that I had replaced sometime when I traveled and came back and they had been disconnected. I replaced them. So they took those. They also wanted my passport. They didn't find it. They also, during interrogation, what I forgot to tell you, they asked me what I be doing in Europe when I travel to Europe. And I told them I'm always going to meet my family. I told me, we have been told you went and studied what? I think they thought I had studied maybe to detonate bombs and all that. I do not know that. But I told them I'd be going to see my family, and that's factual, Canary.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the D-Day you are released,
The
what
sales
time
guard,
was it? Where
I
were
didn't know
you
what time.
taken?
I didn't know what time. But the sales guard, if I gave that guy my contact, I told him to reach out to me. He has not yet reached out to me. I want to gift him a cow. That guy gave me his phone. When he entered that detention room to remove the bucket. Meanwhile, what they leave you with in that detention room is a bucket, detergent bucket. They don't tell you what to use it for, but you will. What it is for. They don't. Anyway, some of the things I will not say them on air. But he entered as if coming to remove the bucket, and he gave me his phone and locked himself inside. They gave me his phone. You call your lawyer right away. They are taking you to court. I asked him, which court? He told me either court martial or Kanyanya court. I told him, okay. Now I had only one contact of my big sister. I called her and told her, look, they are taking me to court. She asked me, Andrew, are you alive? And I didn't have to answer all that. I told her, you can hear I'm alive. I am okay. They are taking me to court. Please go to court. She asked me, I told her, go to put some people at Makindye and others at Kanyanya. And also call Counsel Lewis, because I didn't have his number offhand. Call him and tell him what I have told you. And before she even said anything, the guy grabbed his phone and he left. That was a life-saving phone. A life-saving phone call. A life-saving guy.
Where are you taken to after this?
Also, before that, before I was taken for interrogation, 2 guys, a guy and a woman came. The woman was carrying a barber's machine. And they told this guy, the sales guard, that they wanted to cut my hair. They had come to cut my hair. And he tells them he had not received instructions on that. I still have my dreadlocks. And they left. But mind you, they came and I was naked. I remember when he opened the door a little bit, I tried to hide behind the door, Canary, because I was naked. I know those photos are going to come out because they warned me against doing this. I'm doing it. Yeah? So on that day, after making that phone call, 1, 2, 3, maybe 1, 2 hours passed. Aha! Thank you. Canary, this is the turban. I've not washed it. This is the turban that they used to cover my face. So they roll it, I think, like this. Then they cover your face like this. Yeah? This is your gift. Keep it as a souvenir. It has my DNA and the DNA of my captivators and my torturers, and so, now it has your DNA. You can frame it.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. The day you are released, you're now have no idea where you're headed.
Yes. First,
were you taken to court? Were you taken to police?
My clothes. And mind you, when we went home, when they took me home for research, they picked clothes for me from my hangline, from my wardrobe. They told me, pick this, their choice. And they told me, you're going to court tomorrow, so you have to look smart. I told them, fine. They picked clothes and even picked shoes. I have never seen those ever again. But they gave me, when they were now bringing me to police, they gave me the other clothes they had arrested me in. And then they blindfolded me again, led me to what seemed like an elevator, and then this time around led me out. When you step out and you've been inside for a long time, you can feel that this is maybe outside. And then led me to a car, which I later discovered it was a drone. By this time, they didn't put me where they had put me after arrest. They put me in one of the seats with my face still tied, my hands tied. If you look at the picture that they shared with my handcuffs on, and mind you, Canary, that picture was taken by the same person that took pictures of me while I was naked. And I found it on the internet. I do not know how it got onto the internet. Maybe that's a message that they will also broadcast the other ones, the other naked pictures. But then they drove me into they took me into the drone and drove me to Natete police.
Not CPS?
No. Natete police. And at that point they removed, now kindly give me this, I show you. This was on my face, while inside the drone. And then they always have it tied, and then when they removed it, they just pushed it down like this. And then I was tied. Then they just pushed it down and took a picture of me. As they got me out of the drone into a Harrier that was parked at Natete police. And at Natete police, I was there inside the drone for like an hour. Packed. No one is asking. You're inside the police facility.
We saw that picture. How did it get to the internet?
That is a question I'm asking myself. But it is the same face, the same phone, the same camera that took the other photos and took this picture. Now, once they took the picture, they handed me over to police, to two police officers, just two. I was on handcuffs. If you look at that picture, if they could show us that picture, if the producer could show us that picture, my legs were also tied. I had not killed nobody. I had not stolen anything. But then in the Harrier, they drove me to CPS. At CPS, they gave me, here is your gift.
I'll pick it from you after.
Canary, this is your gift. I don't want you to forget it.
It's okay.
They recorded a statement. And in the statement, I told them I was picked by so-and-so looking men. I was taken in such and such a place. I was treated like so-and-so, taken for a search, and I was brought here.
So at this point, you're recording a statement, or you're just telling the police officer what you had gone through?
Telling them is recording a statement, no? But they were
I'm wondering whether they were writing all
They
this
wrote.
down. So
I read through it.
Okay.
And signed. I'm telling you what I told them. And after that, mind you, they had my bond paper ready. Me, I knew after the statement, Because me telling my big sister to deploy at CPS, at court, I knew they were taking me to court, so they should take lawyers to court. My big brothers, Kato and Kakulu, were ready.
This picture comes out a few minutes before 6 p.m. Do you really think that you
I
were being taken?
I got my phone back from the people that had kept it.
As who were online, this picture comes out a few minutes before 6 p.m. Do you really think that you were being taken to court after 5?
No. Canary, I'm telling you, me, I thought when they were bringing me to CPS or Natete, they were taking me to court. They took that picture. I do not know at what point they shared it. But I found it on the internet when I was released. And looking through what has been going on the internet, I found it. Now, Canary, at CPS, I will tell you, I found my bond paper written.
How did you leave Natete to CPS?
Through, I told you, they handed me over to police, 2 police officers, and they drove me to CPS in a Toyota
That's
Harrier.
the picture. That's
yes.
the picture there.
Yeah, when you look at that picture, my legs were tied, Canary. My legs were also tied, but I think the picture just didn't show it properly. But my legs were equally tied with, are they also called leg cuffs now? I do not know. But then, at CPS, I was telling you, I found my bond paper written and stamped. All they had to fill in were the sureties. And they did that and released me. Now, did you want me at that point to go and pluck out my nails, then cut my...
So at this point, where do you get sureties, since you had asked your sister to deploy at court and not CPS?
Oh, at CPS, they gave me chance to call my people. They gave me a phone. But when I called my people, to my shock, in like no minute, they had showed up, and there was even much more than I needed. And I was set free. And
just like that?
Yeah.
Tabz, do you feel used?
Do I feel used? By who?
So, in your earlier statements, you said that some of the people who are giving you information, like you said, your Obi, who works with the military.
He is one of my sources.
Yes, that's what I said.
I still have my other sources.
He also later laid you. He also later laid you, like in your own words, you said.
He used himself.
And you were later arrested. Do you feel used?
He used himself. He used himself. I am here. I'm not going to stop. I'm still giving out the information with all the valor. I have just, Canary, quickly, I've just received a screenshot of what you people have posted on your social media handle. NBS television, your NBS handle, NBS TV. Canary Mgume, many people online are saying you could be working for the same people who could have abducted you. And they reply, they say, Ninye Tabz, so what if I'm working for them? So what if I'm not working for them? You go ahead and explain everything that I've said. Don't drive any narrative.
Everything is Canary, on there.
With your before I go off here, that's why I asked for. Look here.
Tabz.
I have received this right now.
Tabz, that's just a screenshot of one tweet.
No?
That's just a screenshot of one tweet. There are a series of tweets under there.
Put them there.
Everything is on there.
No, you've not yet
and you're live on NBS, so
yes,
let's not get into that.
This. Look,
come on, Tabz. Let's not get into that because everything is on there.
Wait. The guy goes ahead and tells me, NBS as usual. Singa,
do you feel used?
Do
you feel used?
By NBS?
No.
By who?
By those who are giving you information.
No. I am a journalist. I know what comes with speaking truth to journalism. I know it. I expected it. I even expect that even after here, I'm going to be asked about what I've said on air. But,
do you fear for
you go, when
do you
you
fear
go,
for
Canary, wait.
Do you fear
you
for your life?
Your people, wait.
Do you fear for your life now after what you have gone through?
But wait, you tell your people to write what I have said, not to drive a narrative that you want driven.
Do you fear for your life?
Put what I am saying. Don't try to drive a narrative that I'm not saying here.
Tabz, after you've gone through, do you fear for your life?
Yes, I fear for my life. But my life is just one life of the 45 million Ugandan lives. I don't care. If you come and shoot me, come and do that. But you will not have shot 45 million people that I stand for. I fear for my life. Every day that I'm going home, I feel that the next 1 minute a bullet will be in my head. But so wait. So what if if a bullet sits in my head? It will just be one Tabz that is dead.
Okay.
But
let us know what you think about this conversation.
Children. My children are going to give birth to children. My brothers are giving birth to children. Other activists are having other activists they are training. They're also giving birth to children. And the children of our children will still speak truth to power, no matter what. Canary, if they kill me, I am scared for my life. Yes, if they kill me, in the event that they kill me,
what
Canary,
keeps you going?
Pardon?
What keeps you going?
Oh, what I stand for keeps me going.
What keeps you going?
What I stand for keeps me going.
Let us know what you think about this conversation. The hashtag is NBS Media Roundtable. Let us know what you think about this conversation. We are live on air. We're also live on Afromobile. This conversation continues there.
All right. Thank you, Canary. What a thrilling conversation. If you would like to catch more of that, make sure that you find it on.
They also asked me how much I'm paid at NUP, what my role is at NUP. You would be interested to know what answer I told them. But then, they also asked me about Bobby after voting. They told me they had information that I was the one hiding Bobby Wine. I told them that is not true because it is not true. That I'm the one who helped him escape. I was told through Guru or somewhere. I told them that is not true because it is not true. They also asked me about. They said I had software. They have information that I have software that listens into calls and taps, intercepts calls and all that. I told them that is not true. And they said I had intercepted some calls. They told me maybe a call from the Honorable Nyamutoro. Then they told me I had intercepted a calls of, should I say it?
That's what you're here for.
A thief called Katushabe, Winston. They said I had intercepted calls of a thief called Anita Mo.
You must be a very powerful man, Tabz, for you to be able to have
No. I don't have that software, Canary. I told them it is not true. I was getting to that. I told them it is not true. Then they asked me where I was getting the calls I was broadcasting. I told them I got them from Bobby Wine. Should I also tell that to you? I have tweeted over and over again. You people be asking on the internet, who gives you information? It is Bobby Wine. Go find him and arrest him. Tamuku Mahadi, don't you know where he is at? They should go and arrest him. He gives me this information. He is my source. Now me, I am not this journalist that is going to hide some of the classified sources. Bobby Wine Chaguranyi Robert Center is my biggest source of information.
The line of interrogation, what happens thereafter?
No, they asked me that. Then they asked me for my known phone contacts. Then what else did they ask me? No, I think that was it. Oh, they asked me who funds me. They also asked me about a certain NGO called Agora. And they asked me about my relationship with Agora. They asked me about my relationship with the works of Agora and what my role is at Agora. I don't work with Agora. I like what they do because I believe in what they stand for.
Agora, this is the NGO where Agatha, Tyre, Godwin Talk and the likes do work, right?
Yes. Okay, I will make it make sense to you as one I grew up with. I have been friends with Agatha even before Agora. I was staying in the same hall of residence with Toko Godwin at Makerere in Micho. I was at law school with Toko Godwin in the same class. How am I not supposed to continue conversing with them? Even when our work is almost in the same line, I don't work with Agora. But Agora is doing great work. I know people don't want to hear it. They are doing good work. That's why they are being questioned left, right, and center. And I will take this opportunity to thank Agora. Keep doing what you're doing. Agatha, keep doing what you're doing. Toko, keep doing what you're doing. Dr. Spire, keep doing what you're doing. At a certain time, they will, banabantu baja tutegeera.
All right,
They
Tabz.
will know.
So,
Canary, wait. I know
We
you
don't want
don't
to lose-
Agora is doing great work. You don't want to hear it. But Canary, when they arrest you, fine, it will come to you. When they arrest you, Agora will still come through for you.
we don't want to lose the track or where we're on. I just wanted to end
Ask
the
your
5 days
question.
of detention.
Ask your question.
After questioning, what happens there after the rest of the days left before you are
They
released?
hold you again, take you back to the detention center. Then the next day, they brought me home for a search at my residence. I had one of the ministers, very shambo woman. Very dumb woman. I will say this, even on camera. Very incompetent. Namere Justin from Masaka. She was on her social media saying, I have 21 cases in police, all stemming from, I don't have a place of abode, I don't have mobile money, I don't have anything to my name. They took me to her, did they take me to her residence? They took me to my own residence and searched it. What were they looking for? My computer.
What did they find?
They wanted my phones. They didn't find anything of their interest. Oh, they found 2 SIM cards that I had replaced sometime when I traveled and came back and they had been disconnected. I replaced them. So they took those. They also wanted my passport. They didn't find it. They also, during interrogation, what I forgot to tell you, they asked me what I be doing in Europe when I traveled to Europe. And I told them I'm always going to meet my family. I told me, we have been told you went and studied what? I think they thought I had studied maybe to detonate bombs and all that. I do not know that. But I told them I'd be going to see my family, and that's factual, Canary.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the D-Day you are released,
The
what
sales
time
guard,
was it? Where
I
were
didn't know
you
what time.
taken?
I didn't know what time. But the sales guard, if I gave that guy my contact, I told him to reach out to me. He has not yet reached out to me. I want to gift him a cow. That guy gave me his phone. When he entered that detention room to remove the bucket. Meanwhile, what they leave you with in that detention room is a bucket, detergent bucket. They don't tell you what to use it for, but you will. What it is for. They don't. Anyway, some of the things I will not say them on air. But he entered as if coming to remove the bucket, and he gave me his phone and locked himself inside and gave me his phone. You call your lawyer right away. They are taking you to court. I asked him, which court? Told me either court martial or Kanyanya court. I told him, okay. Now I had only one contact of my big sister. I called her and told her, look, they are taking me to court. She asked me, Andrew, are you alive? And I didn't have to answer all that. I told her, you can hear I'm alive. I am okay. They are taking me to court. Please go to court. She asked me, I told her, go to put some people at Makindye and others at Kanyanya. And also call Counsel Lewis, because I didn't have his number offhand. Call him and tell him what I have told you. And before she even said anything, the guy grabbed his phone and he left. That was a life-saving phone. A life-saving phone call. A life-saving guy.
Where are you taken to after this?
Also, before that, before I was taken for interrogation, 2 guys, a guy and a woman came. The woman was carrying a barber's machine. And they told this guy, the sales guard, that they wanted to cut my hair. They had come to cut my hair. And he tells them he had not received instructions on that. I still have my dreadlocks. And they left. But mind you, they came and I was naked. I remember when he opened the door a little bit, I tried to hide behind the door, Canary, because I was naked. I know those photos are going to come out because they warned me against doing this. I'm doing it. Yeah? So on that day, after making that phone call, 1, 2, 3, maybe 1, 2 hours passed. Thank you. Canary, this is the turban. I've not washed it. This is the
turban that they use to cover my face. So they roll it, I think, like this. Then they cover your face like this. Yeah? This is your gift. Keep it as a souvenir. It has my DNA and the DNA of my captivators and my torturers, and so, now it has your DNA. You can frame it.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. The day you are released, you now have no idea where you're headed.
Yes. First,
were you taken to court? Were you taken to police?
My clothes. And mind you, when we went home, when they took me home for research, they picked clothes for me from my hangline, from my wardrobe. They told me, pick this, their choice. And they told me, you're going to court tomorrow, so you have to look smart. I told them, fine. They picked clothes and even picked shoes. I have never seen those ever again. But they gave me, when they were now bringing me to police, they gave me the other clothes they had arrested me in. And then they blindfolded me again, led me to what seemed like an elevator, and then this time around led me out. When you step out and you've been inside for a long time, you can feel that this is maybe outside. And then led me to a car, which I later discovered it was a drone. But this time they didn't put me where they had put me after arrest. They put me in one of the seats with my face still tied, my hands tied. If you look at the picture that they shared with my handcuffs on, and mind you, Canary, that picture was taken by the same person that took pictures of me while I was naked. And I found it on the internet. I do not know how it got onto the internet. Maybe that's a message that they will also broadcast the other ones, the other naked pictures. But then they drove me into they took me into the drone and drove me to Natete police.
Not CPS?
No. Natete police. And at that point they removed, now kindly give me this, I show you. This was on my face, while inside the drone. And then they always have it tied, and then when they removed it, they just pushed it down like this. And then I was tied. Then they just pushed it down and took a picture of me. As they got me out of the drone into a Harrier that was parked at Natete police. And at Natete police, I was there inside the drone for like an hour. Packed. No one is asking. You're inside the police facility.
We saw that picture. How did it get to the internet?
That is a question I'm asking myself. But it is the same face, the same phone, the same camera that took the other photos and took this picture. Now, once they took the picture, they handed me over to police, to two police officers, just two. I was on handcuffs. If you look at that picture, if they could show us that picture, if the producer could show us that picture, my legs were also tied. I had not killed nobody. I had not stolen anything. But then in the Harrier, they drove me to CPS. At CPS, they gave me, here is your gift.
I'll pick it from you after.
Canary, this is your gift. I don't want you to forget it.
It's okay.
They recorded a statement. And in the statement, I told them I was picked by so-and-so looking men. I was taken in such and such a place. I was treated like so-and-so, taken for a search, and I was brought here.
So at this point, you're recording a statement, or you're just telling the police officer what you had gone through?
Telling them is recording a statement, no? But they were
wondering whether they were writing all
this
down.
They wrote. I read through it.
Okay.
And signed. I'm telling you what I told them. And after that, mind you, they had my bond paper ready. Me, I knew after the statement, because me telling my big sister to deploy at CPS, at court, I knew they were taking me to court, so they should take lawyers to court. My big brothers, Kato and Kakulu, were ready.
This picture comes out a few minutes before 6 p.m. Do you really think that you were being taken?
I got my phone back from the people that had kept it.
Us who were online, this picture comes out a few minutes before 6 p.m. Do you really think that you were being taken to court after 5?
No. Canary, I'm telling you, me, I thought when they were bringing me to CPS or Natete, they were taking me to court. They took that picture. I do not know at what point they shared it. But I found it on the internet when I was released. And looking through what has been going on the internet, I found it. Now, Canary, at CPS, I will tell you, I found my bond paper written.
How did you even attach it to CPS?
Through, I told you, they handed me over to police, 2 police officers, and they drove me to CPS in a Toyota
That's
Harrier.
the picture. That's
Yes.
the picture there.
Yeah, when you look at that picture, my legs were tied, Canary. My legs were also tied, but I think the picture just didn't show it properly. But my legs were equally tied with the, are they also called leg cuffs now? I do not know. But then, at CPS, I was telling you, I found my bond paper written and stamped. All they had to fill in were the sureties. And they did that and released me. Now, did you want me at that point to go and pluck out my nails, then cut my...
So at this point, where do you get sureties, since you had asked your sister to deploy at court and not CPS?
Oh, at CPS, they gave me chance to call my people. They gave me a phone. But when I called my people, to my shock, in like no minute, they had showed up, and there was even much more than I needed. And I was set free. And
Just like that?
Yeah.
Tabz, do you feel used?
Do I feel used? By who?
So, in your earlier statements, you said that some of the people who are giving you information, like you said, your Obi, who works with the military.
He is one of my sources.
Yes, that's what I said.
I still have my other sources.
He also later laid you. He also later laid you, like in your own words, you said.
Himself.
And you were later arrested. Do you feel used?
He used himself. He used himself. I am here. I'm not going to stop. I'm still giving out the information with all the valor. I have just, Canary, quickly, I've just received a screenshot of what you people have posted on your social media handle. NBS television, your NBS handle, NBS TV. Canary Mgume, many people online are saying you could be working for the same people who could have abducted you. And they reply, they say, Ninye Tabz, so what if I'm working for them? So what if I'm not working for them? You go ahead and explain everything that I've said. Don't drive any narrative.
Everything is on there.
With your social, before I go off here, that's why I asked for, look here,
Tabz.
I have received this right now.
Tabz, that's just a screenshot of one tweet.
No?
That's just a screenshot of one tweet. There are a series of tweets under there.
Put them there.
Everything is on there.
No, you've not yet.
And you're live on NBS, so
yes,
let's not get into that.
This. Look,
come on,
Tabz.
Let's not get into that because everything is on there.
Wait. The guy goes ahead and tells me, NBS as usual. Singa,
do you feel used? Do you feel used?
By NBS?
No.
By who?
By those who are giving you information.
No. I am a journalist. I know what comes with speaking truth to journalism. I know it. I expected it. I even expect that even after here, I'm going to be asked about what I've said on air. But,
do you fear for your life?
Your people, wait.
Do you fear for your life now after what you have gone through?
But wait, you tell your people to write what I have said, not to drive a narrative that you want driven.
Do you fear for your life?
Put what I am saying. Don't try to drive a narrative that I'm not saying here.
Tabz, after you've gone through, do you fear for your life?
Yes, I fear for my life. But my life is just one life of the 45 million Ugandan lives. I don't care. If you come and shoot me, come and do that. But you will not have shot 45 million people that I stand for. I fear for my life. Every day that I'm going home, I feel that the next 1 minute a bullet will be in my head. But so what? Wait. So what if a bullet sits in my head? It will just be one Tabz that is dead.
Okay.
But
let us know what you think about this conversation.
My children are going to give birth to children. My brothers are giving birth to children. Other activists are having other activists they are training. They're also giving birth to children. And the children of our children will still speak truth to power, no matter what. Canary, if they kill me, I am scared for my life. Yes, if they kill me, in the event that they kill me,
what keeps you going?
Pardon?
What keeps you going?
Oh, what I stand for. keeps me going.
What keeps you going?
What I stand for keeps me going.
Let us know what you think about this conversation. The hashtag is NBS Media Roundtable. Let us know what you think about this conversation. We are live on air. We're also live on Afromobile. This conversation continues there.
All right, thank you, Canary. What a thrilling conversation. If you would like to catch more of that, make sure that you find it on Afro Mobile. And right now, we're about to get into NBS Breakfast Meeting. A warm welcome. My name is Tracy Ikopit, and cancer is one of Uganda's most
this conversation
challenging
with Tabz does
issues that
continue.
we're facing
Tabz,
right
what
now in the
do you
country.
stand
And
for?
joining me
Very glad
this
that you
morning
didn't
is
put a commercial
Dr.
break. Oh, you
Richard
had put it
Kalunji,
earlier.
who's going
What
to
do
be
you
taking
stand
us
for?
through the Rotary Cancer Run and uniting together.
Saying earlier, was it seen or it was covered by a commercial
Everything
break?
was live. Everything is still live.
I stand for truth.
I'm glad that
Canary.
I'm at
for just protecting his boss. Canary. I stand for Waiswa, who is in jail for being at a parade that was conducted on the day
from the
his
Rotary
wife
Club
was
of
in
Kampala
hospital,
South,
and he was
and
there
I've been part of the
attending to him.
Rotary Cancer
Canary, I
program
stand for my father that was murdered in cold blood by one of the people in the military fatigue. I stand, Canary, for Olivia Rutaya, whose children cannot see their mother simply because she's in jail for no offense. Canary, I stand for Damulira. I stand for Chibarama. Canary, did you hear that? I stand for Dr. Besiji. I stand for Rukwago. The guy is nearing his grave simply because of what they are taking him through. You did not know that the Lord Mayor had white, gray beards. We're seeing it just because of stress. Canary, I stand for Barbara Chagulanyi, whose home was raided. Canary, I stand for Bobby, who was pushed into exile with his family simply because he took a shot at the big seat in this government. Canary, I stand for journalists like you. Canary, for journalists like you who know the truth but cannot speak the truth. Canary, I stand for the elite people who are in offices and cannot say truth because they fear for losing their jobs. Canary, I stand for the ghetto boys. Listen, Canary, I stand for the ghetto boys who don't even have hopes for having lunch.
I've been meaning to ask you about your relationship with Bobby Wine.
No. You asked what I stand for, didn't you? Canary, I stand for the mama in the ghetto whose stall was flipped by KCCA this morning. Canary, I stand for the business owner in the city whose business was closed due to floods caused by the constructions done by Ham and his friends. Canary, I stand for my mother or your mother, for Isano's mother in the village whose produce is being sold for coins, yet they toil so hard to earn or to make that produce. Canary, I am standing for the little children who have no school fees. Canary, I am standing here for the women and the girls in schools with no pads. Canary, I am standing here for our brothers and sisters in Karamoja. Canary, I am standing here for the late Chirumira, who was killed in cold blood for speaking the truth. I am standing here for the late Afande Kawesi. I am standing here, Canary. Do you still want to know what I stand for?
You have all the time.
I am standing for the truth to power.
Okay. I've been meaning to ask about your relationship with NUP President Robert Chagulanyi
He's my friend.
And your friend.
He's my friend.
You have for long been documenting his life as an opposition leader through your work as a journalist. You feel so convicted to his cause, and you believe in what he does stand for also. At what point do you feel these are his biggest strengths as an opposition leader, as an NUP leader, and we'll also talk about now his life in exile? What do you think are his biggest strengths?
Are we talking about Bobby Wine?
Yes.
My relationship with Bobby Wine is a bit strange. I do not know what to call him. My relationship with him, I don't know how to describe it.
Sometimes he shows up as a father. Sometimes he shows up as a friend. Sometimes he shows up as a boss. Sometimes he shows up as a critique. Sometimes he shows up as a ghetto colleague. Sometimes he shows up as my president. But that is the most important thing.
How did he show up after your detention?
He showed up as the fighter that he is, the fighter that goes for freedom, the fighter that fights for justice, the fighter that fights for the right thing no matter what. That is how he showed up.
What did he tell you after you had a conversation with him? If you've had one after detention?
My conversation with Bobby Wine is my conversation with Bobby Wine. It has nothing to do with what we are discussing here. He's my president. Do you share? Who is your president here? Can
I'm the one asking questions.
Don't dodge that.
I'm the one asking the questions.
Who is your president? I will say this with a louder voice. Who is your president?
Tabz, I'm the one asking the questions.
Did you vote?
You're the
Did you vote?
interviewee, I'm the interviewer.
Did you vote?
Doesn't matter.
You said it's a discussion.
Doesn't matter.
It is
I'm
not
the one
an
asking the
interview. It's a face-off. Canary, I will look you straight in your face and ask you, who is your president?
Doesn't matter. My opinions as a journalist.
My president is Robert Sentamu Kyagulanyi, Bobby Wine. Who is your president?
That is not up for discussion. That is not up for discussion. That does not. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Let's not divert the conversation. Let's not divert the conversation.
We are not diverting the conversation.
What
I'm
next
asking
for
you,
Tabz?
Canary, who is your president?
What next for Tabz?
My president is Bobby Wine. Who is your president?
Well and good. What next for Tabz?
Who is your president?
What next for Tabz?
What is next for Tabz is secondary. What is primary here? Who did you vote? Did you stand on the side of the people, Canary?
Doesn't matter.
It does.
My opinion doesn't matter on the show.
No, I am asking you, not for your opinion.
Are you going to be the interviewee or you want to be the interviewer?
Did you stand on the side of the people?
Let's not divert the conversation. Let's not divert the conversation.
You did not stand on the side of the people, and time will tell, Canary.
That is not up for discussion.
Okay, you are asking.
What next for Tabz?
In what regard?
Are you going to continue your work as a photojournalist, investigative journalist? Are you going to continue your activism work? What next for Tabz? This has been such a turning point for you. Such
a turning point. Canary, I've been doing activism for a very long time. Very long time. As a matter of fact, if my brother is watching this show, Josh, you know for a fact I am the first person who stood up to you and told you some things are wrong at home, even to daddy. But, Canary, nothing is going to tilt me even an inch. I'll repeat that to you. Canary, nothing. Where is the main camera? Nothing is going to tilt me even an inch, be it death. I am going to still do activism. I am going to still stand for what I stand for. I am going to still speak truth to power. I am going to still do uncensored journalism. Oh, I will still stand for what is right. And I will still speak against what is wrong. For example, today, I will tell you this, Canary. Anita Among, through her enablers, should I name them?
Please go ahead.
Do you know a gentleman called Kunowa at Parliament, the head of finance?
Go on.
You know him? Yes, no?
Go on.
You know him?
My information about him does not matter on the show.
It matters on the show. That is your tax that is being wasted. You know a gentleman called Adolf Mwesije? You know him? He's the clerk to Parliament. You know Oku Emmanuel? You know him? I can give you quite a number of names. There is also a gentleman who was working here, Sabith Joseph, but at the end of the day, they found that he could not even have access to any coin. He was just an errands boy at home. But those are thieves. From here, I am going to my ex to put evidence, now, uncut evidence about that haste. With those people highlighted. Evidence, Canary. Evidence.
What about the intimidation?
Canary, evidence.
What about the intimidation and fear? The ones who arrested you, they said that you should not post anything.
Fear does not work with the Tabz. It can work with you, Canary, because you know you will need them. Yeah? Fear does not work with Tabz. Fear and Tabz cannot be in the same line. As a matter of fact, Canary, if it were you, would you have made it here and you not have any fear? Now I'm here. I have no fear. Like I said on my social media platforms, I am an African lion and I live my life exactly like one, regardless of the noise from other inhabitants of the jungle. That is in reality Canary.
Do you now feel the need to go on and post? Because if you say you're a journalist, journalism does call for verification of information. Some of the information that you are publishing turned out not to be true.
Like what?
Many things.
Like what? Mention one of
Many
them.
things.
I am here.
The arrest of Chris Obore and many other tweets that you put out.
Chris Obore was picked and he went and made a statement. I am now saying it on TV. He was taken to CID and he made a statement.
You said he had been arrested in Mukono, which was not true.
You picked that tweet that you wanted. There was a follow-up.
Obliged
there was a
to verify your information before you publish it?
Canary. Canary. My brother. Chris Obore, right?
Do you feel
looks like,
the
do you know what that means?
Do you feel the
looks
need
like Chris Obore
to verify your information before you publish it as a journalist?
Yes, Canary. Verification. I need to make it make sense to you. That verification, in my regard, does not include the death of stories in my newsroom. Yes? When a story comes about you, Canary, and it is true, it's factual, I'll put it out. Even if it's an allegation, I will term it as that. That is what journalism is. It is not, Canary, you've had news about Tabz, maybe the military has sent you his nude pictures, and then you're calling me and telling me, Tabz, there is a story about you here. You can see what to do about it. That is not going to be the case with Tabz. If there is a truth, I'll put it out as it is. I am the real uncut Karakata, not you guys.
Do you feel the need to verify information before you publish it?
I do verify
You're not answering the
information.
question.
I do verify information. I do verify information. And I'm very sure you also come to my pages, you Canary, with your NBS and team, you come to my pages to verify some information. That tells you how much hard I am.
The life of Robert Kyagulanyi in exile, it's been about 6 months. You say he's your leader, the National Unity Platform, and your president. Let's talk about now the opposition in Uganda today. Many of them who are languishing in jail. Your president is in exile for now 6 months.
Be in jail if I was here.
What do you think is the future of politics and democracy in this country?
The future of politics and democracy in this country, Canary, is me and you, the young generation. When our country, I will take you back in history. When our country was in such a state, this could be a worse state. The people of our age, Canary, took it upon themselves. They are the people in charge now. They took it upon themselves to redeem their country from the fangs and the venoms of the snakes that were holding their country at ransom. Canary, it is upon us. Canary, it is upon me and you, the people of our age, those who can see right and know it is right and call it right. Those who can see wrong and know it is wrong and call it wrong. It is upon me and you to redeem our country. Don't put the whole entire burden on Dr. Besigye. Don't put the whole entire burden on the Honorable Kyagulanyi. Don't put the burden on the Lord Mayor Elias Lukwago. I mean, these guys are now even aged. All we can tap from them is orientation and guidance. Canary, it is upon me and you. Canary Mugume. It is between me, it is upon me and the likes of the young guys like Isano. We, the journalists, have to spark this.
Spark what?
To spark the change of our country that we all need. Canary, because we have access to information from all spheres. You have access to information from the opposition. You have access to information from the ruling government. Put it together. Tell these people the truth.
If you met President Yoweri Museveni today, what would you tell him?
To leave power. Should I repeat? To hand over power to the rightful owner of the election, to the rightful winner of the election.
In 2031,
in
2031, if you were to advise your president, Robert Kyagulanyi, to run again, would you...
You have already told me what to advise him, to run again.
Would you ask him to run again after going through 2 elections?
Well,
this is not about who runs for president. So whether it is Bobby Wine running for president,
would you advise him to run again?
Whether it is Canary, whether it is Tabz running for president, yes, I will
After
rally.
losing twice,
Please,
would you advise him to run again?
I will answer your question, not with what you want me to answer it with, but what my conviction tells me. Do you take that? Or you want to call off the show? Canary, you asked in 2031, are you sure we're even going to have an election in 2031?
As things stand, as what the
what
Constitution
is
says,
standing is the abduction of Ugandans.
Would you
on
advise
gunpoint.
Robert
What is
Chagulanyi
standing
to
is
run for
not
an election
the
again after
election.
losing twice?
Canary, I'm not here to discuss the next election. No.
You
I am not here to discuss Bobby Wine, whether he's going to stand in the next election or not.
President,
I am here to discuss what we want to see our country become. Canary, we are young people. We don't have to start thinking the next general election.
Maybe let me make this personal, since you do not want
Canary,
to answer questions on Robert Chagulanyi.
Okay. Look here.
You were on the campaign trail.
Look here.
You were on the campaign
Canary,
trail.
Me, I'm a Rasta man.
You were on the campaign
Canary, me, I'm a
trail.
Rasta
You had
man.
an experience.
You're an uptown guy. I'm a ghetto boy.
You had
yes.
an experience.
Canary, look here.
Why are you angry? Why are you angry?
I am angry because I cannot live in a dilapidated country and be happy. What is there to be happy about Uganda?
Okay.
I am angry because there is justification to eat.
You were on the campaign
trail. I am angry
trail
because I am hungry.
You were on the campaign trail.
Hungry for what? Not hungry for food.
You had
but
quite
hungry
an experience.
For good governance. Hungry for freedom. Hungry for
Would
the
you
freedom
go back?
of Waiswa. Hungry for the freedom of Olivia that is being taken to court right now. Hungry
you had
for
quite
the
an experience on the campaign
of the
trail.
right winner of the presidential elections. Hungry for the rule of law.
This is my last question, Tabz. Unfortunately, we're out of time.
You had quite, to be out of time.
You had quite it's almost 9. You had quite an experience on the campaign trail where at some point you said they were even looking for you in northern Uganda. You tweeted. Listen, Tabz, let me ask my question. Let me ask my question. Would you go back?
To what?
The campaign trail, if your president ran again?
Canary, let me make it make sense to you. If we agreed as a people that there's going to be a demonstration tomorrow at City Square or in town, I am going to show up. Me, Tabz, I'm going to show up. That is even harder than showing up in a campaign trail because that is in the legal framework of the electoral process.
Your life was threatened on the campaign trail.
Even today, it is more threatened.
Would you go back?
Am I not leaving? Am I not going to go back home? Military raided my home the other day. The other day, they also took me home for research. Am I not going to go home? Is your question answered?
My last question to you is your
Do I
parting
even
shot.
think Bobby should stand for president? Is
But
what you wanted to have
I asked you and you
answered.
did not want to answer, so I left that at that.
I think
You
the
didn't
old
seem that you were
man
interested
with
in
the heart should just hand over power to the rightful owner. Ask your next question.
My last question would be, what would be your last word for young activists out there who are living in a country where there's a lot of fear? What would be your last word?
I'm glad that you know that the country we're living in has a lot of fear. But to the young activists out there, keep going. Rome was not built in one day. A certain time will come. They will stop dismissing us. The likes of Mnyagwa, whose political journeys died at birth, are going to be there. Yeah? They have lost it and they know they are getting aged. A person like Mnyagwa would be very, very, very scared to see someone who was born 23 years after he was born rising through every hurdle that he has had to face and making it to the top. Canary, the young activists must know that it is upon me and them. It is upon me and you, Canary. It is not upon the Wazei. It is upon us, the young people, to step up, come out of our comfort zones, and take up the charge of our country and change it for the better. It is not going to be done by anyone else. It's going to be done by us, the Tabandamas of this world.
Thank you, Tabz. It's been a pleasure having you here on the Media Roundtable, and thanks for turning up.
Yeah.
That's all we had time for. Let us know what you think about the conversation. #NBS Media Roundtable. Good morning.
A very good morning. Thank you so much for being a part of Topical Discussion. Today we're looking at the true cost of Uganda's infrastructure projects, particularly roads today, and we're paying special emphasis on those that are yet to be completed, but also what it truly means in the grand scheme of things. We are setting out on a very ambitious plan to drive the economy to higher middle income status. Key on that project should be roads. And today with me I have Julius Nachi, who is the Honorable Member of Parliament for Budadili East. We also have with us in studio, he is also, by the way, an economist, just to point that out. We also have Alan Sempewa, Senior Communications Officer at the Ministry of Works and Transport. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you with me on Topical Discussion.
Thank you very much, Tracy.
All right, I hope you're doing amazing. The conversation, certainly, like you've seen, there's a lot to cover in terms of that. But before we begin, I'll definitely give Alan the opportunity to give an update on the progress report of, where these stand, particularly the Busega and PG Expressway. We did start the conversation with a clear picture of where we are. Things have stalled. What is the true status?
Thank you very much and good morning.
Good
morning to our viewers. Yes, it's a fact. I mean, for me, it's a hard fact that we've had delays in implementation of our road programs. And there is a cocktail of reasons. And if you looked at the Attorney General, Auditor General's report, they are well explained in there. So it's a hard fact, it's a known, but I think what then matters is the will to really pick up from where we are and get to another level. Busega and PG, for example, I see that the camera is actually there. But for one reason, I know the reason the cameras are there right now is because we've actually resumed construction works on this project. Yeah, much delayed, but then do we have the will? Is government getting back on track? Currently, yes, we are. You reported 46%. We're actually now progressing or advancing to 47%. So we believe that by 2027, this project should be ready. And likewise for the other planned and projected projects, they are planned, they must be implemented, must be completed. Because I think we cannot start the good work and somewhere stop it. Yeah, so we've actually not had a situation where a project is started and completely abandoned.
Okay, so let's speak about the fact that, yes, you're saying we're moving to 47. We're looking at the realities and the timelines and the cost of that. I think for everyone that is watching, could you contextualize just how much we have invested, the timelines, but also in terms of what the delays do cost the country?
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, it's a given that when we do feasibility studies, we have factors that we envision or benefits we envision to really realize and achieve. You know, if these benefits are not achieved on time and they're delayed, it means we delay our growth and development. Because in fact, again, infrastructure is an enabler or the foundation on which all other sectors actually of the economy do thrive. So when we actually delay, if a project, for example, has been projected to reduce, say, for example, 20% of travel time.
Yes.
In that moment, and we are not able to deliver it on time, it means people will continue having the longer journeys, delayed travel time, and we will not realize what we projected at the moment within that period of time. So without a doubt, delays will actually derail us and curtail our development goals. Yeah, but like I said again, there are reasons to explain all this. A government cannot actually start a project and say, no, let's abandon it. There is actually a reason as to why this actually happens. And this is not unique to only Uganda, even in the region. These major infrastructure projects do suffer setbacks. Why? Because land doesn't belong to government, first of all. It belongs to the people. So there is a cocktail of disputes when you get on the project to start a road. You'll be surrounded by these disputes. You remember the trio on Busega and PG Expressway that actually took us a bit of haggling and negotiation. Somebody wanted over 500 million shillings. We ended up actually paying 3.7 million shillings. 3.7 million shillings. But that delay alone delayed the project. It was a setback, actually, because what does it mean? We had to go into a negotiation, a dispute, consult from the Buganda Kingdom, central government, and all other stakeholders whether this tree is indeed is a heritage in this area and shouldn't be touched. But we spent, or were actually delayed in that exercise, project delay. Yeah.
I will be getting back to you in just a bit. I just want to bring in Julius here. The reality on ground vis-a-vis the ambitions that government sets out to do. From your own perspective, what significantly stands between Uganda's ambitions when it comes to road projects and the reality that we are faced with?
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Julius, as you have introduced. I'm the Member of Parliament for Budadiri East in Sorongo district. Now, you pointed out in the introduction that the infrastructure is one of the enablers which government has set out in the National Development Plan 4 to achieve what they call 10 growth fold strategy. They intend to move the GDP from 69 billion as at the end of this year, financial year, to about 580 by 2040. Now, infrastructure is the driving force behind this. Now, I want to contextualize the cost. For example, if a road is to cost 1 billion, and then you have borrowed that money, almost all the money we have borrowed is for infrastructure. And all infrastructure is almost funded by borrowed money.
Yes.
Our budget currently is 84 trillion for this coming year. Out of it, we are collecting only 44 trillion from URA. So already we have a shortfall of 50 trillion, meaning it is going to come from debt or donors, okay? So now, whatever project we are going to take, it means we are going to borrow. If, for example, the project is supposed to be 1 billion, and we have borrowed at 10%, now any delay, now that means that we are paying 100 million in interest. That makes the project, you see, there's what we call capitalization of interest. Whenever you are doing a project, the interest that you pay during the construction phase is capitalized, becomes the cost of the project.
Yes.
So even when the actual cost is 1 billion, it will automatically move to 1.1 billion, assuming you implement it in 1 year. Now, assuming there is a delay of 5 years, it means we are going to pay, the cost is going to become 1.5 billion. But the 500 on top is actually not going to be the actual cost. It is just interest payment on the what? On the loan. Now, the implication of this is that our debt is growing because we are not implementing the projects on time. Because if we are implemented on time, then cash flows would come out of this implemented project, and that would be able to reduce the debt. Now, what is the implication now? If the debt has grown, we have what we call debt to GDP. Our debt to GDP is now 53%. It is likely to move to 55%. Now, the risk with a growing debt to GDP ratio is that in case we got a big catastrophe, like the one we had of COVID, and yes, and we're unable, maybe we shut down our economy for 2-3 months, we would not be able to collect enough revenue, okay? And that, for example, now, if we delayed to collect for 4 months, we would lose about 12 trillion. I'm assuming if we are going to collect 44 in a year, average, we are collecting about 3.5 per month. So if we close it for 3 to 4 months, we are losing like 12 trillion. It means out of 44, we would get maybe 30. And our debt, we are supposed to pay back 34 for this coming year, 34 trillion. So we would default.
And when we default,
it's a
ripple effect.
Yes, So, but then how I want to translate it to the local person. If, for example, the expressway has been built for 1 billion and it has delayed for 5 years and the cost has moved to 1.5. Now, remember, they are going to recover the cost of investment by amortizing. They amortize, they work backwards. They say, okay, how many cars pass on the express daily? Okay, so they work backwards based on the number of cars passing. They say, if they are supposed to pay 5,000 per day, per trip, it may move to 10,000 in order to cover for the extra interest payment. So it is a big cost. Then the other infrastructure projects, although now it is made a road that way, but they are similar. The rationale is the same. Now, if these projects start working, for example, if the SGR was to work, it would half the cost of transport, okay, from Mombasa to Kampala. Currently, here the container comes for $3,500. But once it starts working, it's supposed to bring it to $1,600 per container. Now, if that was to happen, it means the cost of goods in Kampala or in Uganda, it would come down, the unit cost, because of reduced transport cost.
Yes.
So the impact is big. If we had finished, for example, ECOP, the one for transporting crude oil, it would widen our tax base, because we would have now service providers coming to work along the pipeline. We would have emergency doctors there. So the effect is big.
Well, I just want to, now that you hear from Julius's submissions, Alan, when you look at the situation, the Auditor General has flagged all of these, delayed projects. What, and many Ugandans want to really understand, what's the issue? Is it, costing? Is it poor planning? Is it financial constraints? Is it land acquisition, or just contractor performance? What is the true problem here?
I think it's a mix of issues, but largely all rotating around financial constraints. And I think in the start of the presentation, you did raise the shortfall that we actually suffer at the end of the day. But when we actually say we probably have budgeted for 3 trillion to go into the roads and works or transport sector, and of that actually 500 billion only is realized or released, the big shortfall. So what would that mean? It will constrain projects that are already ongoing. And I will give you an example. This does not even affect only the government-funded projects, even the donor-funded projects. Why? Because actually government meets the land acquisition component. So again now, to try and get away from that setback, and I think now government is realizing this, and we're now choosing another approach. That even for projects where we actually borrow, we come together with the land acquisition component. It's borrowed as well, so that the project actually moves. As we acquire land, we're also actually building, so that we don't actually have a setback or delays when we have a financing component for the donor-funded project, but the land acquisition component is missing. Why? Because there's a shortfall from government financing or government releases. So now we'll be able to move together. And that is actually one of the strategies that the government is actually devising. The other one is to ensure that we do not start a project before we have ample right-of-way or really considerable right-of-way. This is the land for which the works should be executed. And we're doing this for the Kampala-Jinja Expressway. Yes, there's been a delay in the project, in the realization of the project, but I know that we're working around the clock. The negotiations are highly advancing right now. But what that has actually enabled us is to acquire over 50% of the right-of-way, so that when the contractor now comes on ground, they find enough land within which to operate and work. So that will again bring down the project delays or even the cost escalations that we experience. We would have gone through the land disputes and resolved them ahead of time.
You do speak about the Kampala-Jinja Expressway, and I want to, if you could, indulge us on the latest update on the financing arrangements that are currently available for the country.
I know that at the moment we are into negotiations. We did identify a contractor who we are now with negotiations right now. Even as I speak today, we have a team that is meeting up together with our entire project team to try and really advance in the negotiations, both financial and technical. We know that by close of this year, we should have actually signed the contract for the works, and the works should be able to start. Why? Because we've been able to, government has actually again released more financing that will go into land acquisition. So for me, actually, land again is another major impediment to project delivery, because without land you cannot, and you can't actually, I can't tomorrow come and say give me land and you actually simply give it to me that way. Sometimes even when we sign consents, again, the money is actually urgent at the moment. So you will say, before you actually start, let me have my money. So we're calling on the public to continuously actually support government of Uganda in delivery of these projects.
The financing arrangements that we're talking about, have a sense of if they are in favor of this country? Sometimes I feel you choose some of the most unrealistic arrangements. Is it because those are the ones that are present, or what is the criteria behind these financing arrangements?
I know it's not in our interest, again, to deprive government or the people of Uganda of these benefits.
Yes.
So it has to be that qualifies for the benefit that Ugandans actually anticipate to have. So if it's that is going to give us efficiency, then we will definitely go for it. For example, I will give you an example on the Busega-Mpigi Expressway,
Yes.
where initially we had not actually included in the designs the Busega interchange. Why? Because we thought we would go with the main alignment for the expressway and then leave this interchange for a later time. But it would not actually make financial sense. Again, we would not actually realize the benefits of this project if we do not eliminate the gridlock from Busega to Chengera up to Nsanji. So we actually had to revise the project, the design reviews you talked about, revise to include an interchange at Busega, which we believe is going to be a game changer in the reduction of the gridlock along this critical highway. So we went again to borrow, and the African Development Bank has been gracious enough to give us this funding, including the funding for its land acquisition. So we expect now the project to move faster than it's been moving in the past.
I want to get insights from Julius on that particular submission. Yeah. Julius.
Now, one of the causes of delays is corruption. Recently, there was Minister of Works, Fred Byamukama.
Yes.
He was on, he was on this road of Mitiana. Yeah, he said people don't want the project to end because they keep adding from the project. And each payment, they are getting 3% of the payments which come. So corruption is one of they can actually collude. Some government workers can collude with contractors to delay intentionally so that the workers can invoke those clauses of delay and they are compensated, then the money is shared. This is true. Then secondly, when they delay, this money, remember, is on the account. They can invest it. These government workers, they invest it in maybe in a treasury bill or in these trusts. They earn some interest. While the project has not yet started. You remember these billions of money. Even if you put it for 2-3 months, you get a lot of money in terms of interest. So corruption has been a very main issue. Now, in terms of financing, the interest rate which they are using for this project, sometimes it is too high. The president recently said that as at the end of this financial year, the economic growth rate of Uganda would be like 6.4%. But when you look at the average cost of capital that the government uses here is more than 8%. Why? Because they are doing a lot of domestic borrowing, which is expensive. At say 14%, 15% is expensive. Yet this money can be got in those foreign countries at concessional rates of 2.5%, 2-3%. So when you have your cost of capital more than your growth rate, it means you're in a deficit, okay? So
it's a very tricky position. Yes. So we definitely get back to Alan in terms of the status report. When you look at the situation that we have, first and foremost, there is impact of the delays on projects, on trade, on a lot of regional conversations that we are having. And so the conversation is, what are we doing to address the funding gaps that we currently are struggling with? But also the question of, in the middle of the project, we've seen a, first turn back and recalibrate. And that is the conversation we are having. What is it about these projects that cannot be fully undertaken through the feasibility study to just make sure that, you have from the beginning to the completion within that period of time? Or is it a Ugandan thing to actually start and then, we keep laughing about it? You're like 3 months later, they come back to the road they just commissioned and say we are putting humps. What is wrong with our project mechanisms here? Alan.
I think that's for me. Okay. Yes. I thought because there was an issue on funding gaps, how can we address them? I thought the economist will give us.
Well, let's start from your.
What is it with our project?
Yes.
Frankly, we admittedly, bring, like you talked about corruption, you talked about shortfalls, we talked about the disputes along the projects that we're implementing. But I want to take us back to the dreams that actually government puts across. For example, in the NDP4, when government says these are the critical projects or the enablers of the economy for the next 10 years. This is a dream that has been, drawn, and it comes, it's planned, and ultimately there should be corresponding financing towards this goal or dream or target. Along the way, again, situations can never be, there's always prevailing situations that can sometimes warrant setbacks. I can give you an example, for example, the current Iran-US war over the Strait of Hormuz. You cannot imagine the setback it has actually caused us in the transport and infrastructure sector. That contractors now have actually scaled back. Why? Because fuel prices, and it's actually beyond the rise in fuel prices, but even other components of these projects. For example, bitumen. Bitumen is a byproduct of these petroleum products. And when they tell you that this strait currently accounts for over, I don't know, about 20 or 30% of shipping movement of these petroleum products, will tell you the impact it's actually having on us. That from the Persian Gulf onto the other global markets, for example, the Indian Ocean, this strait is a very significant shipping tunnel or channel. So right now, because of that prevailing situation, contractors' costs are actually going high. They're not even able to really move or advance as earlier anticipated. So there are also these prevailing challenges that are actually not unique only to Uganda, but will affect us, and these are global shocks that actually come and affect the way we deliver our projects. So while we have the will to say, let's move, then you have a setback that is global in nature. And you already have, now you already have the domestic challenges. Now couple it with the external or global effects. COVID-19, we actually cannot underestimate the impact it brought to our economy. And actually that's when we started scaling down in financing on our projects, because government then had to realize more financing to finance other sectors of the economy, because it's only infrastructure, there are hospitals, there are schools, and all other social amenities. So you have planned very well, you have a plan, but you have these setbacks in your way that will affect project delays. So when we're looking at delays, NBS, we should not be very quick to, again, be unfair to the government, but also look at the issues that are actually causing these delays. For example, I've given you land disputes. You cannot take someone's land before you've compensated them. And naturally, you know land, you have probably your land, and among your siblings, you will actually conflict. So before we can actually take that land, you and your siblings must actually agree on who is the actual caretaker. That is, again, another legal and court battle that we have to appreciate and even wait for.
Among those questions is also the question of procurement and contractor selection. That whether as a ministry you want to acknowledge or not seems to be a situation. Do you find yourself between a rock and a hard place? What makes this selection, always end up with contractors that do not necessarily have the same priorities as you or the urgency to address some of these things? Where is the gap in your contractor and procurement selection processes?
Also, in procurement, you must follow the law in delivery of any government project. You must follow the laws, and the procurement laws, among the laws you must actually follow. That projects must be tendered out through an international competitive exercise or process. So that alone is an impediment, because you must allow it to take its course and its time. You can actually say, I will procure this project within 6 months, and it may never be. Why? Because there will be contractor administrative reviews. If I give you a project, he will actually come and put in an administrative review, saying, no, I had a better bid. So then we spend a bit of time haggling and negotiating for us to move. So even the laws, much as actually they direct us to what we should actually do and deliver value for money, they also actually play a role in these project setbacks. Yeah, but so then on our part is to ensure that we really expedite. we only have to say, let's expedite this project. And I can tell you, we are not seated to say, okay, let it take its own course. I mean, I don't care. No, I know that we have teams there, seated, day in, day out, up to late hours in the night, trying to fix these delays to ensure that we deliver these projects ahead of time. Because these projects are actually not ours. They are Ugandans. It's not Government of Uganda projects. Government of Uganda did sign a contract with Ugandans that will deliver these projects. Government must deliver.
Would you recommend reforms? in the procurement processes?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we've actually had to say that we should be supported, and so that we can have shorter procurement timelines and in delivery of these projects.
Well, I just want to bring in Julius with that very submission. What is your take?
Yeah, you asked what is wrong with us. Why is it that things always delayed?
Yes.
Now, I think, like these feasibility studies, they are based on assumptions. Now, if the people preparing them are not well experienced in terms of developing them, they will give wrong assumptions. So when you, for example, cost of capital, startup time, all those, they are just assumptions because you have not yet started. You are just using experience from other projects to develop this and doing. And sometimes they don't go to the field to actually do the surveys. They on the desktop are developing those feasibility studies. So that is one of the things. Then you said how to address the funding gaps.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This is an issue of widening our tax base. Currently, what Uganda is doing is it is taxing so few people but highly. When we say widening the tax base, we don't mean increasing the taxes, but saying let more people pay taxes. For example, if we were to collect 30% of our GDP, currently here we collect like 15%, or even 20 or 25, we would almost fund our budget 100% without borrowing. But there are people who don't pay taxes, but they are supposed to pay. They qualify. There is a lot of rental tax which people don't pay because there are no proper channels of collection. Then also, the only thing which is going to save us, God has given us oil. We need to accelerate the infrastructure in oil so that we start generating money from oil. And they also, government needs to have proper experts to review certain things. I was looking at mobile money taxes, okay? They're having an effect on our economy because they're affecting the low-income earners more than the rich people. I saw in the last year, the government collected 173 billion in terms of mobile money taxes. But at the same time, the central bank used 194 billion to print new money to replace old notes. Okay? But those old notes would have been replaced, assuming government had reduced the cost of mobile money and people were doing transactions online. No need to have physical cash. In America, if you have cash, you may even die of hunger. People, they say, where's your card? You have to pay by card. So you are using more money to print paper money and adding less from the mobile money collections. So we need just to work on widening our tax base, but oil is the only thing which is going to help us to bridge this gap.
You do speak about that, and I want to bring in the aspect of Parliament. Parliament continues to approve infrastructure funding for quite some time, yet in the audit reports, we have delayed projects all throughout. Where is the accountability gap? Do you take responsibility of the accountability gaps that keep coming forward?
You see, like recently, we approved a loan for irrigation, 168 million euro for irrigation. Now, personally, I supported it, but I said, I did support it because it is the right thing. But we had no option. We have no option.
When you say you had no option?
We had no option because our budget, our own collections locally, are not enough to fund. We can only fund two things. I say we can only fund our debt repayment of 34 and the Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense requires 10 trillion, 10.2. So 34 plus 10, that is what? 44. That is all the collections of Uganda. Maybe now we had 1.5 trillion coming from oil sector. Okay, so without borrowing, we can't actually survive. For now, we can't survive because our resources are not enough.
When
locally.
You look at what you borrow and the priorities, do you think those are aligned well? Because if you're borrowing for irrigation.
The intention is good. For example, this irrigation, it is helping farmers in the village. The intention is good. The only problem is now corruption. For example, this loan, we approved 19 million of the 168 is not even for doing the irrigation. It is for paying insurance premium.
The question is, are we taking on more? Are we putting on the plate more than we can chew? When you look at the infrastructure projects, vis-a-vis what we can actually pay for.
We're actually doing a lot. There's what we call overtrading. We're actually doing more than we can. Yeah, that's why in fact, if we did have oil and we continue like for 10 years like this, we would probably shut down. Yeah.
Alan, before we get into a break, I want to certainly ask you, regionally, it is alleged that we have actually more expensive roads than any other. What makes that the case?
That's largely an allegation, actually. We've done our own studies on our project costs, even within the region, actually. And we've actually been telling with all and sundry that you do not want to compare oranges and apples and say maybe they're the same, because they are never the same. So you do not want to, you want to compare an expressway of Uganda to the expressway of Kenya in terms of implementation, because these all go through different implementation hurdles and situations. First, terrain, the cost, you know that for us we are away from the coastline compared to our neighbors in Kenya. They're direct on the coastline, so access to these materials is faster than it is for us in Uganda. So these comparisons must actually take in different factors. In terms of land, how do we get land? We must buy. Actually, one of the highest cost drivers of our project is land. You know, if I come to Nakauka right now, a plot in Nakauka is actually over 80 million.
Yes.
So, and that's government must acquire. So if you have about 100 plots within, within a 1 kilometer radius, so you know actually how much you will actually have to pay. So you find that the cost of construction is now almost near the cost of the project itself, the physical works. So, and this is a fact that we must deal with. Land belongs to the people, and we must actually acquire this land. And we must build you bigger roads. For example, now we had envisioned to say the Chaliwajara, Chira, Kasangati Matuga Road. At some point, we had dualized Chaliwajara section up to Chira, but now we're considering dualing the entire project. So if we can actually unlock those benefits that the project is likely to give us. So we want to build better roads, you know, but we must then actually meet the costs as well. They say if you want to eat an omelette, you must break an egg. So our projects are expensive, yes. One of the reasons I've given you is we must buy the land, but also our access to the sea is distant. So our project's cost will actually be higher than the rest in the region or elsewhere.
Oh, thank you so much. We are taking a short break. We continue with the conversations of what the true cost is for delayed road projects in the country. We return after this break.
Why pay for...
Welcome back. You are watching NBS Morning Breeze. It is topical discussion today. Our keen interest is in the infrastructure projects that are across the country. We're taking a look from roads to bridges and what the true cost is for those that have delayed. Indeed, with me in studio is, of course, Julius and Alan, an economist and also a person from the Ministry of Works. We're getting into the conversations away from the roads, Alan. Let's get into the bridges. Karuma is one of those. Just a quick status report on that.
Yeah, finally we're having a bridge at Karuma, a new, bigger, better bridge at Karuma. That's very good news, and we should sign this contract before the end of this year. I don't even think in the next 3 months this contract should be signed. Our funding partners, JICA, the government of Japan, has already funded this project, and we should have a contract signed before the close of this year. So we're going to have a new bridge along that critical corridor. Likewise, we're going to be looking at Pakwachi Bridge. Is also steadily deteriorating, so we're also moving very quickly to have a direct procurement to also have a new bridge along that corridor that connects us to West Nile.
That is good news.
Yes.
Let's speak about your traffic management systems and measures. Those always seem to really rub Ugandans the wrong way. What are you doing better about it, and why does it always look like it's an accidental rehabilitation, and then we get to know about it, Ugandans complain, then we get a statement?
No, and I think proactive communication for us should be our guide. We should be able to have advanced communications before these works are executed. I personally have pains with some of our contractors. Some actually, take it for granted until they get on site. I know these are critical corridors that affect livelihoods, and people must connect. So you cannot wake up today like it's an emergency. If it was an emergency at Katonga, I would agree. So therefore, we closed up very quickly and tell you to divert to Zimbabwe. But if you've actually had these works planned, I mean, to our contractors, please mind about the lives of Ugandans, mind about the time of Ugandans, have advanced communications ahead of time, so that people will actually know what is going to happen on that road or that corridor before they get on site. So I'm able to plan better, plan my time, and also maybe divert to somewhere else to other alternatives and avoid the traffic congestion. So this is what we're telling our contractors and through our project teams, that we must know ahead of time whenever there's going to be these works, so that we alert Ugandans to prepare for this congestion, or maybe have other alternatives or plan their journeys accordingly or ahead of time.
Okay. We'll be getting back to the conversation on congestion and rehabilitation in just a bit. But let me cross to Julius. Julius, you are an economist. How much does the country lose in terms of money when it comes to congestion, traffic mess, the jam that we experience? How much do you think we lose as a country because of that?
Yeah, of course, I've not read a research on the actual the quantified cost in terms of monetary terms, but in general terms, it is a cost because one, there's delay in economic activities. For example, from Kampala to Mukono, you take 3 hours. If I'm going to Mbale, the journey is 5 hours, but okay, 3 hours are lost between Kampala and Jinja. And then and that's a distance of 80 kilometers. Then the remaining distance, like 150 kilometers, I use only two hours. So because of those delays in terms of business, that means there's a reduction in economic activities. And then also there's a lot of fuel which is used in terms of traffic. You see, when you stay in traffic for long, it means you are consuming bigger quantities of that money. Probably you would have saved it and invested it in your piggery project or to buy feeds for your chicken at home, but because you have spent it now in terms of the fuel, it has an impact. The impact is big. Yeah, so traffic in general, it is a cost to business because it delays the cost of turning around the transactions. It is a cost in terms of the fuel itself that you use, and also there's environmental cost. There's environmental cost in terms of emissions and all that. So probably when these people finish the construction and we move faster, you know, when you are driving at high speed, you consume less. Yeah, like if you are driving at 100 kilometers per hour, that one is the optimum speed at which you maximize your fuel consumption. Yeah, so.
Well, yes,
I can tell you, with neighbors in Kapchora, when in the time, I think around 2012, 2011, to cross to Swam, the border with Uganda and Kenya, you had to go through, connect through Kenya, and come back to Uganda.
No, even when we were young, from our village in Mutufu, we have a place called Mutufu. To go to Mbale town, the distance is like 25 kilometers. Our father would take a full, maybe even 2 days. Sometimes
gentlemen, as we get into the conversation, let's talk about maintenance. The kind of maintenance works you're taking on as a ministry, and just how much are you prioritizing that to avoid the rehabilitation costs we are incurring as a country?
In fact, it gets costly if you don't maintain the roads. So, and we're now trying to balance this picture. And thankfully, His Excellency the President did commit, said if there are no resources, these resources should be found to maintain our road network, to keep them alive. And the maintenance is not only for the paved roads, you know, the ones that are actually tarmacked, but even the Maram gravel roads, because that is actually the last mile connectivity that links this ordinary Ugandan to markets and other essential services. So there's now prioritization for maintenance of projects that we must, you know, ahead of time, maintain these projects before they deteriorate. A stitch in time saves 9. So you must come in time before there is a deterioration of big magnitude and save Ugandans on travel pains, costs, and all other accompanying delays. So I think more than before, government of Uganda is now prioritizing maintenance of roads.
But just on that very one, district roads, we've seen a lot of menace all over the place when it comes to the districts and, what they're doing, bring the machines, drop them there, delay a little bit, incur more costs so that as you hire equipment, pay an extra day. Just how much oversight is between the ministry and the district, boards when it comes to road maintenance and road construction and all these things to just avoid the extra money we lose as a country?
The spotlight is actually on the district local governments and the sub-counties now, because when government releases this money, the expectation is people must, the leadership or the local governments must account, it must actually do the work. And you've seen many a time these leaders brought into the cameras to actually explain how this money has actually been utilized. So yes, there is increasing spotlight because again, than ever before, we now have consideration for this last person, what we call the last mile connectivity. How do we link this person at the grassroots or in the remote areas connected onto the main trunk road, the tarmac road? So now we put more focus and attention on those remote areas so that they are as well connected. So there is now spotlight on local governments, the district local governments, more than before, to deliver on what they are expected, especially whenever we channel funds, they must do exactly what they've been prioritized to do. So I see there is a lot of spotlight now on the urban authorities and district local governments than ever before to account to the public on what these funds have actually done. And the Ministry of Works is at top of that now.
Julius, is that sufficient?
In terms of district roads, you see, the districts are not having the same geography. Now, for us from the Ergon zone, in the Bugisa, our geography is very bad, and the weather, it is always raining. Now, whenever they give us 1 billion, the same like other districts, we actually suffer. So we are requesting that the government actually considers increasing money for the districts, for particular districts, say in those hard to reach areas like Sironko, Mbale, those ones are very difficult. So I think I'll be writing to the ministry officially. Even the president said that if you feel the fund is not enough for your area, I'll be coming to my man in the ministry.
There we go. Gentlemen, as we come to a conclusion, I am going to ask each of you if you were to have one reform made to just make sure we have road deliveries within the scheduled time, what would it be?
Yeah, procurement. For me, I would reform procurement. One, centralize it for certain things. For example, if we need to buy graders, there's no need to advertise in Uganda because there's no person who can supply graders here. Whoever will supply is a broker. Those guys, we know where they are made from. Yes. So let the government just go to those people, do direct procurement to reduce the bureaucracy and also the avenues for corruption. And even commissions, there's also, it is business. When someone gets a contract to supply graders, for example, he's supposed to add his profit, and then he will get another broker the other side where he's buying to help him connect with the... So let's do direct procurement for certain things. So that we don't eliminate small traders here for this small procurement.
So procurement would be the reform for Julius. Alan?
I think for me it's prioritization, and the President has expressed it again and again, that we should take on what we can chew. I mean, you can only stretch your legs according to the size of your blanket, or else you'll be in the cold. So if we can only prioritize and take on only that we can deliver, then we'll move so far.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Julius Nachi, who is the Member of Parliament for Budadiri East, who has joined us on topical discussion. I also had Alan Sempewa, who is a Senior Communications Officer at the Ministry of Works and Transport. My name is Tracy Kansime. You've been watching Topical Discussion, and the conversation will certainly continue as we monitor the projects, the infrastructure projects in the country. Will it be prioritization, or will it be procurement reforms that do save us the costly impact of delayed road projects? Well, that is a matter of time as we take note of that. But we also remember that if you are indeed trying to, send money or receive money, remember to download SendWave off your App Store or Google Play Store, and be sure to get these particular products onto your phone. It is indeed, if you're sending or transacting from SendWave to SendWave, you do not incur any cost, but also you can do this across 110 plus countries. So be sure to get yourself SendWave. My name is Tracy Kansime. Have a good morning. Good morning, and thank you so much for keeping it NBS Television. You're watching a topical discussion. Today, we're looking beyond Chankwanzi, and we're asking the pertinent question of how these resolutions will be made more than just resolutions. My guests today are definitely members of parliament, and we also have state ministers in our midst. I am privileged this morning to have the State Minister for Gender, Mary Kamuri Kutesa. I also have the State Minister for Public Service, Lydia Wanyoto, and I'm also with the former Member of Parliament for Tororo County North, Geoffrey Kaya. We're getting into these conversations, and we're asking, beyond Chankwanzi, will resolutions deliver results? Many Ugandans wondering what goes beyond the traditional retreats that they have gotten accustomed to. What is different about these resolutions now, as ministers met with the technical teams to align? Many Ugandans will be wondering, will they walk the talk? That entirely is a conversation we're getting into right here. Honorable members, it's a pleasure to have you with me on Topical Discussion today. You're welcome.
Thank you, Tracy.
All right, let me get into the conversations. And I just want to begin with those that were present at the Chankwanzi retreats. That happens to be the honorable ministers that are with me this morning. Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, what were the resolutions? Many Ugandans are hearing resolutions from Chankwanzi. What were the resolutions from the cabinet retreat?
Thank you for having us this morning, and I would like to say good morning to my colleagues in the studios, Honorable Chimuli and Honorable Geoffrey Kanya, Madam Kutesa. So, like you said, I'm Lydia Wanyoto Mutende. I'm a woman member of parliament from Mbale City. So I bring you greetings from Mbale, the people of Mbale City that gave me the chance to represent them. And I should have been in Kalangala. So you're lucky to have me here, because ideally I should be in Kalangala protecting one of the polling stations and running around to make sure that the Tally Center works for the NRM. So I wish Nabaiga, my candidate, a victory today, and the NRMs who are there. We hope that you are going to have a peaceful election, and that may the victory of my party come through to replace Honorable Nachimuli, and may her soul rest in eternal peace. She was my friend. So that said, I also want to congratulate the people of Chikube for electing the LC5. So now I think government is now complete, because when we were taking oath, we were saying we are 528, but we should be 529. So after today, Parliament will be 529. And Chikube, now the story of the LC5 will also be complete because we lost the LC5 chairman, we also lost the member of parliament, woman MP for Kalangala. Back to Chankwanzi. So Chankwanzi was very important for us, especially those of us that are new. I'm a new member of cabinet.
Yes.
I've been around, but I've never been to cabinet. So, the first obvious issue was to interact and to know one another, but also to get to work. Because when the chairman came to open the retreat, he was very clear, intentional and clear about the direction of what this government, what this cabinet is supposed to do. And he coined his story of saying no more sleep and no corruption. Just as brief as that. So if we talk today and you don't pick much, just know that this cabinet, there will be no more sleep and no corruption. But from the bigger picture, from the resolution, we were able to unpack the National Development Plan 4, which is the guiding policy document on the development and the growth of the economy in Uganda. And we were able to also look through the NRM manifesto, which is a social contract with the people. You know, the NRM manifesto is aligned to the National Development Plan 4. Fortunately, I've been in the executive board of the National Planning Authority, so I come with hands appreciating the strategic directives of the president and his intent on where he wants Uganda to go. We've summarized the agenda for the next 5 years into 4 flagship projects that are supposed to help us to grow the economy tenfold. I'm sure you've heard about the tenfold growth, which is supposed to take us to $500 billion US. My brother Kanya here is an economist. We've been together for a long time trying to see how we can help our country move. So, how shall we get the tenfold growth? We are looking at 4 key areas, what we call we heard about the ATMs. That if we fix the 4 sectors, they have a multiplier effect. And if we delve into discipline, no sleep, and fixed corruption, we'll get the tenfold growth for our country. And Uganda will be up and running. So the ATMs, what are the ATMs? There's the agro-processing, because Uganda is really an agricultural country. We want to fix the agriculture so that it works for us, both as food security, but most important, exports. That's why we're talking about value addition. And recently, the first activity we had as members of parliament was to pass a law that speaks to irrigation. Because like now, the whole country seems to be very arid. But if we fix irrigation, then agro-processing, we shall have productivity, and then we fix the sector and be able to export. The second one is tourism. Tourism has a lot of multiplier effects. Tourism brings in money, but also there's the issue of our food, the issue of our culture, there's the issue of accommodation and transport. It's a multiplier. It is an enabler to the economy. And then, of course, the third one, the aim is minerals. We are like a country with a lot of minerals potential. When we were in Chankwanzi, we had an excursion in Kingfisher area, fields, to look at the progress of the oil and gas sector. This has been a big investment, but we are beginning cabinet when there's a promise that the first oil products and marketing will be in our time. And they're talking about even this year, maybe August or where, because when we were there, we were looking at the progress was like almost 90-something%.
The ATMs, I mean, most of the Ugandans by now have heard about the ATMs, the tenfold strategy. But let's speak about the resolutions in terms of strategic, priorities that you are setting out as ministers of this particular 7th term. But also let's speak about timelines. And I want to particularly, join in here.
Otherwise, I would leave. Because if you are talking about government, you remain consistent.
Yes.
You cannot now begin talking about resolutions. We are aligned to NDP 4. What I'm going to do in public service, the nucleus of the manpower of the country, what she's going to do in Ministry of Gender, where the people's ministry, culture, women, youth, people with disability. So we met, and we're talking about the whole government approach. We are no longer going to have silo mentality. What works for public service must penetrate through Ministry of Gender, must penetrate through Ministry of Finance and Economics, must penetrate through Parliament, that we do business. So it was the Chankwanzi was about the mindset if you want, of a whole government approach. So do not expect anything new of a resolution outside the summary of what I've given
happened there. Well, there you have it. So when we get into, now that we know the mindset, and we know who was present, and we know what was agreed upon, the strategic direction.
Whole government.
Honorable Kutesa, let me get to you. Let's speak about the timelines that you've set from this particular retreat that you had. What should Ugandans be expecting in the 7th term in terms of those priorities, but also the timelines that we're working within?
I think the timelines, so to speak, are set again, as Lydia has said, within the NDP4. So we have 5 years in which we have been given an assignment to see Uganda move from a US dollar 60 billion economy to a $500 billion economy. 5 years. That's it. There is nothing outside. There is nothing less. Our target now is to make sure, as the president has asked us, as Ugandans, of course led by us as Team No Sleep Now, to make sure in the next 5 years we are taking this leap from 60 to 500 billion. So the question is this possible? Is this a reality? Can it happen? And as we met at Chankwanzi, the questions and the reality, moments of truth and facing one another to say, we have had the excellent, most excellent policies around the region, if not on the continent. So the questions we're asking ourselves, why have these policies not materialized into what we actually want to see on the ground? And so the 5 years that we have now is to make sure that NDP4, which is an excellent policy, does not remain an excellent policy on paper, is in fact realized in real time, which is the 5 years. And this is what we have. One of the key cornerstones of what we have to deal with is do not sleep on the job. Now, that do not sleep on the job does not affect only the people led by Honorable Lydia, the public service sector. It does not affect only the politicians as your leaders. It affects you and your family. It affects your LOC1 area, your community, and all of us as Ugandans. All of us must ensure we are not sleeping on the job. What exactly does this mean? That if you are a member of a household, and I'm using the word member, not necessarily the head, because the head might have failed and is still sleeping, it's your duty to wake up. Wake up and make sure every Ugandan is participating in building our economy. We have a huge population of young people.
Absolutely.
They are not in employment. We also have that need. They may also not be in school. And we are now tasked to make sure we bring them where they should be. If it is skilling, they must be in skilling. If it is employment, they must be in employment. But they must be productive members of our economy. So how do we do this? The NDP4 has come up with a brilliant idea of every region having an industrial hub. We must make sure that happens.
In the 5 years.
Every region must have an industrial hub. Now, that 5 years term is for all of us to make sure you don't sleep in your region. If it is land that is required, and most of them have been delayed by land. But you know, we have vast lands in this country that are doing nothing. But you can't believe we have failed to place some industrial parks in areas which could immediately change employment for our young people. So we must wake up as leaders at every level. We must wake up as Ugandans at every level to make sure we do what we must do. To get these industrial hubs to work, that is going to be a catalyst for employment for the young people. It's going to be a catalyst for the economy, because as the industry sets up, if it is going to produce wine, it means there is another chain of women who might grow pineapples, of men who might grow all the ingredients that come from the farm and are feeding the industry. That catalyst is enough to take us from 60
to 500. Well, thank you so much, Honorable Mary. If I could just bring in Honorable Kanya here. You've heard about the ambitions, you've heard about the retreat and the resolutions and the timelines. Ambition and reality, when you look at what they've set out as the government in the 7th term, is this realistic from your perspective?
While at college, They taught us about the history of the French and the economic transformation of Japan. And they said part of the challenge, Japanese and the French were able to move forward after several years of slow growth, was to remove the concept of same wine in an old bottle. So if you have new wine in an old bottle, you will not see much. You will see more of rhetoric. And I want to thank Honorable Tessa, the Minister of Public Service. Because what is the cost in NDP4 for establishing a single industrial park in Uganda? All the industrial park we have in Uganda, and this is not the first time. Even NDP3, the concept has been there. NDP2 has been there. What have we achieved? What we have achieved is industrial park established by transactionalist leaders. And I appreciate General Salim Saleh working with Chinese in Kapeka. I think government working with some Chinese off-takers in Mbale. But the government of Uganda and that land of Mbale, some people in Bugisa have not been compensated. So in NDP4, we have costed all this. The money is not there. Let's talk the truth. The money is not there. Government issued guideline that districts should provide land. I mean, districts. I mean, the entire budget of the district is controlled by the center, and it is a transfer. So the policy, as Honorable Tess has said and Honorable Lydia, we have good policies in place. But the challenge we have as Uganda is to have the same wine in the same old bottle. Will not move much. But the Chakwanzi resolution to me was good in terms of refreshing and bring on board the new ministers, the new MPs, to appreciate government programs, appreciate government policies, but by and large, implementation. President Museveni talks about donating jobs for the last 30 years. And I really support him saying we should not export jobs. We should manufacture add value to our minerals, which is the second strategy in terms of achieving tenfold growth. But we donate jobs in terms of contracts. Our budget, in terms of strategic sectors where we allocate huge money, infrastructure, that's energy, roads, education. Big contracts are done by Chinese, by Europeans, and Indians. So you cannot indigenize the economy. So these contractors implement big contracts and externalize profit. Now, if these contracts were being implemented by Honorable Lydia here, you'd find that she would indigenize, train, transfer knowledge to the young people, then young people would create jobs, and therefore would grow, would achieve the tenfold growth. But that is not happening. So if you see the president the other day was attacking young people going to Middle East, that what are they looking for? The brain drain. Brain drain. But the next day was in Kidepo, handing over construction of Kidepo Airport to a company from Dubai. We have launched the standard gauge railway, but a company from Turkey. 90% of the jobs, Ugandans are basically laborers, young people waking up at 5 o'clock. So my appeal to the new team is that speak to power and insist.
So are we the new wine or are we the old bottles or both?
No, you are new wine but in old bottle.
It's a very interesting analogy right there. Honorable Wanyoto, you do hear the concerns raised by Honorable Ekanya in sort of saying, well, there is good policy, good paperwork. When it comes to the implementation of these particular things you set out to, that takes a different turn. And we want to find out from the Chakwanzi retreat, what particularly, after you addressed the gaps, what are the strategies you're putting in place to adequately cover the gaps that NDP3 raised, that even Honorable Ekanya, and even from the submission by Honorable Mary, that there are gaps that you do not contend with, but what are the strategies that make sure that then this becomes a reality?
One, reforms. We are going to have reforms because where we are coming from is not where we are now. We are going to have reforms in many of the sectors. including in the judiciary. We want to have some reforms there. I want to agree that when we have the policy on FDIs, foreign direct investments, there's been a lot of leverage to attract pegs to attract investors to come to Uganda. But where we now we can go back on the table and review and see how it works for the indigenous Ugandans. I also want to let you know that, of course, Geoffrey knows that in the last 2-3 years, they've worked very hard even for Parliament to ensure that there's what they call local content, which was not there in the past. For a lot of projects now, the word local content is the catchword, it's supreme. In the oil and gas sector, there's local content. We want to look at local content even in the infrastructure and the technological transfer, for example, in the industrial parks. So I agree with him. We have no business not feeling the economy, because even with some flagship projects of saying let's have every Ugandan join the money economy, we are trying to reduce the percentage of people who are outside the money economy using some ambitious programs like parish development model, but that is not enough. We need to look at Ugandans participating in procurement to be able to take up big projects in infrastructure, even hydropower, even providing other energy forms like energy. At least we can have contracts in terms of maybe joint ventures. Yeah, we do joint ventures, but by a bigger percentage, and what we call local content now. So if we can do joint ventures, because Uganda is not a standalone, many countries in Africa have now learned that you cannot just give everything away. You must have a joint venture that benefits the local people. At the same time, you have a properly crafted contract to ensure that nationals benefit, but also there is technological, visible, intentional and deliberate transfer of technology, but also resources. On the issue of finances, it cannot also be left open. If you come to work in our country, I don't know how much the sovereignty bill, I was not in Parliament, has helped, or even the financial intelligence. We cannot leave people that come to invest in Uganda get away with all. There must be some negotiated contracts. So we need to revisit contracts and look at the templates that work for Uganda so that we can empower Ugandans in the financial sector so that they can also be empowered. You know, the bidding sometimes leaves out to Ugandans because they lack capital. So we want also to look at the issues of patient capital. In the past, UDB was not up and running, and the Uganda Corporation Bank. But now, I have been seeing that there's been an intentional incremental support to banks that would work for Uganda with patient capital. Because if you have patient capital, you can now bid for big projects. Because all these foreign companies, back at their homes, they have what you call patient capital for development. So UDB is on board and other efforts to fix the financial efforts so that we are able not just to talk, but to enable. These are enablers to be able to get the indigenous people or the local content to work for Ugandans. If it doesn't work, then in the legal frameworks, we at least fix the issue of local content, but also partnerships and see joint venture, and then we see how Ugandans can benefit. It also speaks to the tenfold growth. We are not going to realize the tenfold growth if we do not do the reforms I'm talking about.
Very interesting. And before I actually get back to Honorable Mary here, you are in a ministry, public service. We've had concerns. We're speaking about this because from the retreats, from the resolutions, you did say, you know, it's going to cut across, including services. And when you look at, for example, within the public service ministry, you're looking at concerns that have been raised of jobs that are, you know, district service commissions that are indeed extending jobs to people who are either incompetent. There is high corruption within that particular one. You have concerns about just the minimum wage the country is currently facing and is yet to commit on that front. In the resolutions that came forward, particularly within your docket, are these some of the concerns that will be part of the reforms you do talk about?
Sure, without any doubt, because I begin from the NDP4 because that's the campus, the guiding policy document and the manifesto. We were able to propose very, very robust and very competitive reforms in the public service because you cannot talk about growing the tenfold campaign without fixing the right people in the right places. So we have a lot of people who have been acting capacity that has to stop. If somebody has been in an acting capacity, they cannot work. They are not comfortable. So we must first of all confirm. If you've been in an office for 6 months and you're not being confirmed, read me in the screen. If you are competent, you'll be confirmed. If you're not competent, then you go. We cannot have either way, because we want competent people settled with the contract. We are going to have performance appraisals, performance contracts. So you cannot have somebody in acting capacity and then you give them terms of reference to deliver. So the issues of accountability are going to be serious reforms. Issues of supervision are going to be serious, because these have not been happening in public service. Has been having the traditional story of permanent and pensionable. That is gone now in the new reforms. It's no longer, you'll only remain to work if you can perform and deliver. So it's going to be run like business, because we must deliver the target of tenfold, and it has to be done by people. And then the other thing that I've already seen in public service, because of the proposals we made in the NDP4, is that many, and maybe Geoffrey you can add because you've been in parliament, many, like in the education sector, many schools don't have the right capacities of teachers. Even when they talked about enhancing science teachers, many of them went on leave, study leave, or they've taken early retirement, and they've not been replaced. So there are gaps in schools, laboratories, the sciences, but also you may find that they are deploying headmasters and deputies in schools, but the strength of the teaching for our children is not yet up because of the wage bill. So public service must fix the wage bill. We must fix the wage bill, employ people, give them contracts, and then track accountability for performance. Performance indicators, there is no way we are going to achieve tenfold growth if people are not working, and if there are gaps in the... Then the issue of corruption in the sector where I have been deployed.
Yes.
If a Ugandan merits, they'll get the job. There is no way, because we must, first of all, make it efficient and competent. Why would someone not read an interview? Before you leave, or because of the IT, we must also use the digital. Because people sit interviews, then it takes 2 months. That's very tempting. Within the 2 months of getting back, a lot happens. Yes. But you should get instant results. If you've won the interview, get your job, come and work. So these are some of the reforms, because we have to go digital. We have proposed digital. We no longer can have files on the cabinets.
We can't track because...
because again, the skilled population who are younger than us, most of them are digital. Uganda changed. It has to be up on the digital platforms. So we really cannot afford the civil service that we have now. It will not speak to the tenfold growth. And if you have the civil service the way it is now, then they have no choice but to sleep. We are saying no more sleep. So we must have enablers and force multipliers to ensure that the no sleep is aligned to what we want.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable. We are certainly going to be taking a short break. When we come back, a topical discussion continues to delve in and analyze the resolutions that were from the Chankwanzi retreat for the ministers, who were, by the way, joined by permanent secretaries. And of course, we'll be getting into these discussions right after this break. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You are watching Topical Discussion. We're looking at beyond the Chankwanzi retreat and, of course, pertinent conversations into what needs to be done for those not to just be resolutions, but rather, those that do change the lives of many Ugandans. I am joined by Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, who is the State Minister for Public Service, also a woman member of Parliament from Mbale City. I'm also joined by Honorable Mary Kutesa Kamuri, who is the State Minister for Gender. Many thanks for joining us. And Honorable Geoffrey Ekanya, who is, of course, a former member of Parliament, and we'll be getting into the conversations. Honorable Ekanya, I want to get into the insights of, do you actually feel the resolutions are a legitimate roadmap that needs to get Ugandans where they are supposed to be, especially with the ambitions we've had, or this is just a political retreat with just, you know, a couple of things being aligned. With all bottles in the wines in the same retreat.
Today I call Shakwanzi meeting or retreat was an academic meeting to enlighten and to bring on board the new members of parliament, the new team that joined the new government, basically. And I agree with the Honorable Lydia and Kutesa that they had to stick to the NDP4, which is a document that emerged from public participation. And also, I'm sure they also had to adopt or recommit themselves to implement the 3-year public investment plan. But the challenge, though, is when you go deep, to achieve the tenfold growth, you need honesty, discipline, and management, which they have said they are committed to. But in terms of implementation, we don't feel it on the ground. We need reform, institutional and governance reforms. For example, Pillar 2, tourism, which they committed to. Kampala City is full of border. There is no practical plan to support the young people who are trying to hustle and daily living out of the border. What you hear is that we are going to introduce 300 buses, which is good, to support public transport, and then that will eliminate this border from the city center. Because the border industry is supporting growth, but it's affecting tourism, which is pillar number 2. Tourists are complaining, meet the tour and travel companies. Some of them are abandoning coming to Uganda. They are going to Rwanda and Kenya, because in this city you cannot move easily. You are hit by border. But they have nothing to do. Secondly, you now have everybody with the lead car. People in offices, in government offices, have been put in a state of fear. Everybody has a lead car, commissioners, even MPs, directors in government parastatals. All armed officers have lead cars. Last week I was from the airport. I saw this general bumping over tourist, the road, because he wanted to move, and there was no space. The first lead car went, and then this general passed, and then the third one, the driver was squeezed up on the pavement, and they came and bumped him off. So if you send such image, tourists get scared. It is something that President Museveni and all of us need to address, because one time I was bumped off the road. So these are 2 bottlenecks. I've just highlighted 2 bottlenecks that will affect the tenfold growth, and especially tourism. Now, to get this border out of the city is very simple. Japan, North Korea, and so forth. We have done studies and benchmarking that the young people, when they come out of universities, you create up industrial cottages. You transfer technology. I was in Korea with President Museveni and the ministers of industry and so forth. And the government of Korea took us through how they transformed the economy. Young people, get them out, establish industrial parks, but for the last 40 years, this is rhetoric, little action. But when it comes to the interests of politicians, it is achieved. Secondly, you just gave out to the Ugandans PDM, which is part of the transformation agenda for tenfold growth. The next day you wake up and you say, trade order. The Mioga, the PDM, the women money, which were given to these poor people, because they should be growth stage. They opened up stalls by the roadsides. As you said, industrialization, industrial process. It is the women, the youth who started by making these Gonja scripts. Now we have industries moving to Gonja script. So they opened up along the roadsides, licensed by the local government. They got rights, health inspectors inspected them, but the next day you wake up saying, the entire country, we are breaking buildings and establishing trade order. So who has lost? First, government has lost because these people received PDM money. Secondly, they sold their properties, they are from universities, all of them are off without any strategic provision. So we have a government that works for people or a government that goes to Yakwan and talks. Right
there, I want to bring in the Honorable Mary Kutesa. You've heard about the likes of the parish development model. You are indeed the State Minister for Gender. So let's speak about livelihood here. You have an initiative such as the parish development model. The next day you have a trade order, just like the Honorable Kanya has mentioned. And in the end, what is supposed to be a revolving door fund is no longer revolving because that money will certainly not be returned in the manner it was dished out, and yet you are actually adding more money to these very initiatives. So let's speak about these initiatives from the cabinet, retreat that you did have. What particularly are you going to do to address the challenges within the fact that you have programs that do not end up meeting the intended results?
Thank you so much. Do allow me not to gloss over certain things. Yes. And so allow me to go back to a few things which have come from my colleagues and then move to the revolving funds. Number one, let's realize that 40 years that we talk about are 40 years of growth, and there is significant growth that is clearly seen, because we're talking about an economy that was 3 billion to 60 billion. That's not doing nothing. That's growth. When you give birth to a child, that day when they come out of your womb, they don't start running. They are stages. And so let us not start comparing ourselves with Japan, with America, and what. We are progressing where they have moved a period of 20 to 40 years. Our baby steps, if you compare their first 20, we are absolutely on the right track. And so Ugandans shouldn't get desperate that we are not yet looking like Japan. But I think we are right there. What Honorable Kanya is talking about the cottage industries, is exactly what we are deploying as the industrial parks. They will do exactly the same impact. And now that we are here and we are able to talk about industries, we were not able to talk about industries when we had an economy of $3 billion. But now we can. And this is what you need to begin to look at. Just in the last 12 months, Uganda was able to bring 30 new products on the export market. Products that are made in Uganda by Ugandans and are sent out to the rest of the world. 30 new products. Means manufacturing is going on. We now have on our roads buses made in Ugandan factories by Ugandans. We have so many products that are beginning to get onto the market, made by Ugandans from Uganda, and that is the right track. So we're not exactly behind schedule. Now, the externalization of resources, which again my brother talked about, it is true. In these 40 years, if you are taking a child to school because they were not going to school before, first of all, by the time they're out, that's another 10, 15 years. So by the time they get the experience of building the dam, it is now, and they are beginning to build the dam. They are smart engineers this country has in the Ministry of Works. My God, you need to interact with a number of them. That road, the Ginger Nile Bridge, the smart engineers that are working there, that are maintaining it now, is knowledge transfer that he's talking about. Yes, the Japanese were doing the work, but there was a project for knowledge transfer to Ugandans now. They'll be able to develop the next and work on the next. Abubeka Technical Services is doing the road which we're using the other day to do Jaguars. That's a Ugandan, completely Ugandan. So we are slowly getting to the spaces of making sure projects that are big, we have capacity of companies that can do them that are Ugandan companies. We have capacity in terms of skills, the individuals that are Ugandan. And I think the progress is excellent. We now have hubs, training, skilling hubs, residential hubs in all the areas of this country where Ugandans who have not had the chance to go to school are going and picking practical skills, which is exactly what changed these countries we're talking about. To be able to invest in tourism, to be able to invest, all these skills are now being acquired by Ugandans. Now, the reforms that we're talking about are the ones that are going to give jobs to the Ugandans. We're saying, and you know what he's saying? Take the borders off, but don't take them off. So what do we do? You understand? Because you want the tourists to come and feel comfortable. But honestly speaking, there is no way they are going to feel comfortable when you say the lights are green now and in front of you,
no,
you have
Minister,
let me just finish, please. I didn't interrupt you. You have 1,000 borders. Certainly that is not going to create an environment, an enabler that will get our tourism industry to spike. You know? So what do we do? Yes, these young people need jobs, but we must create them then into the tourism sector itself. They must then become the people who are doing the guiding in our industries, taking tourists around, as opposed to earning from riding a border. Let them now go into the sector of taking tourists around to Owino Market, to Kasubi Tombs, and things of that nature. So the government is really focused and thinking very hard on making sure we create alternative jobs in these sectors that will employ these Ugandans as we're starting to clean up. So you can't say, don't have the trade order, but then don't have the trade order. This is the problem I have with opposition. So what do we do?
No, I can take you through what you need to do.
Now let me go to the revolving door,
funds.
the revolving funds.
Yes.
The government, I think, did the most brilliant thing. Give somebody capital to start making money. Brilliant. The old woman who could never afford to buy 2-3 goats to start their business now has that opportunity. The president is going around showing us these films, and I just pray that all of us will make it our responsibilities, because an example teaches more than any class you know. People who had very little or nothing and now are able to make money and grow their businesses. That is the principle behind PDM. Get capital, invest it in goats, invest it in chicken, invest it in a sheep, multiply it, and make money for your household, and make money that you can then save tomorrow and grow your business. Now, that is going very well, especially among women. Why? Because they are focused on making sure I am able to pay school fees for my children tomorrow. They are very focused. Similar to the GROW project which we have in the Ministry of Gender. This one is for women who are in business. So you give them more capital to expand their businesses and increase their potential. They are doing very well. They are taking care of the money and returning it. Now with PDM, I must say that the economic transfer, the release of funds, might have gone ahead of the social mindset change issue.
That is required.
That is required. So some people got the money and were not very well prepared mentally. The mindset change had not happened.
They were not equipped.
They were not equipped. And as a result, they perhaps got another wife and, enjoyed the money. So we do have that problem. And going forward, I would like to call myself the transformation agent. I want to speak to Ugandans, and I request every Ugandan listening, please, the money for PDM that comes into your household is capital. They don't eat capital, they don't buy mattresses with capital. They use capital to make more money. So when you get that capital, the government has said, we want you to come and be part of building this nation. We want you to participate in making more money, not to sleep better on a mattress today using the capital, but first use the capital, earn a profit out of it, then you can buy a better mattress, and then tomorrow you can build a better house. So our role as Ministry of Gender now really is, and myself, I'm very passionate about making sure that every Ugandan understands the mindset change issue that we are dealing with. We went into the oil city region the other day.
Yes, Hoima.
My God, the investment that government has made is huge. And now it is my prayer, and we as leaders in Bunyoro and leaders in this country, that we get our people prepared for the change that has happened. Because when you go through that area, you realize that the people have not yet probably understood that suddenly billions of dollars have been invested
in that particular place.
That where they are is no longer what they had. It is now a very expensive.
There's a bit of alienation, though, within what's being put there, but the people around the community
and this is our job, the mindset change. Now, to begin to tell the cultural people and the kingdom people who know this story, by the way, which may be written or not yet written, that now you have all this infrastructure. There are so many people that are going to be coming here. So please stage up
something.
Stage up an industry that revolves about earning money from nothing, except saying that Kabalega was the king of this place.
Those people are still asking for a university, by the way. But we'll certainly be getting into that conversation. I want to just bring in Honorable Ekanya here to just, look at what benchmarks do the ministers here, and of course the 7th term, have to look at in terms of what do we call development, what should we be using as the KPIs, so the benchmarks for 5 years later to say, well, you should have, or at least this should have been ticked off. On top of that, what lessons should they draw from the NDP3 and the others that came before that you feel they should be focusing on as they, make all these ambitious plans for the NDP4?
Thank you very much, Tracy. And I thank the Minister. Anyway, we have to keep moving. The good thing, I thank God that I'm a student of President Museveni, because I've been here, and he told us that it took Korea 40 years to move from where it was a third world country to a first world. And we are now celebrating 40 years of President Museveni, Honorable Minister. And that's why I'm making reference. It is him who told us. It is fact. He took some of the speaker. We went to Korea and we saw what they did. So it is not an... secondly, the issue of the border. We have the national physical plan for Uganda. Even it was adopted immediately after independence, and even during the government of Idi Amin. So you allow people to put structures outside the physical plan. Then now you can't break it down. In fact, Ugandans are just sleeping. We should take government to court. So, Honorable Ministers, within these 5 years, can you implement the national fiscal plan? Because to establish sanitation in this city, it will cost us trillions. Because all homesteads in the city, most 80%, we are on septic tanks. And yet, the national fiscal plan, which is a document adopted to spend a lot of money, is in the shelf. And this is a part of the document that these ministers go to Shakwan's and adopt it, but implementation different. We have a plan to migrate the border young people. For how long will a young person ride border? In Kenya, you come out, you ride border, but there's a plan to migrate you from border to taxi. So you see circle taxis of the youth in Kenya. And then from there, they go to assembling. That is what we are talking about. That these young people, yes, 1 year border, 2 year circle taxi or bus, 3rd year put them to cottage industry. So kindly benchmark some of these things and we implement. In summary, I think we have very limited time.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Kanya. As we conclude, Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, let's speak about what Ugandans should be looking forward to. By the end of the 5 years, we want to have this discussion and say, we achieved this as a country, we are here, and the higher middle income status is a reality by then. So kindly, paint a picture for us what that will look like 5 years from now.
My opinion is that we should not look back where we have come from. We have an opportunity to be alive even today. Let's really work very hard and meet the targets which we have set. Because sometimes you have a plan, but the plans gets disrupted. Yeah, we're looking at the health sector when we're in Chankwanzi. You plan, then you hear about epidemics, perceived and real. And then there are issues of how do you brand Uganda, communication. So you are talking about tourism, but there's the issue of communication, branding the country, but the issues of education and all issues of health. So we have disasters. So it's about hard work and being passionate and not sitting back and say, we also have issues of the resource envelope. We are thinking big, we have very big ambitions, but many of the ministries, when they took their policy statements to Parliament, they didn't achieve what they wanted. And we are expecting some cases, because of this background of finance, you get a zero release, then you get stuck. So we have to really be frugal with the resources, be passionate, and where possible, go an extra mile to deliver. And if we don't do that, we are going to have challenges. Or people, you yourselves will be asking us about accountability. And then I would say there was no money. Because if you go to Parliament, there is always a threshold for every sector. When you hear about the 84 or 82 trillion budget, we have to unpack it, and then you'll know what it is for the Ugandans you are talking about, the real feel of the Ugandan. Because most of the money is going to repay debts, and even the domestic debt, which speaks to the people. Where we're talking about local quota, where Ugandans supply, the domestic debt is big. So we have to be mindful of the needs of Ugandans, be frugal with the resources, but also be patriotic. Many people now, this is going to be personal and a challenge, many people now get into these positions, maybe with this commercialized politics. You want now to reorganize yourself and pay back of what you went through, then you are now off target. So it's like a call, a carrion call for us to like stand up and say, let's do something for Uganda. But if you look at our budget, because whatever we say, at the end of the day, it speaks to the resource envelope. So we must be frugal with the resources so that there's a trickle down. There's a trickle down to the people. Let people feel the government. Uganda is such a lucky country. I've been to many other places. If government doesn't work, people die. But Uganda, somehow, there is a disconnect. Someone can be in their homestead and have a vegetable in the backyard and have some chicken somewhere. That's why you find that this parish model is now connecting to the real Mwananchi. So you are asking me, I think that we went to Chankwanzi to build a whole government approach. By the end of the day, somebody in my village in Naweyambali, where I come from, must feel government. Not me, the whole government. We should work, because down there we have local councillors, we have leaders at the local government. There must be a clear relationship. But also that speaks to the budget, but also to what can work and what cannot work.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, Woman Member of Parliament for Mbale City, and also the State Minister for Public Service. I was also joined by the Honorable Ekanya Joffre, a former legislator for Tororo County North, and I was also joined by
They should come back and we fix the
by
economy
the Honorable Minister of State for Gender, Mary Kutesa Kamani. Many thanks, Honorables, for joining us on topical discussion this morning. Well, that has been the discussion. It has been the discussion, and we're looking at the Chankwanzi retreat and having a kind of discussion on will these resolutions deliver results for many Ugandans. Now, before we get into a break, just in case you are looking to send money to family and friends in Kenya, Tanzania, or Rwanda, or Nigeria, well, then this is for you. Now, with SendWave Wallet, you will be able to hold and send digital dollars and cash out in Ugandan shillings whenever you are ready. But also remember, each digital dollar is backed up by $1 US, an actual US dollar. And remember, you can also make fee-free transfers between SendWave wallets across 110 plus countries, and which means you can send money directly from your SendWave wallet to another SendWave wallet without transfer fees. Now, your friends and family can hold their money in digital dollars and cash out their local currencies whenever they wish. Download SendWave. You can get this on your App Store or on your Google Store, and fund your wallet with $10 using the promo code NEXT and get $5 on us. Please note that SendWave makes money on the exchange rate. Terms and conditions apply. My name is Tracy Kansimia. Thank you for being a part of Topical Discussion. Have a good morning.
Well, it's a very good morning and welcome to this episode of the Topical Discussion. I am Simon Kagwanjala as we count down to tomorrow, where voters in Kalangala, more than 40,000, will be going to the ballot to choose their next woman member of parliament following the death of the late Helen Nachimuli. The race now pits more of NRM. It's more of a two-horse race pitting NRM, NRM's Nabaiga Aida and NUP's Nampala. But what's at stake? There is something that remains a nightmare, the low voter turnout that's been very characteristic of by-elections in recent days. We'll be examining why this trend is continuing like this. Could it be about voter apathy, or is it more to do with lack of awareness? Well, we'll be engaging the key stakeholders, and in this case it is the Electoral Commission that is overseeing the electoral exercise. Plus, of course, we'll also be speaking to an analyst to pick their thoughts on what this new elephant in the room means for the electoral democracy of Uganda. Well, first, I will be speaking to the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Julius Muchunguzi. Julius, good to speak to you. How is Kalangala? And take us through your preparedness and all that we need to know. How many voters are we looking at? How clean is the register? What are the issues that have arisen in the recent days?
Thank you very much, Simon. Greetings from Kalangala. Definitely a very beautiful island, or several islands, but we are here on the main island. And the preparations for tomorrow's by-election to elect a new district to my MP are in the final stages. We're in the final lap, as it were. As you know, campaigns ended yesterday, and today the commission, the entire commission, is going to be in Kalangala here. The chairperson of the commission, Justice Biaka Mugenyi, the deputy Hajat Aita Rubega, and all the commissioners are coming today for a pre-polling meeting with stakeholders. This is always planned to make sure that with all the stakeholders, candidates, their agents, they meet to take stock of how the campaigns have gone, how the process has gone, and in preparation for tomorrow on the polling day, the expectation of everybody, the candidates, their agents, the voters. So this afternoon at around 2-3 p.m., there is going to be that pre-polling meeting with candidates and their agents and security and media and everybody to get ready for the D-Day, which is tomorrow. I want to say that from the commission point of view, since the roadmap to this by-election was announced here in Kalangala, the exercises along that roadmap, the update of the voters register for Kalangala, the display of the voters register, the nominations that happened, the campaigns have generally gone on very well. One of the key issues that have emerged from here is that we did not receive any petition or complaint arising out of the nomination exercise for the 5 candidates that were successfully nominated. You know, nominations normally are characterized by complaints and petitions and counter petitions, but to the extent that this has gone well, no complaints, no petitions, we salute the people of Kalangala and the political parties and other actors that are involved in this process, because it shows that they did what they needed to do to prepare their candidates, to make sure that the necessary paperwork is in order, to make sure that the academic papers and all that is required to be in order. The campaigns have gone generally peacefully. We have not had incidents of violence of any significance, and the voters have been behaving in accordance with the law and following the guidance of the Electoral Commission. So far, so good. And from the Commission, we want to request everybody that is involved in this exercise to continue to keep peace, to continue to follow the guidelines and the electoral laws, so that tomorrow comes, the people come out in big numbers. Every registered voter, over 40,000, as you say, in Kalangala, should be able to get out and go to the polling station and cast their ballots and elect their district woman representative. Let us do it peacefully. Let us give an opportunity to the people of Kalangala to choose their district woman representative in an environment of calm and peace and tranquility so that they can get their representation in parliament.
Mr. Mchunguzi, does the lukewarmness of the campaigns speak to you about voter apathy? Does the lukewarmness speak to you about...
Simon, I do not know how you have measured lukewarm. I know lukewarm is a word that is used in the Bible where they say you are either warm or hot, and you should not be lukewarm, that if you are lukewarm, you should be thrown in the lake that I'm seeing. I think the people have not noticed lukewarmness. The people, I believe, from what we see, you know, campaigns are characterized by different forms. Some may be loud, others may be door to door. Here it is island to island. So from what we see, we have every confidence that people are going to turn out tomorrow and cast their ballots, and that each one of the people that registered as a voter will turn out. But I think you are speaking to the issue of voter turnout. Am I correct?
Partly, but I'm looking at the days that have led to the final day where the people in Kalanga will be going to the polls. I've watched the campaigns, the turnout, and the character of campaigns has been quite low.
Look, no, you see, I mean, and I think that is something that we should do. Not describe in the negative. I do not know what you would characterize as a non-lukewarm campaign. Is it the amount of noise? Is it the number of vehicles? This place, you don't have very many vehicles. They are mostly canoes. Canoes don't make noise. Canoes don't make noise when they're on the water. So I think you need to have the context of the election, the environment in which it is happening, the physical setup. But from what we've seen, we've been seeing people excited. We've been seeing people coming up. We've been seeing people listening to the candidates. And so,
Mr. Mchunguzi,
lukewarm would not be the way I would define it.
Mr. Mchunguzi, I need to take you on here. Historically, at least I witnessed the rallies that Nachimuli used to hold in Kalangala before her demise. May her soul rest in peace.
Yes.
They had...
So sad, so tragic.
Yes, they had a lot of vibe. So were the rallies of her contender, Nabaiga, then. There was vibe. This time, it's totally different. It's a far cry from what happened.
Unfortunately, Simon, I did not measure the extent of the vibe, and I'm not aware of the yardstick. When you are going to help me, when you say vibe, what exactly do you mean?
The turnout was always...
Because for me...
No. The turnout was always huge from supporters who yearned to...
At the rallies?
Yes, at the rallies, yes.
Now, that is a matter that the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission may not be able to answer. But perhaps it will require that you speak to the people. You speak to those who show up. You also speak to those who don't turn up at the rally and how they get their information about the campaign process. But for us, we believe once you have candidates who have had the opportunity to move in the islands and meet their people, and the people have shown up in whatever numbers they have, you see, it should not be something that should... What should really concern us is tomorrow. Those that will turn up to actually walk the talk. You know, Simon, you and I read the Bible. Rallies may not necessarily mean much. Because the rallies, the big, huge... the big rallies who received Jesus in Jerusalem on the triumphal entry with palms were the ones who a week later were saying that crucify him, crucify him. So really, the point is walking the talk of what you've had and going out to actually cast your ballot. The call of the commission, and I believe the call of candidates, their supporters, their agents, is that whoever knows, and we believe that everybody in Kalangala who is a registered voter knows that tomorrow, the 24th of June, is polling day to elect a district MP. Whoever knows and who has not known should know now that tomorrow is voting day, and they should wake up early and go to the 115 polling stations across the 84 islands and cast their ballot. Campaigns have ended. Now it is the real point of the rubber meeting the tarmac, which is at the ballot box.
Well, do you worry that this time the voter turnout could be less than what was witnessed in the past episode?
I am an eternally optimistic person, and I am not hoping that the people of Kalangala will not turn up tomorrow. I have every confidence, and I believe, and I would like to call, and the commission would like to call on the people of Kalangala to turn up tomorrow to elect their member of parliament. No one should stay back. No registered voter should stay back. But when you speak about generally the issue of voter turnout, the challenge of voter turnout, it has been a global phenomenon, not just in Uganda alone. We've been comparing notes in different jurisdictions, and generally we see that people have not been turning up as much as one would expect to go to the ballot. But what is the solution to this? This is a matter that requires research and study. You cannot afford to speculate about it. You need to know. People are aware about the candidates, they are aware about the processes, they are aware about the polling dates. In the case, for instance, of our general elections, the Electoral Commission always announces a roadmap 2 years in advance, and every step of the way, information goes out, candidates traverse the country, and then the polling day comes, and those who turn up, and those who don't turn up, don't turn up. In fact, one of the things that the commission is doing, the commission is commissioning a nationwide post-election evaluation exercise, which is actually going to be launched already this week or next week, where we will engage all critical stakeholders in the electoral process. And one of the questions that we will be asking and seeking feedback on is, if you knew that today is a polling day, if you knew where a polling station is, if you knew the candidates that are contesting, why is it that your neighbor went and voted, and for you, you stayed at home? That is going to be informative so that we can design solutions that are specific, that are tailor-made, that are precise, addressing a critical matter. And obviously, as the commission, who is responsible for organization and conducting elections, when we organize and cook the food, and prepare all the birungo, and put in the katunguru chumu, and even go to Sebutinde, and bring everything that people need to have, and then people don't show up, it concerns us, but should concern even beyond the Electoral Commission, and it does, because when candidates are walking along the different path, crossing this lake, going to all the islands, going in the mountains and the valleys, they are telling people to go, to come out and vote for them. When civil society is mobilizing people on governance, when the media is telling these stories about electoral processes, the expectation and call is that people should turn up. When they don't, it should concern all of us, but most even importantly, is that the planning of elections is based on a number of cost drivers. And one of the cost drivers is the number of registered voters. The more the registered voters, the more the polling stations, the more the areas of representation, the more the ballot papers are printed. So if all that cost that is borne by the citizens of Uganda is not put to good use because people have not turned up, it should concern all of us, and that is why the Commission has been and continues to be consistent on the fact that to have a credible election, an election that has a turnout that is pleasant and that is brings pride to the country, is a responsibility of the Electoral Commission as the body responsible for organizing elections, for the candidates, for political parties. Political parties have a responsibility of mobilizing. They register voters. I mean, they register their supporters. And this party will tell you, we have this many supporters in this place, we have many supporters in this place. The critical point is to make sure that those people that are members of political parties actually don't stop at being members carrying the party card, DP, UPC, NRM, NUP, and the others, but that they actually walk the talk of their membership, walk the talk of their desire to lead and get their people on the ground to head to the polling stations. It concerns us, it is concerning, and it needs a solution, and that solution requires collective action.
How unique is the by-election that is looming in Kalangala compared to other by-elections that you've held over the years?
I mean, Kalangala is an island district of over 80 islands. And on each of those islands, those that are habited, some have few people, others have many people. So already, the nature of the physical setup and access is one that is described as a hard-to-reach area of electoral space. So, distribution of materials, and already that is why the Commission already made sure that materials are already at the district headquarters to make sure that in the course of the night tonight, people will make sure that they weigh the waves on the sea, on the lake, to make sure that materials reach in time. So there are logistical uniqueness that are different from mainlands where you get a border or you get a taxi or you get a car and you just move. So there is that uniqueness of access, of reaching people. But the Commission, as you know, has a polling station in each of these places that are habited, 115 of polling stations. So that is the first one. The rest of the other issues are really standard because all by-elections are guided by the law. The roadmap towards this by-election has followed and continues to follow the procedures, the processes, the legal provisions of the requirements, of guidelines, so in terms of the legal and procedure and processes, they are the same. Campaigns have happened, nominations happened, the update of the voters' register happened, the display of the register happened. It is only in terms of access, movement, travel, logistics, where extra effort has to be put in to make sure that no voter is differentiated or no voter fails to exercise their mandate in the law because of where they live. But I must also say that Kalangala is beautiful. Kalangala is a very beautiful land, beautiful islands, you know, calm. The people are generally, they're very calm, really. And maybe that also explains what you described in the campaign. So, in terms of preparation, in terms of what is required, in terms of nothing is out of the ordinary in terms of organizing a by-election. Obviously, it is so unfortunate,
Julius,
that we lost. Yes.
Julius, in the outcome of the January election, there was contention on the voters' register. Nabaiga was contesting the numbers that Nachimuli garnered, and among the complaints was a bloated voters' register. Have you had time to clean the register and also resolve some of the sticky issues that were raised in the past election?
You know, the compilation, the law, Article 61 of the Constitution gives, among the functions of the Electoral Commission is to compile and a voters register. That process of compilation of the voters register is a standard requirement before any election. And it was before the general election that we had. It has been a requirement in the law to update the voters register for Kalangala district before this particular by-election. And this is how it happens. And I want you to see how the register that we have goes through a series of processes to ensure that it is credible. First, there is a period in the law where voters who qualify, citizens who qualify, they are citizens, they are 18 and above, they live in, they reside or originate from those particular places, are called upon to go and register. Those who are already on the register don't need to do that. But there are new ones who have turned 18 or who have recently relocated to these places. That exercise of the update gives a chance to new voters, gives the chance to those people who want to make transfers of voting locations, and that phase is completed. When it is completed, there is a period of the display of that voters register at each of the polling stations in that particular area. Each one of them pinned in a public space, and the public and the voters are called upon to come. Come check that your particulars are correct. Come and check and make sure that the dead are not on the register. Come and flag those you believe should not be in this particular polling station. All of that process happens, and the outcomes of that update and the feedback and the complaints for omission or deletion are subjected to a tribunal, a parish tribunal of all respected people in a parish that are constituted according to the law, to explain, to go through the complaints that have emerged. Because somebody can say, Kagwanga does not originate from here or does not reside here. Somebody can flag you off as dead, and they say this one died, and you come and say, no, I have not yet died. I will first vote, and then I can meet my creator. So that tribunal does that across the country, and it was also done here in Kalangala. There was a tribunal period. And so then now you are able, after the tribunal recommendations, to have what you would call a final register. What this means, Simon, is that if the public and the voters have a responsibility of making sure that the register is clean. Political parties are involved, candidates are involved, agents are involved. So a voters register that we have is a function of the contribution of all of the actors, and the commission plays that role of ensuring that the dead are removed.
Yes.
The non-resident.
What you're saying is the given, but the reality is different. There have always been complaints about the register, and in this particular case for Kalangala, there was contention about the register, and it's coming up again because stakeholders from the National Inter-Platform have raised questions about this register. They have also complained about voter bribery that is apparent in the area, plus intimidation by the forces. Have you been able to
see, you know, Simon, you see, first of all, a voter's register has no political color. When somebody is being registered as a voter, they do not ask them what political party they support, whether they are independents, whether they are yellow, red, blue, green, or whatever. It is the requirements of a voter. The criteria of who qualifies as a voter is defined in the law. Article 59, the right to vote, and then it outlines that you must be a citizen, number one. Number two, you must be 18 years and above. Number three, that you must be a resident or originating from the area where you want to vote. And then you become a voter. There are mechanisms. Thankfully, the electoral laws provided for mechanisms of seeking redress and raising complaints on any matter relating to elections. From the update of the voters register to the organization polling station, demarcation, and everything in between. Some of the complaints are handled by the Electoral Commission. The Commission constitutes itself into a tribunal and listens to complaints that are brought to it. I am not aware of a complaint in respect of the voters' register. But also, beyond that, the laws provide that if you have a fundamental issue and you have evidence, you can proceed and even go to court. We believe and we know that the voters' register we have for Kalangala, for this by-election is credible, it is factual, it has real people that, and it has gone through the process, the due processes of producing that voters' register. If anybody has information and evidence to the contrary, they are very much at liberty to seek redress through the provisions that are in the law, that are legal, and that are acceptable.
How about the issue of voter intimidation and bribery?
Now, the question is who bribes who? Who intimidates who? Is it voter against voter? Is it candidate against candidate? Is it what? First, there is no room. There is no room for bribery in elections. Bribery is an offense, and there are penalties if evidence is brought to demonstrate and show that there was bribery. So if anybody has evidence on bribery, they should collect that evidence and make sure that they avail it to the right processes of the law. Intimidation has no place in elections, because elections, as we've already said, the elections, as the Electoral Commission has already said, is a civil process. It is a process anchored in our Constitution of 1995, through which people should choose their leaders in an atmosphere of freedom, in an atmosphere of free and fair environment. There should be, and there is no space for intimidating anybody to vote for you or not to vote for another person.
Have these complaints...
Again, intimidation and violence.
Have these complaints reached your desk at all, or they're just complaining to the media?
To the best of my knowledge, I have not seen any written, because the complaints mechanism is known. You know, you put it in writing and back it with the evidence. Unless if they came in a few tonight or last night or yesterday, but we have not received, as far as I am aware, of complaints about on bribery with evidence. But if they are there, and if they emerge, the mechanisms for addressing them or hearing and determining the authenticity remain open. The Commission remains very open to receive any feedback, any complaint that anybody in the electoral process may have, be it a voter, be it a candidate, be it an agent, be it security, be it media, be it anybody.
Well,
but what I should say, and what the Commission wants to say, especially as we head tomorrow, let us keep the peace. Let us follow the law. All of us, everybody, from Electoral Commission officials to candidates, to their agents, to voters, to security, to media, to civil society. No one is above the law when it comes to electoral laws, and let us all follow the law.
Well, Mr. Mchunguzi, there was a hiccup yesterday where NUP was blocked from hosting its final rally at Kalu landing site under the pretext that it was so close to where the president was meant to address supporters of the NRM. Doesn't this give unnecessary vantage to the NRM over NUP?
I arrived last night. Of course, I've been following. I don't have all of the facts with me on what you are describing. But what I know about campaign programs is that before the campaign is started, all of the candidates and their agents and security under the chairpersonship of the Electoral Commission, the returning officer in this area, met and agreed and harmonized the campaign program. And they said that if there is any change or a request for any change, That change is submitted to the commission. The commission then contacts and convenes the others to say there is a request for this adjustment in the program, because the program is harmonized, but it's not laid and cast in stone. Some things can come up. And there is a mechanism within the framework of the conducting of elections of addressing the issues that may emerge regarding the campaign program. I don't have the full facts of the particular incident that you described, but I can tell you that as far as we know, the campaigns have been conducted peacefully over the period of the campaign period. I would need to get the facts about the incident you described to know what exactly happened.
Short break. Thank you very much for staying with us and sharing with us all that we need to know about Kalangala as voters, more than 40,000 voters, will be going to the polls tomorrow. What is at stake? We'll be back.
The problem is
welcome back as we continue shining a spotlight on Kalangala ahead of tomorrow's by-election for the woman member of parliament to replace the late Helen Nachimuli. Well, the process has been on. The climax was yesterday when candidates made their final push in different places. NRM is featuring Ida Nabaiga, while the National Interplatform is featuring Nampala. Well, it's more of a tight race. Nampala is sister to the late Helen Nachimuli. But what is defining the stakes and causing a lot of concern are the numbers. The turnout apparently appears to be pointing to a low voter turnout, given the numbers that have been attending rallies and a few hiccups that have been reported by different stakeholders across. What is at stake? What are the odds? And definitely, what kind of reality check do we need to shine on Kalangala remains the big question for the day. We still have Julius Muchunguzi, the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission, online to share with us some of the critical things that we need to know about Kalangala. 115 polling stations, and we estimate about 40,000+ voters. Well, Mr. Julius Muchunguzi, one of the things that have always characterized elections is the role of the military, the role of security that tends to meddle into election. The RDCs who are becoming a nuisance in many ways. They become a nuisance on voting day, plus, of course, counter instructions coming in from here and there. Who is in charge of the election is another question that we'll be asking Mr. Muchunguzi. But among the biggest fears, that have characterized this election is the fear of the state influence. Well, yesterday, President Museveni was combing Kalangala, and we just need to give you a recap of some of the issues that he raised when he went to Kalangala, the promises, and of course, the campaign, the message. Take a look.
President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is also the national chairman of the NRM, arrived in Kalangala to campaign for the party's flag bearer, Ida Nabaiga. During the rally, residents raised concerns about the hardships they have faced following the closure of parts of the lake to certain fishing activities.
Because when you look at the young people no longer go to school, families have been abandoned, and now the nature of life of the islanders is in a very big turmoil.
The government halted Mukene fishing, a move that many fishermen said affected their livelihoods as it was their primary source of income. Residents told the president that many families are struggling to meet basic needs and that some children have dropped out of school due to financial difficulties. President Museveni directed State Minister for Fisheries, Robert Migade, to explain the government's position regarding fishing regulations on the lake. However, some fishermen interrupted the minister, insisting that information he was presenting did not reflect the realities they were experiencing. The president assured residents that the government would thoroughly review all issues affecting fishing on the Lake Victoria with the aim of ensuring sustainable management of the lake while safeguarding the livelihoods of fishing communities.
Kubanga nabuuza nti bano abali ku nnyanja banansangawo nti nedda nti bajja ne bava Kongo ne bava ne bajja ne bawamba ennyanja wano kati omutaka nansangawo ali luddawo wano omutaka nansangwawo.
Minister Robert Migade, on his part, said the government remains committed to restoring order in the fisheries sector and would not backtrack on efforts aimed at protecting the lake and its resources.
Because when the fisheries law was passed in 2023, there was supposed to be regulations. So we have already committed that within 2 months, the regulations will be out, where we shall stipulate every method. Because today we cannot make a directive on Mukene, then tomorrow we do another one on hooks, next week we do another one on Nairo Patch.
President Museveni also pledged to strengthen water transport services in the island district by increasing the number of ferries operating on the lake. NRM candidate Ida Nabaiga thanked the president for the commitments made to the district and urged voters to elect her so that she can follow up on the implementation of the government's pledges.
I will go and remind the president of the different promises that he has made today. So don't make a mistake of voting any other person.
The Kalangala District Woman MP by-election is just 1 day away, with voters expected to head to the polls on...
Well, Kalangala turns out to be a very interesting affair. While the president was making the final pitch for Ida Nabaiga on the other side, the National Unity Platform was outraged by the move by the Electoral Commission to cancel their rally at the last minute. However, they were also able to make a few addresses here and there. We just want to give you a recap of what happened.
Although today was the final day of campaigns in Kalangala district, NUP leaders and their candidate, Irene Nampala, were unable to hold their scheduled rally. According to the Electoral Commission campaign program, NUP had planned to conclude its campaigns at Kala Playground in Kalangala Town Council. However, the rally did not take place. Addressing journalists in Kalangala, NUP leaders, together with their flag bearer, Irene Nampala, said they had been scheduled to campaign at Kala Playground, but were informed by security personnel that they could not use the venue because President Yoweri Museveni was expected to hold a rally there.
But abana Kalangala n'abana Uganda balina okitegeera nti okustopinga ife obutaba final rally tikitegeeza nti amagye gaviire ku nnanda.
We call upon the Electoral Commission to stand firm, to stand for fairness in this country. You have a word independent before your word Electoral Commission. Please show that, utilize that independence, and let's have a Uganda which respects the law. We really call upon the Electoral Commission to stand firm. And finally, we call upon every voter in Kalangala. Right now, we may have been refused the rally, but we've not been refused to vote.
The NUP leaders say that after being denied access to the Kala Playground venue, they requested permission to hold their rally at another location on Chitobo Island. They say the request was also rejected after they were informed that another candidate would be conducting campaign activities there. The party leaders said they were left without a venue for their final campaign rally and expressed disappointment over the situation.
Yeah, we are affected because it is in that rally that we expected our president, His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi, to address the people of Kalangala. We expected all our leaders, including our acting president, Dr. Lina Zedwiga, the leader of opposition, Joel Sonyonyi, we had preserved them to come and address the people of Kalangala from that main rally.
That is a sign that they are fearing what you, the people of Kalangala, they are fearing your voice. But we pray that on Wednesday you come and speak with one voice.
Despite failing to hold the final rally, the NUP leaders maintain that voters were already aware of the issues affecting the district and would make their decision at the ballot box.
Well, that's how things stood out yesterday. We've made every effort to speak to the National Unity Platform. Unfortunately, most of the people that we contacted to be our guests this morning declined. Well, we have NRM on the other side. Dr. Tango Doi joins us from Kalangala. Dr. Tango Doi is the chairperson of the Electoral Commission in the National Resistance Movement. Doctor, good morning. You lost
Good morning, Simon. Good morning, Simon.
You've lost Kalangala twice to Helen Nachimuli. What gives you the confidence that this time the odds are on your side?
Well, having been beaten, like you said, twice, we've learned our lesson. Ours was largely a result of internal division, intrigue within the party members, and I think we've sorted this hands down. We are ready for this election tomorrow. We are law-abiding citizens. We are going by the law, and I think we shall do our best. And our best is to win by over 60%. The only fear we have with by-election is the voter turnout, the low voter turnout. If the apathy does not affect this election, I think we should win this election by over 65%. Our candidate has been good. Our candidate has actually mended fences with those who had problems with her. And we have also talked to the leaders who had actually helped the win by the late former member of parliament. May her soul rest in peace. So we are ready, and we are sure we have learned our lesson, we corrected our mistakes, and we should win this election this time.
Well, apparently there seems to be a bit of division still within the NRM. We had Honorable Namere coming out boldly to say she can't move to Kalangala because she was close to the late Helen Nachimuli. She was literally campaigning for Nampala. What does this tell you?
Well, I think I've not heard the audio by Honorable Namere directly, but I was told that she actually said she was related, she was in a way related to the late Nachimuli, and she stood her ground that the heart of hearts tells her not to participate. But not participating does not mean she should get out of the board to decampaign the process. You know, when you're a leader, you must learn to be a leader. When you're a leader of a political party, you must make sure you have some bit of respect and have issues solved internally. So if she goes to the press against the party, then it's unfortunate. But I can tell you, Honorable Namere notwithstanding, or that position notwithstanding, the people here showed the president yesterday maximum respect. They showed that they are ready for the party election. They are ready for this coming election. They are actually, the mood is so good, the camp is so organized, the mobilization was so good, and I think with vote protection for which I've come, we should be able to carry the day, notwithstanding any of our own members saying this or the other. Yes, Honorable Namere is entitled to her view, but I think she should not go to the public purview to portray that the NRM house is divided. Well, that's for another day. I don't think I have time for that. I now need time to do the final bits, train agents, do whatever it takes, correct mistakes which are still there, and make sure, like Shikume, we win Kalangala for NRM. Because NRM has done a lot for Kalangala. NRM has put the ferries The president has promised more ferries. The only hitch is the regulation on fishing. The regulation on fishing that affects the fishing community. But that will also be sorted. It is not insurmountable. NRM will sort that, and we shall get on. But for today, I call upon all NRM people to turn up in large numbers. Turn up in large numbers. Leave this argument that NRM has already won even if we don't go. Go and vote, and let us secure this win, and Kalangala should grow and grow.
Well, Irene Nampala comes from a vantage point of sympathy. Traditionally, sympathy votes normally attract quite a huge turnout, or rather an advantage to the candidates. Isn't this a big threat to you?
No, first of all, I think within the NUP house, there was also division. And, well, we don't enjoy their division, but as political parties, we take advantage of whatever comes. They had division over who should be the candidate, and I think that plays well to our advantage. Well, the late sister comes from Luwero, and I've been hearing the people here saying they want to vote their own. Ida Nabayiga has been here, she was born here, she was raised here, she has done a lot here. And I think the people have eventually said they have their own, they are not going to import candidates from Luwero anymore. I quite think the so-called sympathy vote is simply conspiracy theory, and it will not work here.
Why did you have to ferry NRM supporters to Kalangala from the mainland?
Well, we ferry NRM supporters from the islands to the mainland to listen to the president's speech. But yesterday we couldn't do because the lakes were so difficult. The lakes were bad, the lake was a bit unstable, and we did not get a turnout from the islands to the mainland. If you go to Chamuswa, Chamuswa has so many islands. So if we had ferried them to listen to His Excellency's speech, because we didn't have time to make 2 rallies, we should have ferried them across the lake, but we did not do that. About ferrying them from which mainland, I think we are supposed to ferry them from the islands of Kalangala to the mainland, the town council, so that they listen to the president. And that did not happen because of the waters being so rough.
We've also gathered reports that Honorable Kasolo and several other NRM stalwarts are busy dishing money to supporters.
I've been with these people. I've not seen them. In fact, we don't have enough money for our own running. And we sat yesterday in a meeting. We even did some mini fundraising. I don't think that is true. The Honorable Kasolo, as vice chairperson of Central, is simply here to do his work as an NRM guru and others. I don't think there was any money dishing out because we don't have money. We actually fundraised and we got 24 million from fundraising from the business community here. So how would we fundraise because we don't have money, then again we dish out the money? I think it is a bit contradictory. That is simply part of the conspiracy theory of failures. They have noted that they are going to fail. They try to cause a stalemate about a venue of a rally, and even that did not happen. So I think they have really lost it this time.
Unlike the past by-elections that have had a lot of hysteria, this one is so lukewarm. Does it tell you anything?
Yeah, you know, it is Kampala people who actually tend to mess up by-elections. The people we find on the ground are always very comfortable and peaceful people. We saw this in Shikume, very peaceful people, and when they came for the final address by the National Electoral Commission, they were raising allegations A, B, C, D, which were not even connected to what the commission should do. Even today, they were raising issues here that the rally they were supposed to have in the main ground of the town council, the ground was hijacked. You know, they wanted simply to cause a kind of a situation, a kind of scene for them to exploit. But the people here have seen it all. The people are peaceful. They have no problem with us. They know what NRM has done. If you really want to visit an island, tourists, even local tourists, should visit Kalangala. Come for yourself. See what NRM has done here. There's a very good road from Masaka, 36 kilometers to Bukakata. There's a very good paved road from Bukakata I mean, from the ferry, after the ferry, up to the town. I think we should also come and boost Kalangala. Those who have put up hotels like Brovard, Mizi, the Address, these hotels are working so well. So I don't think we need to rock the boat. Kalangala is peaceful, the people are peaceful, election is a one-day event, the process of life will continue. So if NUP fears a defeat, they should not actually scapegoat by actually turning on NRM as a reason. They don't have what to say here, the people are ready, and we are going to vote, and we are going to win. NRM will win this election too.
Well,
I can assure you.
Dr. Tanga, you won Chikube, whose voter turnout was, for lack of a better word, appalling. Even as you claim that you're going to win this one, the turnout, the indicators, the turnout is likely to be so low. Does this apathy cause any worry to you?
Yes, I said that in the beginning, that we are simply worried of apathy and the low voter turnout. But that notwithstanding, the voters who will come will decide. And I'm sure NRM voters are being sensitized to turnout. The only thing we want to assure the people is that there is a peaceful situation in Kalangala. The voters should not get scared that, of course, they will beat us if we vote NRM. You have been NRM for a long time. We don't need these small kind of situations to deter you from voting. We are always very, very concerned about voter turnout when we come to by-election. It is not only Shikube, it is not only Kalangala. In most of the by-elections, we've been having that problem of voter turnout. So we are actually drumming up our supporters to come up in large numbers. And if we can get 55% turning out, that could be very good for us. Notwithstanding that, I still say we shall win by the right cause. We have the right issues to say. We have the processes. We are going to follow the law. And NRM should be able to come out victorious in this election.
Well, you're coming with a huge baggage of unfulfilled promises for the fisher community. Plus, of course, the high levels of torture and brutality meted out by the fishing police. Do you think this could work against you to a great extent?
Well, we've met members of the fishing community and we've heard their plight and complaints. We've met them. We've realized that the lake is their source of income, but we have also realized that the government was doing a right thing to actually ensure that under fishing or fishing, the fishing should follow regulations. The regulations have delayed, and I think the government side is working so hard. We have now a good minister of fisheries who comes from the fishing communities of Buvuma, Honorable Migadde, and I think all is good. Even when we met the fishing communities here, what they are saying is that there are those who come from Masaka, there are those who come from Zimbabwe and come to fish with illegal gears or illegal nets. They want that to be sorted, and I think the government side is handling that. The security side is handling that. They're also talking about those who come from across other countries, Tanzania, and torture the fishing community, torture our members, take their boats, and even drown them. And I think that one is being handled at bilateral international level. So, yes, there are problems, but we have to explain to them. We have to actually say we must diversify our thinking. You must not think without fish you cannot survive. You cannot say without, the lake should not be depleted of fish. Because if you fish and deplete the lakes, then what will you rely on? So the government policy has been, let us restrict so that we actually have a bumper harvest of fish when we have to fish. And even when we have to fish, let us use the right gear. And yet UNBS make sure that the fishing community is given nets which are recommended, not these ones which are smuggled from neighboring countries into the lakes. So it's an issue, but we are handling it.
Well, there is also a reality that NRM's traction in Buganda remains quite low. How are you battling to reverse this, especially in the Kalangala by-election?
Well, Kalangala will not be the epitome of our work in Buganda. Our work in Buganda has started. It started before the presidential election, and we are continuing with it. There's just need for sensitization of Buganda. You know, there's this paranoia that there's a Buganda question. There's this paranoia people create in the mind of people that there's a Buganda question. Yet these are individual questions, then they make a whole ethnic group appear to be against the government. I think this is being handled differently. This is being handled at different levels. And with time, we should be able to sort out the liars away from the truth tellers. NRM has done a lot in Buganda. Buganda has gained. Whether you want ministerial position, you find Buganda has more. Whatever you want is done in Buganda first. If you want coffee, the experimentation is in Buganda. If you want roads, the roads are done better in Buganda. So I don't see a Buganda question tabulating Kalangala. Kalangala should be seen as a specific role, a specific area where issues of Kalangala should be addressed as issues of Kalangala, not to be instrumentalized as a Buganda question.
How desperate is NRM to reclaim Kalangala, given that it's been several years under the hands of the National Interparty?
As chair of the NRM Electoral Commission, I wanted all flag bearers of NRM to be in Parliament. We are not desperate, but we are not comfortable seeing Kalangala remain under the hands of opposition who can do nothing. So we have come to reclaim it, as you have said, because first of all, Shamuswa is under NRM. If you find the Bujumbura is under NRM, Bujumbi, I think Bujumbi or Bujumbura, is under NRM. If you want the councillors, we have more councillors, NRM than NUP. If you want the district chair, is under NRM. It is only one slot, the woman member of parliament, I mean the district woman member of parliament, which had gone to the late Nashimuli. And I'm told she had been a lady who was not so rigid within political lines. She had been crossing political lines to canvass votes even among the NRM people. And you know, there are people who vote pleasant personalities. There are people who vote because someone has actually stooped low. So this time round, I think this other substitute is not the able substitute of to substitute Messi in an Argentina team. This is a substitute who was just called upon to take over because they think sympathy vote will work. That conspiracy theory of sympathy votes may not work here this time, I wish to declare.
Okay, do you realize that Honorable Kyagulanyi still has quite a big traction on the ground in Kalangala? Is he a force to reckon with?
Well, I can't say yes or no. I'm always a researcher, but I don't see much of it here now. You know, the more you distance yourself from the voters, the more you actually go and eat burgers and pleasantries in another country, and you leave your voters in apathy. You know, you don't appeal to them all round. You may appeal to the few, but not all of them. People want reality. People want to see you suffer with them. People want to see you actually be with them at every situation. But if at one situation you are enjoying and you leave your so-called fishing communities in dire poverty, then you are not part of what they want. Leaders must be leaders, time-tested, to stand with the people in the difficult moments. NRM and the leadership of President Museveni is doing that excellently. We are standing with the people for as long as the people are with us. We are running nowhere. The country is safe. The country is peaceful. Few mistakes are being made here and there, but those mistakes can be solved. They are not insurmountable. They are human mistakes, which are not grandiose. I wish to submit.
How would you say that you're standing with the people, yet you've already acknowledged that you have quite a number of unfulfilled promises that have lingered on for years?
I don't think I've said anything about unfulfilled promises, because what I know is that the promise you are talking about is just the fishing community. The fishing community must be settled. I'm saying the regulations must be made. A country is not run on fear. A country is not run by panicking, and because there's an election in Kalangala, all laws should be put aside, the legs should be turned upside down. A country is run on very, very simple but clear policies. We don't expect the president to actually run here and there simply because there's a situation of Kalangala fishing community which has not been solved. The ministers are handling that. Those are the auxiliaries of government. The departments are handling that. If it is insecurity and security, the military is handling that as an auxiliary arm of the state. The state is not run by running away to another country, praising other countries, but leaving yours. The state is run by remaining in the fire, in the tunnels, and having a solution. NRM is solving. Almost all the promises have been made. If you see the schools here, you come to Kalangala and see their primary schools, they are better off. They are better off than some schools in Western Uganda. Have been working in their Akole sub-region. The schools here are better. If you see the hotels we are staying in, I'm here in Brevard, the hotels are okay. The hotels are very good, the ambience is good. If you see the border riders, they actually complain about heat. They complain about sunshine. They need mabati roofs. But sunshine is a naturality of God. So I don't think it is actually that NRM has not fulfilled a lot. President yesterday promised to have ferries going to Shamuswa, another ferry going to other landing sites, so that the ferries should be timetabled to serve the people better. Because the people are complaining that these people operating the ferries run it as if it is personal business and on their own pleasant time. The president has instructed, you know, when the president mentions something even in the rally, that is a directive. He has directed that the ferry must have a clear timetable, like an aeroplane or the airlines industry. They must have stopover to help the people reach their points. And they're adding 4 more ferries here. So what else do you want NRM to do? The issue of fishing communities is that they must diversify their thinking. You must not think about only fish. What about if you wake up one morning and the lakes are dry of fish? God forbid. And you keep saying that you only know how to fish. What about the land where you stay? Can't you grow cassava? Can't you grow coffee? What about palm? I see palm grown here everywhere. So I think we must now help our people with mindset change. You must not say my father was a fisherman, I must live a fisherman and die a fisherman. That kind of thinking restricts Taria open to talents.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tango Doi, for speaking to us and projecting what NRM expects.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Have a lovely day. Well, that brings us to a close. And I really want to thank you very much. But before I sign you off, I need to remind you that SendWave has juicy things for you, very exciting opportunities. In case you've been sending money to family and friends in Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, or Tanzania, this is something for you. With SendWave Wallet, you can hold and send digital dollars and cash out in Ugandan shillings whenever you're ready. Remember, each digital dollar is backed up by 1 actual US dollar. You can also make fee-free transfers between SendWave wallets across 110 plus, I repeat, 110 plus countries, which means you can send money directly from your SendWave wallet to another SendWave wallet without transfer fees. So your friends and family can hold their money in digital dollars and cash it out in their local currencies whenever they wish. Just download the SendWave Wallet app directly from Play Store or App Store. Find your wallet with $10 using the promo code NEXT and get $5 on us. SendWave makes money on the exchange rate. Terms and conditions apply. Have a lovely day and cheers. Well, a very good morning and welcome to this edition of the Topical Discussion. I am Simon Kagwanjara. The clock is ticking and it's just a couple of days away. And come Thursday, the voters in Kalangala, more than 40,000 voters will be going to the ballot in a by-election billed as a do or die. What are the stakes? What are the odds? And what kind of reality is in this by-election? Is the issue that we'll be tackling this morning. Dr. Daniel Waliemera joins us this morning and will also be speaking to some of the key players from the other side in Kalangala who are pitching camp as they comb different places in the last minute effort to ramp up the mood. Well, Doctor, good to see you and a very good morning.
Thank you for the invite, and I'm glad to be here to discuss these national issues.
Is there a reason for Ugandans to be nervous about the forthcoming election?
I think if you look at the mood is rather relaxed. There is no excitement about that by-election, and that tells you something about the politics of this country, and questions to do with governance and where our governance is headed now. And there are several issues that you can point to. One, obviously, is the fatigue. People are getting tired. Even for the general election, you saw there wasn't that much excitement. So if there wasn't that much excitement for the general elections, then the by-election will attract much less excitement. But in the previous previous by-elections, you've seen, for example, that the opposition is united, right, speaking with one voice, and that the opposition wants to take this position. Increasingly, we're seeing that that's a kind of a challenge. Obviously, partly because of how the leading opposition party is behaving. The NUP, more or less feeling they're higher than the other political parties, but also the vacuum that their leader, Robert Kyagulanyi, has left.
His absence.
Yes, his absence possibly has an effect on how they are organizing, on how they are mobilizing, on how they are dealing with other political parties.
So you want to suggest that this episode of election exposes the gravity of Kyagulanyi's absence?
To an extent, yes. Not because you see a proper functioning political party would simply then have a deputy to mobilize the forces within that political party. So also that speaks to how the NUP is organized as a political party, because the absence of the head of the political party shouldn't scatter forces. It should just simply enable the reorganization of those forces. So partly that then has had an effect on how NUP deals with the other opposition political parties, and has had an effect on the mobilization of those forces to, for example, enter into a by-election to help whichever opposition party they have zeroed in to. Well,
our forces on the ground reveal that senior NRM officials have pitched camp in Kalangala. Does it suggest anything to you?
Yes. The more stronger you are, the more numbers you have in parliament, the better it is for you in terms of when you bring policy, when you bring any.
So is it giving NRM an edge, and it's creating a possibility of the opposition losing this constituency?
Yes, if the NRM is mobilizing better, obviously, definitely the results will show eventually on polling day. The challenge that we have is for us to have a sustainable democracy, we need to have all the forces, both those in the ruling party and those in the opposition, presenting the best candidates and putting all their effort in ensure that those candidates represent their views within the constituency, but also enable a proper democratic process, which gives us the best candidate for that position.
Well, this is just another by-election that the country is watching seriously. When you look at the pattern of by-elections, do they really serve any serious lessons that the country ought to digest?
Yes, very many. For example, to start with, the broader issue is the political system we have, winner takes all, has real challenges. For example, if you have an MP who is elected, who is yet to be sworn in, who dies, then you have to get back into an election when there's just been a general election. That has an effect on the resources of the country, the meager resources of the country. The taxpayers then have to sponsor a fresh election, an election that has just happened. In more, not to say more serious countries, but in countries that have chosen different political systems, for example, the proportional representation system, for example, countries like New Zealand, South Africa, what the political party would do then was simply go to the party list and get the second person to occupy that position. A, that would save the country resources for carrying out a by-election, but B, the political party...
It's depriving the electorate of a choice.
The proportional representation system that I'm talking about, it's not the individuals that present themselves to the constituency. It is the political party and its ideology that is elected for by the electorate. So in effect, when a person passes on, resigns or misbehaves, the political party simply says, you are not able to represent our views, our ideology that we represented the electorate, so we get you out, we put somebody else in. So that would help, for example, in this situation where somebody dies, and then we have to spend a lot of money to go into a by-election. The other alternative, if you want to keep the winner-takes-all system, political system, is to create portions of time when all the by-elections are carried out at once. So that you have economies of scale in terms of we organizing by-elections in several constituencies at once.
Last week we had one in Chikube.
Yes. If you have the scattered ad hoc arrangement, then we're wasting a lot of, our electoral commission is wasting a lot of our resources that we need for hospitals, that we need for roads, that we need for more serious, for other social and public.
Okay, when you're looking at the stakes in this election, Kalangala is within the proximity of power. Is it something to wrestle for? Is it one of those key slots that either party would love to retain or grab?
Yes. You know, in the previous election, you saw that the NUP took the central region. And in the current election, the 2026 election, you saw inroads by the NRM into these very areas. Obviously, how the NRM did that also has question marks. But the NRM has had enough candidates win elections within central Buganda. So that's why you're even mentioning that. That's the reason why there's so many NRM leaders in Kalangala.
They intend.
Yes, on getting the most number of seats out of Buganda, because in the previous election, in the 2021 election, Buganda was out of the hold of the NRM. So they're trying to recover that. And that's why you see they're putting a lot of effort in the by-election.
Ordinarily, what would be the issues defining this by-election?
One of the key issues, for example, in an island constituency like Kalangala, is the issue of how the fishing community is being treated. That's a serious issue. And you saw that in the elections, general elections we've just had, the president had to withdraw the commander of that unit that enforces regulations of fishing in Lake Victoria. That's one of the key issues, because it goes to the livelihoods of those people. A good majority of them are engaged in fishing, and that's how they have a source of livelihood.
Do issues count anyway?
That issue counts, and that's why you see the president withdrew the commander. I know now subsequently after the election, they have gone back, they have reset to what it was previously, but that issue counts, because a majority of the population in Kalangala, their source of livelihood is fishing and its associated activities. So that would be a very serious issue to deal with. Obviously, there are other issues, education, health, power. How are they accessing power? Those are issues that can be spoken about.
There is something that's become more of a tradition, hereditary politics in by-elections. How significant is this, and how deep should we go into it? When someone dies, it's a relative, a sister, a brother, a son, or a daughter.
I think that has real challenges and inherent problems, and it was introduced into the country's psyche by those who want hereditary politics at national level, on the broader level.
No, but it's been around for a while.
Yes.
From the late Patrick Musisi.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, if relatives are inheriting positions of MPs, then it becomes easier for relatives or a son or a daughter to inherit the position of president. So if the intelligence services are doing very good work in changing your consciousness to think that this is normal. It's not normal for an electoral position to be inherited by a relative.
Sympathy. It's called sympathy vote.
No. A person who gets elected on the basis that they can deliver on the mandate that they have as an MP. Not on the fact that you're sympathetic. Like there's a time they voted a 19-year-old from...
Alengot.
Yes.
She was called...
I mean, what did she know?
Florence?
Florence something. What did she know?
Prosi Alengot.
Yes. So what did she know? What does she do after that? Even these relatives who are encouraging people to get into politics, they should have...
Yeah, but this ugly precedent is here to stay.
Yes.
How better can we improve it?
As I've indicated, those who are suggesting that the country should adopt hereditary politics are the ones who are changing the consciousness of society to think that it is normal for society to allow it. It shouldn't be allowed. Why? Because we already have embraced a Western form of culture, and we should go with that. However, if you want to embrace hereditary politics, then let's go the hereditary politics way, full throttle. Because for example, where has democracy worked? Do you know where democracy has worked on the African continent? There is nowhere. No, Ghana have been there several times. Ghana has its real challenges. Yes, there has been a semblance of a peaceful transition of power from one political party to another, but it's because they have put measures in place to enable a peaceful transition. We went there and we came here and suggested a Presidential Transition Act. It was rejected. We were there as a group of politicians in 2009, and it was rejected. They're not, the places where democracy has worked on the African continent are not there. They are not there. Even in Botswana has its own challenges. South Africa, you can see what's happening there. So possibly, the citizens are not interested in this thing that's not working called democracy. The citizens are interested in functional roads, in hospitals that provide proper Medicare, in proper public and social goods. Whether we have a dictator there, so anybody who's inherits and takes over, what I am interested in as a citizen of this country is that when I go to the road, I have no pothole. When I go to the hospital, there are drugs. When I want capital to engage in an economic activity. The capital is there and provided by government.
So it is delusional to think that we are promoting democracy by these elections. And
yes, the democracy is a concept that is brought by these 7 European powers to Africa in 1884. They sit at Berlin in December of 1884. They are drinking good wine. They partition up Africa and say, we have planted this Roman Greek form of how you govern yourselves onto you. We were not like that. We had kingdoms, we had centralized and decentralized societies, and the Kabaka of Buganda was not elected. The Kabaka of Buganda is there by birth. So if we are going that way, which is being brought now, we shouldn't mix this Western thing with our thing. We should be on one side. So that if we are having people taking over power, and they are taking over that power, they should be taking over the power to provide us with services and goods. Does Dubai elect a leader?
No. It's hereditary.
Dubai, if I get an accident now, in 120 seconds, there will be a helicopter ambulance to take me to emergency care. Do I care who is leading up there? I don't.
Well, as we talk about the big fuss that democracy has become, still discussing the stakes in the forthcoming by-election, we are now joined by Mr. Habib Buembo, the head of mobilization for the National Unity Platform. Habib, good morning and nice to have you. How do you gauge the mood on the ground? And so far, what gives you the conviction that NUP can retain this constituency?
Good morning to you, my brother Simon, and the viewers of NBS. We are at the ground together with my team and a team of NUP leaders, including the MPs who are in Parliament on the ticket of NUP. And we have traversed Kalangala in most of the areas, and the population is so welcoming. They have rest assured us that they are together with us and they are in support of our candidate. You know how we came to this by-election. It was after the death of our former MP, that is the late Honorable Nachimuli Helen, who has diligently served the people of Kalangala with a lot of love, with a lot of hard work, and with a lot of projects at the ground. And the people of Kalangala do appreciate her efforts. And with the fact that we have presented her elder sister as our candidate, people are so much bonding with her, and they have promised voting for her. Only that at the moment we are facing a challenge of intense security deployment. We don't know whether it is because of the fact that General Museveni is coming to campaign for his candidate today. We pray that soon after, the deployment will be decreased. In other words, if it remains deployed around, then it will be causing some intimidation to the voters. But there is no doubt we have the support, and we are so optimistic that we are winning this election.
Well, how much impact has the absence of your principal, Robert Kyagulanyi, had on this campaign?
Of course, it has impact. You know, whenever my president could be coming in any area, how people would be geared up to welcome him, to welcome his message, the message of change. But his presence, of course, it costs us as a party. But good enough. He had built leadership based on the team working. And of course, with other leaders of NUP, we have done what is expected from us. And of course, we have filled the gap. But of course, on such a day when Genome 7 is expected to come, we would also be organizing, preparing for our president also coming to campaign for his candidate, his party candidate. We are missing him a lot. But well, still, he was able to communicate to the people of Kalangala through the voice recordings, and the people have appreciated his message, and they are ready to comply to his call.
Do you agree that you have a big force to counter, that is the NRM, whose deployment in the area is so huge? Most of the big wigs in the NRM are pitching camp, and we gather there's a lot of money flying around. What would it take for you to counter all these challenges?
The NRM has no big force that it has deployed, but it is only the state that has deployed heavily. We can see the army, the RDCs, the DSOs, the GISOs are the ones who are now taking on the work of NRM party. And with few, of course, leaders from NRM who are moving around with huge sums of money. And for them, I believe they also know that the population is not on their side. They can only rent support or buy support. And from their camp, of course, their message has only been, we are here and to get the money. And they have been splashing a lot of money, which is in contrary with the electoral rules and the regulations. Because I remember when Genome 7 was giving a State of Nations address, he emphasized that this time round he's ready to fight against corruption. And buying voters or supporters in an election, it is also a kind of corruption. So we wonder whether their interest is about promoting corruption or fighting against it. But nevertheless, we have also talked to the people, and we encouraged them to eat the money, because it is their money, it is the taxpayers' money, and they are the taxpayers. Let them eat the money, and on come 24th, that is Wednesday, the day after tomorrow, they go and vote for our candidate, Nampala Irene. And the population seems to have well perceived our message, and they are ready to go by it.
When you're looking at this election, do you feel a sense of betrayal that your colleagues from the opposition have not joined you to comb the ground for elections?
Who are those colleagues are you referring to? Those who belong to opposition that have not appeared?
From other political parties?
From other political parties, we've not received any, but at least we've had them campaigning for us from distances. I had the Honorable Mbide endorsing our candidate, and some other colleagues from the opposition. They are campaigning for Nampala from a distance, and we appreciate their voices. But not only them, there are also colleagues from NRM who have campaigned for Nampala. Take an example, Namere, the Honorable Namere Justin. She campaigned for our candidate, and she has been rallying people of Kalangala to vote for Nampala, not Ida, because Ida was given a chance. That is a contract between 2016 and 2021, and visibly at the ground she did not perform. She did not even bond with the people of Kalangala, so she stands no chance.
Can a broke national unity platform pull off an election against the NRM that is loaded? You used to have at least a bit of money, but now you're so broke.
Yeah, we're so broke financially. We are not doing well as a party. That is widely known. But thankful to the president, to our president, His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi, that when he was building the part of National Unity platform, he built it on the basis of the people power. He empowered the population to know the cause that we are up for. And it is the population now that is facilitating our movement, our activity, and we want to thank the population for that. So we find it easy when we are bonding with the people, while they are not asking for any kind of facilitation. People are ready to travel themselves. People are ready to facilitate their movements. People are ready to facilitate their welfare, and they are not demanding anything from us. And that is a huge contribution. Of course, that we thank the president and the leadership of NUP that he managed to do it well. So,
well, finally,
where,
Mr. Buwembo.
Yes.
If I could pose the final question. This particular election is very unique in many ways. It's the first by-election where your president is away. It is the first by-election where some of the big stalwarts in the party, take for instance, Mwanga Chivumbi is incarcerated, others are living in fear. Then it is the first by-election where the party is too broke to afford anything. How does this define your odds?
This is a test to our ideology of people power. Now, those who think that when they incarcerate our leadership, when they force our leader, the president, out of the country, that they can now finish us. They are going to be disappointed when we win this election, besides all those challenges. But still, I cannot leave this platform without agitating for the freedom of all political prisoners. We demand for the immediate release of all political prisoners. Our Deputy President, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, has no case, he has no crime that he committed. He's just persecuted. And more others, the likes of Honorable Waiswa Mufumbiro, now the former Road Mayor, Elias Lukwago, all those kinds of injustices we condemn, and we demand for justice for all Ugandans. Then I cannot leave also without reminding the state that the people of Kalangala are saying that the agony that they have gone through, the pain, the suffering, the anguishment that they have experienced during the time when they lost their beloved leader, Honorable Nachimuli Hereni, is enough for them, and the state shouldn't subject them to them another kind of suffering by doing what they have been seeing in other by-elections. Like take an example of what happened in Kawempe by-election. The tear gassing, the arrests, the abductions, the beating of people, the shootings. their prayer is that all that do not happen in Kalangala. And we also emphasize the same prayer.
Well,
let the state organize a free and fair election where the electorates of Kalangala do go and choose their leader without any kind of intimidation or pressure.
Thank you, Mr. Buembo, and pleasure speaking to you. We hoped we would speak to Honorable Dombo. He had confirmed he would be with us. He would be speaking to us from Kalangala. Unfortunately, his phone is off. Our reporter is in the lounge waiting for him. So in case Mr. Dombo or Honorable Dombo, you get this notification, please join us. And tonight, we'll be having a debate for all the candidates. Well, apparently, as we take a break, Habib seems to be premising his hope on people power. Can people power reign supreme over the state?
No. As we've seen in the previous elections, especially on the polling day, you need to have people, farm people at the polling stations to protect the vote. If you do not have those people at the polling station protecting the vote, you have real challenges. Because if, for example, MPs from Kampala are distributed over all the polling stations in Kalangala, then the likelihood of intimidation is less. Compare that to you getting a villager from Kalangala to come and guard your vote. You can assess the difference. Yes, the villager in Kalangala can take 50 or 100 or 1 million shillings. An MP who has come to guard the vote from Kampala, who is part of the structure of opposition, a united opposition, will not take any money. So
okay, do you see a sense of betrayal from the opposition that they haven't joined forces with their colleagues?
Yes, to a large extent, because the deciding activity there is the polling day. You may have a lot of support within the people, but if the people are intimidated, if the people do not guard that vote on the day of polling, that support doesn't mean much.
Well, we'll take a break, and definitely when we return, we'll still be looking at the stakes and the odds defining the looming Kalangala by-election. We'll be back. Good morning. Welcome back as we continue delving deeper into the odds that are defining the forthcoming Kalangala by-election. Well, an election that comes after the death of the late Helen Nachimuli, one of the vocal opposition legislators. Will the NUP retain it, or will NRM take the day? What are the odds? Well, how would you fit this Kalangala by-election into the general politics of the day?
As I've indicated, there are many facets to it, but one of those facets, the NUP, Mr. Buembo has just spoken about it, the element of commercialization of politics. That one group has no money, the other group has a lot of money, and it has no limits on how much money it can spend to ensure that it wins the election. And that's in addition to the intimidation and the threats and so on and so forth. And obviously, what you see in that Kalanga election has played out in the general elections, in other by-elections elsewhere.
NUP got in there with the leverage.
Yes.
Being that their representative had been there for 2 terms.
Yes.
She was serving her 2nd term. Unfortunately, it was short-lived. Do you think that counts in their favor?
Yes, to an extent only. Because, as I've indicated, if you have the support, the ground support, and the amount of attention that was on all the elections has now focused on this one by-election. So that has an effect on the advantages that NUP has, because all the machinery of NRM is on this by-election. Whereas at the time the deceased MP won, the attention was divided over all the constituencies in the country. So, but if you have the attention of the NRM concentrated on this by-election, then that's a disadvantage to NUP, even though their candidate has the grassroots support.
Helen won by a very narrow margin.
Yes.
She got, in the general elections, she garnered 10,609 votes, while her challenger, who is giving it another shot this time, got 9,245.
That's a narrow margin.
Can she close this margin?
That's a narrow margin. And as I've said, in view of the advantages the NRM candidate has now, that the NRM's state machinery, the party machinery is concentrated on this by-election, she can obviously possibly surpass that margin. And obviously, as I've indicated, the money, the bribery, the resources that are put to the disposal of the NRM candidate, the security, the state structure, not just the security only, but the state structure that's supporting that candidate, the NRM secretariat, and all the other factors, we can see that the NRM candidate has an upper hand in this election.
Could a Kawempe by-election moment rebound or replay in Kalangala?
You see, for the Kawempe election, you had a united opposition. You had many, it was in the city, so it was very easy for some of the political leaders to come to help to guard the vote for the NUP candidate. I'm not sure this time that leverage is there in the Kalangala by-election.
So do you want to suggest that the opposition has a tall order before them?
Yes, as I've said, the advantage that the NUP candidate has is that, yes, they still have the grassroots support. However, in view of the fact that the state machinery, the NRM secretariat machinery is in the by-election, the odds are heavily stacked against the NUP candidate.
Well, as we sign out, and I want to thank you very much, Dr. Awaliemera, for coming in to share your perspective on what awaits the Kalangala by-election and the outlook of things, with the tempo appearing rather low and what it suggests to the general politics. I have something very interesting for you. And if you're always sending money to family and friends in Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, or Tanzania, there's good news for you. With SendWave Wallet, you can hold and send digital dollars and cash out in Ugandan shillings wherever and whenever you are ready. Remember, each digital dollar is backed up by one actual US dollar. And you can also make fee-free transfers between SendWave wallets across 110 countries, which means 110 plus countries, which means you can send money directly from your SendWave wallet to another SendWave wallet without transfer fees. Download the SendWave wallet app directly from Play Store or App Store for more details, and you'll find your wallet with $10 using the promo code NEXT in caps and get $5 on SendWave. Please note that SendWave makes money on the exchange rate. Terms and conditions apply. That's pretty much what we had for you. Have a lovely day. We'll be keeping tabs on what's happening at court, plus several other stories to keep you up to speed with current affairs. Have a lovely day and cheers.
A warm welcome to all of you watching the Media Roundtable. My name is Kanare Mugume. Now, in Uganda, the police are supposed to be handling arrests of civilians. They wear uniforms, they follow the laws and answer to the courts. But in the many recent cases, the police have been kept completely in the dark. They often hear about the arrests only when the military brings the suspects to them later. These are swift military-style raids, not normal police arrests with patrol cars and clear procedures. At the end of the day, the military simply dumps the suspects at police cells. The police are then left to handle cases they never investigated and arrests they did not carry out. Now, this happened again just days ago with former Kampala Lord Mayor Erias Lukwago, who was seized from his home by armed soldiers wearing UPDF uniform. This is the new reality playing out on the streets of Uganda. This morning on the Media Roundtable, we examine how and why the military has stepped into the role of civilian arrests, what it means for all of us, and when the military becomes the main force handling the arrests of its own citizens, where exactly is the line between keeping order and crossing it. I'll introduce my panel in just a bit. This is the Media Roundtable. I have a terrific panel to discuss all that and the state of affairs of this country this morning. Timothy Chemonges, always a pleasure having you here on the Media Roundtable.
Thank you, Kanare. Good to be here, and a very good morning to our viewers and fellow panelists.
Gloria Nakaju, it's been a pleasure having you here once again.
Thank you, Kanare. Very good to be here, and good morning, viewers.
Simon Mianga Lutaya. Simon Mianga Lutaya.
It's great being here, Kanare, with you on the Media Roundtable.
Yes. Let me begin with you. You've seen the current arrests. They're not even current because they've been happening over the years, but there's a new wave of arrests being carried out by the UPDF. Begs so many questions on the state of affairs of this country. Why? Because many citizens are asking, why are the authorities silent? Why are the institutions that are supposed to be keeping law and order silent? It was quite surreal this week when the police spokesperson was questioned in a press interview about the arrest of Erias Lukwago, and he had no idea. Later, the following day at 5 a.m., Erias Lukwago was dumped at a police cell at Chira Police and later taken to court. Police never investigated this case and never carried out an arrest, only to hear about this particular case after Erias Lukwago was dumped at the police. The current state of affairs, what do you think is going on? Is it a leadership vacuum?
Thank you, Kanare. I have, over the last 2 weeks, chosen not to debate the events that happen, but to examine the underlying causes, the implications, and maybe what they tell for the future. Like you said, many people are asking, are the institutions silent? Yes. Who asked that question? These institutions have been silent for quite a while because this particular arrest of Erias Lukwago is not very new in itself. The only difference is that it is a former Lord Mayor. But such arrests have happened. In them, there's some good things and some bad things. Like I've always said before, I am one of those who are interested in getting to the bitter truth of whether Dr. Kizza Besigye, the man I've worked with and admired for so long, actually intended to overthrow this government. I want to see it concluded. Whichever way it moves, I'm only interested in its logical conclusion and the truth, nothing but the truth. So if these events are diversionary on either part, one on the part about his hate for Dr. Besigye, and gives the reason that Dr. Besigye attempted to kill his father. Because when he's talking about the case, he does not say he attempted to kill the president. He says, attempted or planned to kill my father. I read the emotional attachment to it. If he looks at it that way, it's a son-father affair. Any son, including mine, would get out outrageous like that if you attempted to kill me, or if you was told and is convinced beyond reasonable doubt that you actually had the intention to kill me. My son would behave the same way General was behaving. The difference being the authority and power that both of them will be using to do that. So on the side of the opposition, or the opposing side for this matter, one wonders why there have been diversionary tactics for this case. I would much think that Dr. Kizza Besigye is interested in having this matter concluded, first to regain his freedom, or if not, to have the country get the truth of what is alleged to have been planned or committed by him. So when we get to the close part of the trial that we're about to start, and then somebody comes up with a case that they are suing Muhoozi Kainerugaba for attempted murder or attempted to kill Dr. Besigye through a tweet, well aware that from the case of Counsel Muwema, it has been hard to prove that a tweet, just a tweet of that nature, online, can be evidence enough to bring you facts about the alleged plot. I would think that the game is embarrassing, sometimes provoking this kind of authorities. Many people, when Elias was talking about, we are going to summon General Muhoozi, he must appear with a lot of authority. And so myself, I'm asking, okay, who has the duty to serve the other party? That's one, number one. Number two, the only person who issues these summons, and that is the authority behind them, is the court itself. I would think the court has the duty to enforce that whatever they ordered, the summons they gave out, have been respected. And if they don't do it, the case is called contempt of court, which means the authority of these summons, the duty is the court themselves. And courts have process servers who are supposed to serve such documents. The court servers don't go on announcing that we have been told to hunt for ABCD. Once the issues are said, the process takes place. So I want to believe that between Elias Lukwago and General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, there are no issues of legal requirement. There are no legal questions. These are simply political questions. But understanding this question analytically, like I've said always here, that some people need to take time to understand General Museveni himself. Because, like you've said, the institutions are silent, the leaders are silent. You only fear to say General Museveni is silent. He's the person I would have expected to speak first if he found the actions of General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, because he has authority both as a parent, but also as appointing authority and the commander-in-chief of armed forces.
But let's question a little bit of where you started from. You seem to suggest that these current arrests could be evoked by, have been evoked by emotions because of a father-son affair or whatever the allegations are in the Dr. Kizza Besigye's case. So then, but where does that leave the rule of law?
Now, when you're debating the rule of law, you know, I've always said I'm a realist. I don't want to speak sweet. You cannot demand rule of law now, because the events that have happened before on both sides have not read the rule of law. So what I've been trying to explain to you, if the rule of law is what we are advocating for, does it have special people supposed to enforce or not? So I was asking you, if court, the Nakawa court, summoned Elias Lukwago, General Muhoozi, would it be the duty of these defense lawyers to shout, to make noise, to speak loud, to demand, in a way that looks a bit unrespectful and outrageous, for the CDF to appear? To me, the answer is no. It is court that must ensure that the orders they have issued are fulfilled. If you do not do that, you will be still gotten on the other issue of contempt of court. And contempt of court is a serious matter. Everybody knows it. We have seen lawyers, judges send lawyers to the coolers because of contempt of court. We have had people serve sentences because of contempt of court. So the refusal or acceptance by the CDF to appear in court affects the court more on the part of their rule of law as an institution by government than anybody else.
Oh, so you're saying it was not the duty of the defense lawyers to serve?
That's my view.
Gloria, is Uganda entering a new political phase that is unfolding right in front of our eyes, but we're just taking long to accept it?
Yeah, you know, for people that have been born, grown up in this era, like this is just, it comes off as a shock. Like, you're like, okay, we've been reading about about these things, and you always, we've been given this kind of pseudo-stability. I want to call it pseudo-stability, that we expect things to move a certain way. But I think the way things are happening now, that normalcy or that stability that we've come to get used to is being challenged. Now, you see, even my colleague, the Wemuyanga, he's also not very sure where he's placing his argument. Because the truth is, we have a constitution, there is something called rule of law, so we cannot argue around it and try to normalize what is happening. I think let's state it as it is, that yes, we can no longer speak to the things that we used to know. We can no longer say that there is a rule of law, because at the end of the day, someone just comes up, issues an order, and I think actually the other day he told us we should be taking the things that he tweets very seriously. Because that alone in itself is, I mean, it creates fear. You keep wondering, okay, what is next? Do I live by what the laws of this land dictate, or there's somewhere else where actually order is coming from, or maybe if that order or disorder is coming from. So for me, I think, yes, we are moving in a totally different direction that we're not very familiar with. A state of disorder, let's call it as it is, because we know what the order is. So anything that is outside that, then it becomes disorder. So we are moving in a state of disorder, and actually that is where the painful part of things is, that everyone seems to be quiet. Like you keep wondering, okay, can someone who we have assigned some kind of responsibility, because we also know that these people hold this responsibility on our behalf. So at the end of the day, you keep asking yourself, where is my agency? Where is my power? Because I gave this power to someone. There are leaders that I expect to actually be speaking for me or protecting any Ugandan. But at this point in time, you keep asking yourself, who are the people that hold power, that I gave power to? Because someone is showing us that they are the law. They can determine who lives and who doesn't live. They can determine whether you are free today or you're not. You know, the things that we used to think are unalienable rights. We can no longer speak to that. We don't know anymore. So
we've had relative stability for about 40 years now.
Yes, exactly.
Under the NRM government.
Exactly.
Do you think with what's happening today, we're shifting away from that? Or that's how actually power has been consolidated over years?
I want to think that the environment probably has been created to facilitate this kind of disorder. If things were happening and we let them happen, then we start to normalize them. So I think it's not just happening now. We seem to have created that environment where things happen and people that do the things get away with them. So yes, we have had that, like I called it, pseudo-normalcy. We thought things would actually be the same. We thought things we thought things would be moving as per the laws of the land, but that is not happening. So maybe, yes, we have the laws. We hoped that those could protect us, but it turns out that even the laws of this land can no longer protect us. Someone can actually rise up and tell you what is normal and what is not normal.
Timothy, you've observed events in the current events as they unfold right in front of our eyes. My question to you is, many asking why are the institutions silent? And many are saying, where is the president? Yeah. Why is he not saying anything about it? But most importantly, what does this reveal about the direction Uganda is taking?
So thank you, Kandre. I think for me, things have been the same. It's just that they're happening right in front of our eyes. Otherwise, the pattern has been the same. The abuse of the rule of law has been happening. The abuse of our institution is not the first time it's happening.
So you are shocked that people are shocked?
I'm shocked that we are really shocked. But I think for me, more importantly, is that it is the impunity that has increased. Otherwise, everything that is happening has happened before. If it means arbitrary arrests, has been happening. It's just that how they've been happening, who is now leading them, probably is more in the media and probably social media. The rest have been doing it, from the background. And so it's the approach, not the events as they are. In terms of the institution, why they are silent, I think, again, it's the same pattern. Our institutions' ability to execute whatever they are conceptualized to do has been a problem for some time now. You have, for example, the Human Rights Commission that has attempted to, in the previous times, come a bit more strong in terms of what is happening. They were beaten, and I think they have decided to step back. Parliament, which ideally should be at the forefront of this matters that is happening in the country, they've stepped back, and it's not that it's happening for the first time. We've seen elections come, go, and the predictability of what is likely to happen is really the same. And so I think that for me, our institutions have been reduced to survival mode. Those that are in leading these institutions are also simply surviving. You have institutions such as Parliament. Of how these leaders come to take up these positions has a lot of the ability to stand firm in some of the events that we are seeing.
When have they ever?
I mean, it's the same challenge, really. Our institutions are a bit undermined. And we are in a place where the institutional strength is subservient to the individuals, notwithstanding that even the whole concept around civilian authority and the military authority, despite the fact that the Constitution indicates very clearly that the civilian authority is sovereign, or is higher than that of the military. The reality seems to be different. But also, I should say that the environment as it is today is scary, and that leaders and individuals leading these institutions have also been scared, and everyone seems to take the survival mode or the safety approach on how they go about things. We do not have individuals that are able to stand firm And even those that we ideally should be looking up is like the Interreligious Council. I think they have not stood up to whatever is happening today. We've had a section of them saying they also have a life to live beyond just fighting for Uganda.
Said there will not be matters.
There will not be matters. So I think that there is a fundamental problem in terms of how the events in the country are happening.
Right.
And the question around how the military are doing their thing, which is slightly becoming more visible. I think it's also a true realization of the new norm of how things are happening.
All right. Joining us on the panel is Isaac Kayonde. Good to have you on the Media Roundtable.
Thank you very much, Kanari. I'm glad to be here.
You found us discussing the military role in civilian law enforcement. I earlier gave an example of where the police spokesman was asked where the whereabouts of Elias Lukwago are, and could not. He said actually that he has no idea until later the following day or a day after at 5 a.m. he was dumped at a police cell in Chira Police. But how can a normal, ordinary Ugandan contend with the current reality?
First and foremost, I would like to agree with Mr. Chemonges there that there's nothing new here. What is new is maybe the individuals who have been arrested. And I mean, the profile of Elias Lukwago is much bigger than maybe Eddie Mutwe and the others. But I think we have seen a pattern. But you see, for me, I think that we need to know what the CDF is doing. I think for him, he has been consistent that he uses his personal Twitter to communicate and improve his political profile, so to speak. Thinking about it, I thought about President Museveni. There have been about maybe three or four things that he has done to get loyalty around the around the Ugandans. The first one is persuasion. He ideologically persuaded so many people to join him. The second is you can buy loyalty to much effect, like AA had done. You know, she bought loyalty. The third one is coercion as a tool to gain support. Now, much as it's not very desirable, it has worked to great effect in some places. You know, when President Museveni went to Karamoja at the time, I mean, he went with the gun, the persuasion, all the tools were there for him to ensure that he gains the support. And today, Karamoja is 100% in his... Now, what I think the CDF is doing is to instill some bit of fear. And as you could see on Twitter, there were so many people who were praising him. And I think that it might be his tool to get support, although what President Museveni has given us is we are not used to such coercion to conscript us into supporting an individual. So I feel like impunity of that nature needs to be condemned at all levels. I don't think the Ugandans have reached, either it's because of fear or generally not knowing what to do with this situation. But for me, President Museveni has previously acted on Muhoozi, and I think that this time he might again come back and do something. I think in the case of Kenya, where he demoted, should I call it a demotion, where he removed him from being land's commander after that famous meeting, and put him on the side for a while because of the diplomatic spat that he had created. So I believe he might tone down, he might act, but the buck stops with President Museveni. We should have no illusion who is in charge of this country. If it were up to Muhoozi, I think Barrio Munsi and others would not be part of the cabinet.
Right.
So we shall await what do
you think that Uganda has entered a new political phase that we need to contend with? After 4 decades of the NRM?
After the 4 decades, I don't think so. I think there's the man in charge, the president of Uganda, still has all the arms together. And I feel like the outrage is towards an individual, but not necessarily the NRM system. I mean, we have just had an election in Chikube, and people voted NRM, you know. So the outrage is maybe in the method of works of the CDF, but not necessarily the government. So we expect that, you know, there will be that stability for President Museveni in the next 5 years.
Gloria, the new political phase I've been trying to talk about is you have the influence of the Patriotic League of Uganda, headed by General Moses Kainerugaba, in all leadership circles now, right from the top to bottom. You see people pledging loyalty. You also have loyalty being pledged from the leadership of parliament itself. I actually saw new tweets today saying even the opposition must be conquered and a new leader of opposition must be appointed, so as to say. But you also have the commander of the Defense Forces who has gone on to also carry out reforms inside the army itself. And I think it was during the era of General Wilson Mbadi when there was so many powers now handed over to the CDF as the commander of the UPDF. Do you think that after 4 decades of the NRM, we're seeing a shift slowly? While many would have thought that it would happen maybe in an election or maybe in a coup, maybe this is what we've been waiting for.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, there has to be a transition. And I think, as you rightly state, this is probably what is happening. And I was seeing the other day, I think we have about 23 ministers from PLU. So that's big, yeah. And I remember the last conversation we had when we were doing predictions around how the cabinet is going to shape out. And yes, one of the things that we said, the key influences or the people that we're going to see is going to be PLU having a very big influence. And yes, I want to think that the transition is happening. It's been 40 years, and the things that we cannot deny, President Museveni has served, and it gets to that time when there's definitely going to be a change of guards. But I think the question is really how this is happening. And yes, as I was saying, we've been given this kind of a thinking as Ugandans that things happen this way. But I think this is likely going to turn out totally differently as we would have expected. And I saw someone starting a conversation of moving from adult suffrage to parliamentary election of the president. I mean, those are not very innocent discussions. They're not very innocent. I'm starting to think that in one way is also preparation. It is preparing us for what is actually, because these things do not just happen randomly.
So these are not things to take lightly?
They're not things to take lightly, because if you see that, yes, in the different arms of government, we are seeing the penetration or penetration of PLU, and then there's parliament that is now, you could see like it was more like bowing down to the CDF, and you're thinking, okay, this is number 3. This is so. I have a feeling that we are being prepared. And yes, like my colleagues have highlighted, it is the how this is happening that is coming off as a shock.
Do you think that this is happening with the acceptance of the president himself?
The fact that there's been silence from the head of state with everything that is happening, I'm starting to think that he is allowing this to actually happen. Yes.
Sir Simon, for decades, Uganda has had such a strong military tradition. Are we now moving beyond the military, just supporting the state to the military becoming a more primary instrument or a domestic political control instrument? And what would that mean for the future of Uganda's democracy?
3 things and quick ones. Kind of one, I want to think that General Muhoozi is showing Ugandans the other side of what power can do. Because when they had what we would call seamless, the comfort and the peace, many of us have taken that for granted. We think that's how things are supposed to be. Somehow, what General Muhoozi has done is even got to say that, by the way, if we thought Museveni was this worse, there could be some other person worse than this one. He's simply sampling us. He cannot do much in destabilizing the country. Whatever he's doing, I treat these things as mere jokes. One thing I admire is to see General Muhoozi on camera saying the same things he does on Twitter with his own voice and face. And tactfully, he has avoided that. That makes me think that whereas he calls us to take these things seriously, some of them are simple jokes. But in there is a word he keeps using that we need to investigate also, objectively. I will deal with these traitors. I want to believe somebody does not just come out and say Muyanga is a traitor. He must qualify it, whether the qualification is public or he keeps it to himself. But for somebody to say these traitors, we must know the information, the knowledge, privilege that informs his selection of diction. To call this not opposition politicians, not anything, but to say this Lukwago is a traitor. Could they have dealings that one of them disappointed or not? The second one, I want to also remind you of how the opposition has been addressing Muhoozi over time. Only now that they are yelling to see so release the other, that they are calling him CDF. They are recognized that this man is the chief of defense forces. But many times when they are speaking in a manner that belittles him, they simply say, this is Museveni's son. The other, they said this is drunkard. And you can see what happens when they say, why are you a dechi? Or why are you a There's been a lot of belittling language of this man that humanly, he may at one time get angry. And what do we do when we have the power? When you get angry and you have something that can help you revenge, that would also be done by any other person. So if we are going to move forward in a sober manner, the opposition must respect Muhoozi as the chief of defense forces. I have heard many say, you know, how did he get there? Yes, he went to Sandhurst and they told us that this guy is going to answer Sandhurst. He graduated, we all saw this. We knew that he was in the military. He chose to be there. Whether he's a general or not a general, like many people have said, because I've also heard others saying, what type of general is this one? This is not general. But sometimes when you provoke somebody, they bring out their true colors. But Canary, you remember that I've asked Ugandans every time I appear here to take time and interest in defining who Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is and knowing him. Mr. Museveni does not make innocent statements like Gloria is saying, using the word, when he told us one time at Kololo why he had named his son Muhoozi. He even told us that means an avenger, and said, one who revenge for me. If the child they said will revenge for the father grows to that level with that authority, and then you keep, he has a lot that he feels is not right for his father. You have done this to his father. He keeps saying it when he talks about emotion. He says, you've been a headache to my father. And then you remember that this man told you that this one will avenge for him. He's rightly doing the job that the father aspired him to do at birth. To me, I take it that light.
That's an interesting perspective there from Simon. Let's take a break. When we return, is this a new political order? Is it something Ugandans should adapt to anyway? And what does it mean for the future of Uganda's democracy of affairs? Looking at the military role in the civilian law enforcement and what that means for the future of this country. Timothy, before we took a break, we're discussing now the new political order Uganda is shifting to, and the silence of President Yoweri Museveni. I know you have so much hope in institutions like the Uganda Human Rights and Parliament, but over time I think we've been proven that sometimes they'll be silent and nothing will happen. Is this a new reality that Uganda needs to adapt to?
I think that this is a reality that we'll have to deal with some time, and many of them quite unprecedented, where you see the leader of the PLU assigning the speaker, the deputy speaker, and all the other would be considered very senior leaders to be part of committees. An event that is quite unprecedented, but quite irregular in how it appears. I, though, wanted to just comment something that Saad mentioned around whether the tweets by MK are things that are serious or they're just a joke. I think for me that everything that Muhoozi tweets, in the latter, I think they are very serious. Partly because of two things. We've seen them happen, but two, it is on the indirect implementation of those that should be taking action. When I see the CDF tweeting and saying that I want to see the current leader of opposition out of that office, and an immediate response by the former Kabanda saying, consider this done, give me 2 weeks. I don't take that lightly.
But we all know how the leader of opposition is appointed, no?
Absolutely. But you see, it's on the likelihood of what may actually happen, the possibility of what can happen, both what is predictable within the law or otherwise. So I think for me, those are very serious. And sometimes it's on how the executioners, the people who are supposed to execute the orders, are always ready, whether it's the military or the members of parliament. It's upon the order and they are willing to execute it.
But let me ask, what is with the need to have control over all these institutions and all these spaces, whether political, government or not government? What is with the need to have control over them? After all, there are available tools available to you as an individual, both in your capacity as a military officer, head of the military, but also in your capacity in spaces that you do also occupy, like PLU. What is with the need to have control over this?
I mean, it can be as basic as just the fulfilling a personal desire. It can be that, it can be as basic as I just want to demonstrate a point. And that can be it, that I want to ensure that the country understands that I'm in charge and that it gives me pleasure seeing certain things happening the way I want. And probably that's the direction that we are taking going forward. In terms of institutions and probably how we are likely to see them unfold, definitely are likely to see them deteriorate further, partly because of the tokenism approach that we've taken, that all the leaders holding these positions on these institutions are all at the mercy, or are all in a space where they're playing very safe. And so because these institutions are led by individuals who are also paying allegiance to certain specific quotas, it means that their action will comply with the dynamics of the day. And so it's true that the institutions will continue deteriorating, and most likely the interest of the individuals who hold power today will take the day. On whether this is an ideal situation or a pleasant situation, definitely not. Is there a role that Ugandans can play? Definitely yes. I think that there is need to continue speaking up on this kind of thing. The price is quite high, but there is need to continue raising voices on what is happening and calling out what needs to be called out. I think that it's true that the opposition are just part of the group that are under focus now, but we have a bigger and a broader perspective to the country. The religious, the cultural institution seems to be also taking the safe, the safe space. I've seen, for example, the arrest of Lukwago. I expected Buganda Kingdom to actually come out very clearly on some of these things and call out, the events as they're happening. At least those are voices that we need to hear. Whether they are followed or not, I think that all stakeholders must be able to come out strong and condemn or encourage whatever is happening, depending on where they are. Otherwise, the continued silence, right from the head of state to would-be associations or group of individuals, continues to undermine whatever is happening. It is true that democracy dies in silence, but also dies in darkness.
Right.
And there's this very deliberate effort to ensure that the two take precedent, that the things are happening are not seen in the public. Two, that people who should be speaking, the price to speak should be extremely high, that any person who thinks of speaking will think twice.
Isaac, the country has seen a military take control of so many spaces now, including hospitals. We've seen the recruitment of the military officers to hospitals, and remember the president saying that if the interns strike, I'll deploy the military officers in the hospitals. But the country is slowly sliding into that kind of phase where the military has control. Many countries that have done that have eventually found it very hard to reverse. Is Uganda at a tipping point?
Absolutely not. I don't think Uganda is at a tipping point. However, what I might agree is that there's an underlying desire for change, and that has exhibited in many forms. I mean, even people from NRM aspire to have change, and the only question is, what kind of change do we want? When you see PLU, you know, there was a debate: is it a pressure group? Is it a, you know, within the NRM structure? And you see that PLU advocates for change, and I think many people have missed Muhoozi's, the CDF's desire, or should I say, his expression of the things happening are not okay. We would want to see better in many ways. And there's a time he tweeted and said NRM is a reactionary party, right? He was really trying to show that we need better, we need NRM to do things in a different way. So that change there is what I think he's trying to bring forward. And whether he'll bring it politically to gain support is another thing. But the thing is that change is desired. Now, we are not, us who maybe support NRM, are not interested. We don't want change at all costs. So Muhoozi is giving us and showing us that there can be change, whether it is in the fight against corruption or in the fight against this wanton commentary of abusing leaders and all that kind of thing. If that is what he's trying to demonstrate, that things must change. And that's why I think that for me, going forward, is that the military getting involved in civil affairs is not something unique to Uganda. You know, it happens elsewhere.
It's not unique, but when you let the military get involved in domestic affairs quite a lot, because the Constitution says power belongs to the people.
Yes.
Now, when you let power belong to the military rule, won't it become hard to return it back to the civilians?
I want to see how the power is now becoming militaristic. I mean, the military people in parliament are simply listening posts. The military, I feel like the military is, because of that political, the CDF's political angling and also his role as the CDF, maybe that's what is creating the gray area. But again, I don't see the military, okay, the military doing roads, that's another thing.
Maybe that's part of development, but the military handling political dissent.
Okay.
Taking over law enforcement as opposed to Uganda police.
Yeah, well, already Uganda police has always been militarized in the sense that it has generals who have led it, and, you know, so again, like I said, there's nothing new here, and I think there are people overthinking it in that sense. I believe that the structures still exist of our democratic system. Right now, Muhoozi is advocating for changes in parliament. He's not advocating that, you know what, let's remove or let's take over parliament in a sense of, I think that what we have to contend with is the fact that there are changes happening and there's a desire for change of leadership everywhere. But those NRM hardliners, like the General Tafires and others, are saying, okay, yes, we want change, it's not this one. But yeah, those are contestations that happen in a democratic society. We were saying earlier here with Mr. Sir Simon Yanja that Muhoozi might join the political side of things, and I think that at one point he was probably pushing and advocating to leave the army to join it. So I again see that the constitution is still in place, and I think it will be respected to the extent that it will be preserved around the institutions of the country. And I don't see how the military is taking over things yet, anyway.
Gloria, General Muhoozi represents hope for some people and change that Ugandans have been yearning for. You've even seen the president praise him for the change he has extended even to the military in terms of fighting corruption. But on the other side, the flip of the coin, he's in one way or another a new face of fear. This is such a contradiction to contend with as a Ugandan, no?
Yeah, you know, I think one of our biggest undoing as a country has been the actions and inactions of our institutions. So with that kind of despair, and yes, like my colleagues have highlighted, that like Ugandans trying to, 40 years, definitely, people start kind of agitating for change. And yes, so Muhoozi, it's not that we've not seen better or we do not desire better, but I think under the circumstances, we find ourselves trapped with this person who is like the nearest or the closest to power, being what we have. So it's really like you say, it's a conflict, and you know, like we're saying, with everything that he's doing, you saw some people chanting. I remember the other incident that happened the other day of our national player that was unfortunately killed. So you could see people now calling out to the CDF to come to the rescue, and I think he tweeted some things there, and you could see like people were now like, they looked at him as like he would be the solution. But then, like you say, on the other hand, he's the same person who is causing this kind of disorder to things. So maybe even as Ugandans, we seem to be in that state of like we no longer know what exactly or which path that we are supposed to take. So I think yes, yes, we say we are a very young population, so you can say that this is the most, the person that kind of appeals the most to the majority of the population. But then on the other hand, the question is really, is that the kind of person you want to be in charge of your country? So it is a bit of a conflict. Like, yes, we know he is the closest or the most, yes, the closest to power and the most likely to take over power. But then the question is usually, is that what we want? So I think we are just in a state of a conflict. We do not know where to go. At some point, you're thinking, okay, he's coming to rescue because, like I've said, of the inaction and actions of our institutions. So you're thinking, okay, if this person comes in and then rescues this particular situation, you know, when they said that the UPDF, the construction arm of UPDF is going to take over the roads, everyone was excited. And you know why? Because the institutions that are charged with actually taking over that mandate have failed. So when someone comes in and tries to kind of provide a solution, we chant. But then the other question is that actually how things should be? I think that's the question we should be asking ourselves.
Sir Simon.
Yes, I wanted to start from what you said. You know, when we say power belongs to the people, I keep imagining maybe Ugandans think there is a particular group of people who should have this power. When you say power belongs to the people, it means that even those in the military who are people enjoy the power. The journalists are people. the doctors are people. So even when you say power belongs to the people, the military also are part of the people we're talking about. Because being in the military was solely a simple job. What makes you among the people is that you are human. So power belongs to us, power belongs to the military, power belongs to everybody. But before we complain about
what that means, let's not let it go away.
You're not
I think what that means in the constitution,
the military,
and Isaac or Timothy can help.
The military may be that.
The Constitution
may be that.
The Constitution
puts civilian authority above
gives us
every other authority.
A mechanism to understand how that power belongs to us, and not necessarily.
Does the Constitution say power belongs to the civilian people?
No, it puts civilian authority above any other. I think that's the interpretation that we need to.
Anyway,
there's no one article of the Constitution that should be interpreted alone. Again, it should be in context of the other, and just on that specific.
Okay.
So it is true that,
as a matter of fact, as a matter of fact, is the military concerned if there is misrule in our country? Are they concerned?
They should be concerned.
Do they have a duty? Do they have a duty to give direction to the country at one point if need arises?
That's true, but it's just to look into your interpretation of people and all these components.
Because you have taken the ordinary interpretation.
Because
you must understand the poetic interpretation, not the ordinary one. The poetic interpretation of power belongs to the people. The country belongs to all of us. Everybody has a role to play. So we are all concerned.
But in the
what I try to tell you,
the civilian rule shall be supreme to the military rule.
If you say Muhoozi is misbehaving in one way, what is the CDF? There could also be people within the military who are not happy with what he's doing.
That's
right or wrong. So we all enjoy this power and have equal rights. But I wanted to remind Kandre of where we are coming from, and Gloria was about to get there. Where are we coming from? How did we get to where we are? Many people in our country are not happy with how institutions have performed their duties. The corruption in contracts and tendering. There's now corruption in the way people are giving jobs at district level. In my district, Kalilo, people are selling land to go and buy a job at the district. When the civilians entrusted with the duty fail to do it, the military is invited by implication that please come and help. And because they have done, and there's evidence that when they handle something, they do it better, many Ugandans are now in support of the military taking over some responsibilities because they do it better. You can look at the cost that we undertake. People take billions on a road project, and they do a job with just half of the budget they presented, but also take full amount of the money they requested for. The military has done it better. One, first in time, and two at a cheaper cost. So it is where we are coming from, and the way we have behaved. Now what you call the civilian authority, the way the civilian institutions and civilian authorities have behaved, that is attracting the military to take concern, because they have a duty also to protect our country.
Yes, but the same constitution says that the civilians will be allowed to be governed through their will and consent.
So their will grants them to do things in a corrupt manner? Is that the will?
The will and their consent.
The will of the people says, do this job, half the price you asked for. Is that the will of the people?
No, in this case, power cannot belong to a single individual, a single institution.
That's why I'm saying, I'm debating civilian authority
Police or UPDF.
And the military as an institution. They are concerned. You spend so much, you cause, when you cause mayhem in our country, and the country is at danger, you ask the military to defend you. You ask the military to come in. So is it wrong, therefore, if they try to act in a preventive manner so the catastrophe that comes out of what you're doing does not happen at that cost? So to me, I think, and I want this to be on record, Ugandans must not be deceived. This man called General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, Museveni's son, is intelligent, is strategic. Whatever you think he's doing, you're actually misreading him. In Muhoozi, he's a real patriotic Ugandan, one who loves his country like any of you, one who loves peace, one who loves order. The difference between him and his father may be the level of tolerance, that you tolerate something you know is outright wrong for so much a time until when it causes diverse effects. Maybe Muhoozi is preventive. He says, instead of us going this way, without this kind of disaster we expect, let us prevent this. Whatever it takes to prevent it, to me, if you say prevention is better than cure, one who is doing it to prevent is better than one who waits for it to happen and meet the costs. I believe, and I want Ugandans to believe, that Muhoozi is sensible, that Muhoozi is not dictatorial, that Muhoozi is not inhuman, Muhoozi is not senseless. You simply need to take time to read him, his orientation and history, where he's coming from, and what he aspires to have. And you know, among among these many of you Ugandans, you simply not want to be honest. There are many people, majority in silence, who are saying, Obajaje, let him come. There are many people who are fed up with the way we conduct ourselves in public affairs that are saying, okay, I think our way of conducting public affairs is not sufficient enough. Let Muhoozi's style take over. Return our country to order. We'll sort out that later. And I agree with them and support that. There are times that bad methods are required to deliver success, to deliver victory.
Simon, you saw Nalongo Lukwago at court. In tears, you saw Lukwago's son. I don't think they would agree with you if they had your comments.
In tears?
That Obajaje. I think that what is fundamental here is what is the right thing to do. I think that's the basic things that they're asking.
Canary, my brother, in 2017, my children and my wife and my mother and my sisters cried when I was being taken to prison. It was simply that they did not agree that for me participating in elections, I would end up in prison. Lukwago's children, his wife, and all his lovers, including me, would cry. But that is not a problem. That does not solve the immediate need we have for our country. Lukwago will come out. You're talking about Lukwago, who you know was arrested in cameras, taken to wherever he was taken in cameras, produced in court in cameras. You now know where Lukwago is. There were governments before us where would simply say, Lukwago bamutute, he's been taken. And the next thing you expect is his head or his body. Here you know, Muhoozi says, I have him in my basement. And surely you know he's there. He's alive. I will present him to police. And he presents him, and the law takes its course. It's...
I don't know if you could just give me a minute to... I think there are 2 to 3 points that Sir Simon raises, which I think require a bit of response. The first is around where he says that the failure in our institutions, the failure in how we do things, for example, in his district, invite the military. If you look at the construction and our legal framework, you see we have structures and systems of military cannot be our first intervention. We've, for example, had Ministry of Works, whatever challenges they have had in roads. Does it mean, or because what Simon says that it automatically or implies that the military should intervene? We have the president, we have the systems that should intervene. Military should not be the first area of intervention on failures by institutions. And the
institutions intervened. So what I'm saying, you have the institutions who are supposed to intervene. Have they intervened?
The question should be asking is, why have they intervened? And what should be done to ensure that they intervene? Not to say that the intervention by the military is greatly celebrated and should be the first intervention. Because we have systems, and if you do believe that our systems should be respected, I think that we should be going towards that direction. The second thing, I think that Simon seems to make a comparative direction of what has happened in the worst system to make sense or to justify what is happening today. That just because there was a time when people would disappear and never to be seen again, we are fairly in a better place. I think that because we already have a system that clearly indicates that if you wanted, whatever a person has done, we have systems, we have institutions that should be able to do that. if Simon makes a case that because the military came to abduct the former Lord Mayor, it's a normal situation. For me, that's a bit problematic.
Is that abduction?
That is abduction.
Sure.
Is that an arrest?
Let's take a break. When we return, what happened to soft power? What happened to earning legitimacy genuinely? Or are the days of President Yoweri Museveni's tolerance over? Behind the scenes, what happens during the ad break? Because the debate is even hotter. This is a medium roundtable onto our last segment of the show. Now taking a look at the future of Uganda today. Gloria, should we say now the tolerance days of President Yoweri Museveni are over?
For now, I'll choose to remain optimistic. And since we have just given another 5-year mandate to President Yoweri Museveni, my expectation is that we will still fall within or follow how he has actually been reigning on this country, for a lack of a better word. So I still think, or I still hope, that that is going to be the modus operandi going forward. And I'm still believing in these promises that the NRM manifesto has provided, the term no sleep. So I'm still positive that we're going to see things changing. But of course, in hindsight, I do appreciate that yes, these terms come and these terms go and things remain the same. But I'm really still positive that we can still maintain the order and the kind of the way we've been doing things, and the aspiration really to live by the constitutional demands or requirements. So that is really still my hope. And
he's been speaking tough on the recent speeches, from swearing in to the budget, to the state of the nation. He's been speaking tough on leaders and saying the days of sleeping are over. This military rule, do we think that it's an extension of his toughness in this new term?
But again, as we, like I said, it's always, when has he never spoken tough? He's always spoken tough. I think the reality is usually, at the end of the day, does it amount to anything? We had term no corruption, but we all know that the last term has also been filled with a lot of corruption incidences. So it still comes down to whether whoever this message is going to will uphold by it, or even, because at the end of the day, even Ugandans have a responsibility. They are supposed to facilitate what becomes term no sleep. So I think at the end of the day, until all the different stakeholders actually uphold by these demands by the president, we will still go back to the same thing: threats and no action.
Simon, someone here says, please tell Muyangalutaya that it's painful listening to him debate. He has totally misconstrued the concept of power belongs to the people. I hope his paycheck from Hozi will come sooner. But on way forward... On the way forward, I wanted to ask, when our children are growing up in this country in these coming years, and our grandchildren, when they grow up thinking or knowing that military knocking on people's doors and arresting them in the dark and doing all these arbitrary arrests, is the normal, that is the right thing to do?
All right, Kali, thank you. I want for information to let people know that I have no paycheck from General Muhoozi. I last met General Muhoozi 2 years ago. We have not talked on phone or even email in the last 2 years. So, but I want to be realistic that even the Yoweri Museveni you're talking about today has been good and a saint once committed atrocities. There are 800,000 people who died in Luwero on the account of a struggle that Yoweri Kaguta Museveni led. Today is leading as well. I do not think Muhoozi has done that much, or has been worse than that. So, I don't want us to dwell on what's happening and then saying Museveni's tolerance has run out. No, Museveni's tolerance and leadership style runs out only when he leaves. He's still here. He's the one in charge of this country. He knows what's happening. But I've told you that there are things that you don't want to hear that are actually factual.
He's just tweeted 4 minutes ago saying that right now I'm only CDF, but one day I'll soon become president of Uganda.
Is that news to you? The aspiration that he wants to be president is news to you? He wants to be president. The reason some of us support him is that we were saying we have no stake in this current government. We must have a stake in the next government. And when we say next government and next president, we mean General Muhoozi Kainerugaba.
But what happened to soft power? What happened to earning legitimacy genuinely without
you
having
cannot
to
demand, or you cannot demand of tolerance from Muhoozi simply because Museveni is tolerant. The two are different individuals. If Museveni has been tolerant, and that's his style, thank you and thank him for his style. You have enjoyed it. Know for sure that is another style of leadership. That the kind of things we do that look stupid cannot be tolerated by anybody. I am not as tolerant as you. You are not as tolerant as me. Your character and my character are different depending on who we are serving. The condemnation, the outright condemnation and belittling of Muhoozi Kainerugaba today is not new. Even before he did this, from the word go, I remember in 2023, I told our friends in the opposition, I said, you people, you have taken on a wrong contract, that you have hated Museveni and fought him and belittled him. You want to simply move and add on his son simply because Muhoozi is a son of Museveni. Muhoozi had no choice in determining who his father is. So you cannot blame him for that. You cannot take him for that. You cannot belittle him by simply saying Museveni's son. You need to be realistic as a journalist. When you read on social media, go to Muhoozi's tweets and read the kind of belittling responses there on. Even if you are me, somehow you'll get. I am not the CDF, but I am debating what I see and what you see. So there is Muhoozi, Museveni's son, and then there is Muhoozi, the CDF. If what Muhoozi was posting was on the UPDF Twitter handle, I would think the military is acting that way. If what is putting is on the Twitter handle...
Simon, I'm really struggling to understand your argument.
First wait.
I'm really struggling to understand your argument.
What does he call himself on that X account? Muhoozi who?
Muhoozi Kainerugaba. Is it Muhoozi the CDF? No. In his description, he tells
maybe
you,
let's put it
I am
this
also
way,
CDF, I am also
Maybe
this.
let's put it this way. What about when he orders for arrests? Is he ordering as first son or ordering as the CDF?
You need to ask him that. When he does.
You're the one speaking.
He says, I, Muhoozi of the Bachwezi, I'll pick Lukwago. So he's saying Muhoozi Kainerugaba, the grandson of the Bachwezi, picks Lukwago. Whether the picking was wrongful, that's why Lukwago is now in court. First, we'll have to say, I was wrongly picked by people who had no authority to pick me. Court will determine that.
He says, this is the official Twitter account of General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, Chief of Defense Forces, UPDF.
But whether it's the account or not, you see, leadership position comes with responsibility. Whether you have a Twitter handle or not, it means that there's some level of expectation that is of what is expected of you.
So
is it
the UPDF that is tweeting?
The Chief of Defense
I think for me, the questions of the presidents, the chairman, NRM, the UPC, those are all semantics, really. There is a bigger problem.
The person of Muhoozi Kainerugaba, who has a job employed by Ugandans as a Chief of Defense Forces, is doing that, not the military. When you say you're worried of military rule, and that does not define the military conduct. The military is led by instruments in law. We know how the military is led. Muhoozi can tomorrow leave. Is it the first CDF or the last one?
You asked the question.
So look at the military in itself as an institution, and not Muhoozi to be the embodiment and definition of the military. And you say military rule is taking over civilian rule. No.
But just to as a point of information for Gloria, he has had this Twitter even before he was CDF. So he was tweeting in his personal capacity, and he has said this several times. He has tweeted and said that, look, you should distinguish this account from any other. I'm here as Muhoozi. If you're looking for CDF, there is UPDF communications. There are people who deal with that. But anyway.
And when he says my father, You mean it is history that all the fathers of CDFs are that important for reference? He simply says, my father, because Museveni, the president, also happens to be his father. Without being president, Museveni will still be father of...
We appreciate that context.
Isaac, finish.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think the next 5 years are going to be, for me, they are going to be exciting in many ways. I feel like on the economic front, I think Uganda, we might see some changes, you know, economically. We might grow, people might feel, but politically, the sense of change that is desired is going to come out a bit more distinct in these 5 years. We see there's a growing that growing need, whether it is PLU that is going to be at the forefront of leading this change, is going to be seen for sure. They might try and be more visible, but again, I still think the buck stops with President Museveni. And like he did the other time, you no longer see PLU birthdays. He simply went, picked up, gave them a few positions, and yeah, the birthdays stopped. So you can see the changes that have happened in the leadership of PLU. I expect that maybe they may be now push for their space and come out of this NRM shell that they are in. So, I mean, good, that is on the positive side. But as far as governance is concerned, I think we should just wait for the next election. It will come and everybody will participate equally.
Timothy. But I wanted Chamunges to accept, before you come in Canada, I wanted Chamunges to accept that Elias Lukwago was arrested in cameras and by men in uniform. Right or wrong?
Should men in uniform be carrying out arrests?
You see, first, do you accept that you know who arrested him? Men in uniform. And the uniform you can trace to an institution. Arrests can be done by anybody, depending on the circumstances of they are picking and the circumstance of the crime for who they are picking this person. I can tell you that. If you call them security forces, they have equal rights if there is any security case to handle. The gymnastics of where they come from, police or so, comes later.
But do you understand the consequences of sidelining police when carrying out?
Has police complained of being sidelined in this case?
Well, at least they did not know about the arrest by the time Lukwago was arrested.
Who says whatever we have done, police had done?
They told us
if
that
they
they
did
had
not
no
know.
idea.
If they did not know, they now have an opportunity to know because the person picked has been handed over to them. Let them take
But you see,
like police is just receiving deliveries from your
what Simon is saying are quite disturbing. You see, if we want to normalize that abductions would be clothed in arrest formats, and you see, the penal code clearly provides of what an arrest looks like.
Simon, give Timothy a chance to explain his point.
You have clearly a person who identifies themselves to come and arrest. They take you to a gazetted place. Whether the police, and the police have actually indicated at least then that they were not aware of the arrest of the former mayor. We've come now to learn that the people who took that process were the military. But you see, Simon, it is not what should be the case.
When he was going to be picked and he treated?
I mean, his knowledge of his abduction or arrest, I think for me that's not important. What is important for me is the manner in which he was abducted, but also the unfolding event.
During arrest?
I mean, arrest...
Was he flogged much during arrest?
That is not the definition or the composition of what an arrest should do like. But for me, again, is a bit slightly to go away from. My problem with the current situation are two things. The colleagues who are encouraging of what is happening, people who are trying to paint the unfortunate situations that are happening to be right, but also more importantly, people who seem to be cheering on of what is happening, especially if it is visibly wrong. You see colleagues who are, instructions are given, and you see people really cheering on undermining of institutions, abuse of rule of law, and most of these democratic dispensations. I want to challenge Simon that if the oppositions have made comments calling the CDF the son of
belittling, not belittling him.
I think for me, Muhoozi is not, he has a thick skin. He's a CDF. And that just because they call you the son of Museveni, that does not quantify to be belittling. I think that we are in a democratic space.
Drunkard.
I mean,
son of Museveni is not belittling, a drunkard. You call him a drunkard.
So
if he's a drunkard, deal with the drunkard the way you think he is. Why are you crying over a drunkard?
If you ever
Why
hold
would you be bothered
if you ever
by a
hold public
drunkard?
office, I think you should be prepared for all sorts of words.
Really silent.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Canada. Let the opposition rather respect him, Muhoozi, and so demand the same respect from him.
Yeah,
if you have belittled him, do not expect him to handle.
Unfortunately, our time is up.
You have belittled him over the last very many years.
The legal framework, and all of us must focus on that.
Do you see
Not
the men
what
in
president
uniform,
has done.
Chairman? You see the men in uniform?
That is an abduction. Notwithstanding.
Unfortunately, our time is up. Simon, I worry for you when you start to serve in a public office and you are in one or another met with words that you do not agree with or criticism as you hold public office. I worry what you will do.
Criticism is different from calling me names. You do criticize me. It's okay.
You should be willing for that. You should have thick skin for that.
Gentlemen and lady, many thanks for honoring our invitation to be here with us on the Media Roundtable, and thanks for making time this early morning to speak about this. Well, let us know what you think about the current situation. Hashtag NBS Media Roundtable. My name is Canary Mugume, and I also want to remind you that you can be able to tag us at NBS TV on Twitter, on Facebook, and everywhere to be able to give us your opinion. But also, before we go, I wanted to remind you that if you are already sending money to family and friends in Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, or Tanzania, then this is for you. With SendWave Wallet, you can hold and send digital dollars and cash out in Ugandan shillings whenever you are ready. Remember, each digital dollar is backed up by one actual US dollar. You can also make free transactions and transfers using between SendWave wallets across 110 plus countries, which means you can send money directly from your SendWave wallet to another SendWave wallet without transfer fees. Your friends and family can hold their money in digital dollars and cash out in their local currencies whenever they do wish. So download the SendWave wallet app and directly from Play Store or App Store, and fund your wallet with $10 instantly using the promo code NEXT, N-E-X-T, and get $5 on us. Please note that SendWave makes money on the exchange rate, so terms and conditions apply. That's all we had for you this morning. Catch up tomorrow on the Big Talk 9 to 11 a.m., both on Next Radio and NBS TV. Good morning. Joining me today on the show is Honorable Patrick Tabz, who is a Member of Parliament for Ruchiga County. Honorable Tabz, good to have you on the Morning Breeze.
Good morning, and good morning to our viewers, and good morning, everybody.
And also joining me on the show is Jen Nalunga, who is the Executive Director of Siatini, Uganda. Always a pleasure hosting you.
Thank you for inviting me, and good morning, our viewers.
Honorable Tabz, I'll begin with you. You've spent a couple of years campaigning in Ruchiga County. You were on ground, I think, more than before. What is the situation on ground like for parish development model? Do these numbers that we've just looked at really reflect the situation on ground, or it's worse?
I think the numbers that you've just read to us tell a story that relates with some of the things that are happening. But because now the numbers relate to the countrywide story, so it may not be as explosive as it sounds on the screen. When you come to areas such as Ruchiga, I must say that the implementation of PDM has gone quite well. But there are still some challenges, I think, that are very evident, because this was a massive program. This program has given publicity by the president and many other stakeholders, and to that very extent, of course, the expectations have been very, very high. And some of the criticisms that are coming to PDM largely come from the high expectations that were already in the community. For example, now, PDM was designed to cater for the 40% who are falling outside the money economy the president has been talking about. And oftentimes, the difference between the poor and the poorest in our villages is extremely small. And that's why you've seen some people from Zimbabwe earlier on saying that those who deserve have actually not got the money, and those who don't deserve actually got the money. It is extremely difficult to tell if you're looking for the first 100 poorest people in the village. Getting those people is extremely complicated. So we have scenarios where, because the money that has been disbursed every single financial year is certainly not enough to cover everybody. There are villages that are smaller than others. There are parishes that are bigger than others, to the extent that there are some parishes in Rushiga, for example. If you are to give money at this rate, I know it has now doubled in this financial that is coming, but even if you doubled it, if you are to give the money at the rate and the proposed rate, it will take about 10 years for every single person who deserves to get this money.
Right.
So in that case, that drives a narrative that there are those who don't deserve, but who get the money. There are also some other fraudulent activities that are happening, where people, like you're saying, are using one ID to get money. Then there are those actually who are being crafted into the scheme, but when the money comes, it comes through a different phone number, a number of another person. We have seen a scenario like that one. We've also seen scenarios where people who sit at the parish committee actually do solicit bribes from the intended beneficiaries. So now, but remember now, this 1 million shilling attracts, after the grace period of 2 years, attracts 6% as interest. So that's about 120,000 that somebody is expected to pay back after 2 years. So, but now you've given somebody less than by 100,000 or even 60,000 on money that somebody is supposed to invest and also return. That will complicate the story of recovery, because somebody was saying, you know what, I'm being told to return the 1 million plus interest on it, but I never actually got all the money.
That's right.
But by and large, the system is very elaborate, and where there have been problems in terms of people not getting the money or the wrong person getting the money, at least there's a system that can be able to track. So they have a robust system, a digital system, I think through some app called Wendy, that can be able to trace this. And the work of the auditors is not going to be very complicated. The work of the RDCs on ground and others who are looking at this project is not going to be very complicated, because at least money passes through the system. If there's any problem at any rate, they will be able to catch it.
Jen, we could be celebrating that 84% is such a big percentage of the household that have the households that have received this money, 84%. But the thing is, you've received this money, but have you used it for its intended purpose? Actually, Honorable Tabz now brings in a new dynamic that, first of all, you're not receiving all of it. There are people soliciting for handouts at the parish. But is this money actually doing the actual work on ground it's intended for?
Okay, that's a huge question. What's the money intended for? But I think before we go there, I think we need to go back and discuss why PDM. Because what we need to understand that PDM is really important. There are people at that level, at household level, who need patient capital. You know, some money, some injection of capital to be able to put it in their own businesses. So we need to agree, is PDM good or is it a bad program? You know, then we look at why is it not working, the issues Honorable has raised. And then we see how do we address those challenges. I remember in his speech, Honorable Musasi talked about it, that PDM and Emioga will be connected to value chains, you know, because at the end of the day, when you look at the way the money is given to the households, to the people, even knowing what to use that money for is a problem. You see, I have had stories, by the way. We haven't done research on the ground, but sometimes people get that money, they drink, they pay their loans. So for me, I think we need to streamline the system, because for me, I think this debate is healthy. This debate is not about bashing PDM, but being objective to see how it can work better. You know, for me, I think that should be the purpose.
But why is it
these,
that poverty eradication programs are always failing on the same reasons? Failure to track those who have received it, the money failing to do what its intended purpose is.
Then
it looks like a pattern.
It's a pattern which we need to break. It's a pattern which we need to break. And I think there are some people who are sleeping on the job. There are things which need to be done, before the monies are disbursed. When you look at the pillars of PDM, there is a pillar on governance and administration. They were supposed to give capacity to the parish chiefs and to the councils. It's not done, you know. People are supposed to get information. Information, for example, what Honorable is saying, that after 2 years, it's a revolving fund. After 2 years, you are supposed to pay back. Most people are saying, we didn't know that. We thought it was, you know, money given to us, it's free money. So when you look at the ecosystem around PDM, there are lots of gaps. There are, for example, extension workers and community development officers are supposed to sit with the parish people, with the people at parish model, and be able to discuss enterprises. What enterprise are you going to do? What are your economic goals? What viable business can be done as a community? CDOs and extension workers are not doing that. So what needs to be done, I think, is to be able to analyze all those gaps and challenges and see how we can be able to address them.
Right. Honorable Kataz, the money for PDM has become more for consumption rather than investment. What happens on the ground is that you have, when you look at the Auditor General's report, all these programs have first elite capture. There are people who are responsible for where the money goes, and they know who to give the money and who not to. And then there are also massive leakages of money disappearing, and you cannot trace where it is. Then the biggest problem, that 9.3 billion shillings, is just a rate of 1% recovery. What do you think is failing PDM?
No, I think for me, it is too early to indict the PDM program for having failed on account of a very slow recovery, because the recovery period, in my view, has just started, because the PDM program started just yesterday. So it hasn't failed, in my own view, and I'm very sure that as we go along, this is likely to improve. But we must also understand that we have been in the election period, and it would certainly be extremely counterproductive to now start hunting people to pay when the next week you have elections and you expect people to vote. So I think now, without election in the next 4 or 5 years, I'm sure the recovery is going to improve. But by and large, is this money helpful? Is it for consumption? I was on this show some time ago, and I said, yes, even if people ate the money, that, in my view, would be a success. But some people, I think, were not very happy with the comment like that one.
What did you mean to put across
but the bigger picture
that the
here,
money goes back to the economy?
If I start from the bigger picture here, is that some of us subscribe to the Keynesian theory of aggregate demand, that if you prop up demand in the economy actually grows faster than it should have been, because you have people who are able to get money in their hands and who are able to spend. And because of their spending patterns, then goods and services are going to be supplied, and the suppliers are going to get money, and that is how the multiplier effect actually works. And here we are talking about people who are at the lowest pyramid, meaning that they are not going to spend this money anywhere else except within the economy. They are not like me and you, who might actually go to eBay and buy online, or probably go to another neighboring country and actually spend this money. So we're talking about people who are spending money on ground. So for me, spending money at the lowest level, in my view, is good for propping up aggregate demand, which is a very, very significant part of. And maybe you could find that the growth that we are talking about in the last 3 years could somehow be attributed to some of these interventions. But looking at the...
When you go down in Ruchiga, in your constituency that you represent, are you able to point out success stories arising from PDM?
Yes, I think I am able to do so. And there's actually one of the coffee farmers that has been projected, who actually says he got the 1 million shillings and has been able to put up a successful coffee farm of not less than 100 trees, which he says he has been able to generate in the span of 3 years about an extra 1.5, and is expected, of course, to keep earning from that for a very, very long period of time. And there are many other success stories that we have made. We have also seen the ones that the president normally projects. Some lady who said that he had never touched $1 million in her life, but right now she got $1 million and she was able to invest in chicken, to invest in piggery, and she has been able now to also be on her feet, unlike the period when PDM had not yet come. So there are those success stories. And it is true also that, of course, there are those that would have misused the money, so to speak, by not spending it on the enterprises that were selected or they had put in their application. So you'll find some of those outliers as well. But people who are going to be receiving PDM, especially now in the other subsequent cycles, are going to actually be more enlightened than those who received money in the beginning. Those who received the money in the beginning thought that PDM was going to be like that Intandikwa program. Some were saying, okay, maybe Mzee has said this is now Kasimo. And that maybe there will not be a period when people will start demanding for this money back. So I'm quite hopeful that because of the awareness that has come along the way, and because of the better understanding that this is actually going to be a loan that is going to be advanced to you, and then you pay back at some point, the crackdown on the parish committees, especially those that have been eating this money or taking advantage of the applicants, in my view, as we go along, the program is going to be better, and it's going to be more meaningful to the people. I had already addressed the question of the viability of 1 million. People are saying, okay, yes, the 1 million is too little. And I've said we have social protection programs like SAGE that has ably demonstrated that the 25,000 shillings given to an older person every single month has generated a rate of return on investment in which a shilling spent earns a 1.5 shilling that is returned.
So the money dispersed is not the problem,
the amount. Yeah, so for me, the amount still, in my view, is not a problem for a poorest of the poorest of the poor people. If they are able to utilize this money very well, it can take them somewhere.
Then, looking at the performance report of the PDM and these shocking figures, massive leakages, and things that have failed to be done, missed quarter reports, do you think that government should have halted the disbursement of new funds of PDM? Even the increment on the parish level?
Not really. Like Honorable has said, there are pockets of success. For me, I think moving forward, the gaps are clear. What needs to be done is clear. If the parish chiefs and the committees are weak, let us strengthen them. If there is fraud, let us do the monitoring. In fact, in your opening remarks here, you talked about accountability. Let people account, So we know the problem. Let us address that problem, and let us name and shame. Let people be held accountable. But people need that money at the household level. For me, another issue which I see is how to make the PDM work better. I don't subscribe to the fact that you give the poorest of the poor, like Honorable is saying, to consume, to buy waraji and all that, really no. This money is supposed to help households to join the money economy. And that was in in the document, you know. So you need to have a business, you know. If you have chicken, if you have 10 chicks, then you add on maybe another 20, you know. So we need to generate income, economic activities at that level. You know, a person who doesn't, you know, poverty is not because you don't have money. No, money is not being poor. You can have land, you have some coffee. Maybe what the coffee needs is some fertilizers, to buy some chicken fertilizers. You have to have an activity, you know. So, and people in the villages have that. That's why I was saying our extension workers, our community development officers need to do that. And one of the pillars was mindset change. You sit with the people, you tell them, you have coffee. Why don't you do ABCD with this 1 million? You have chicken. Why don't you do this? For me, I think the PDM can work. It can be utilized better, but there's a lot which needs to be done. Another issue is that when you look at our budget, we have been discussing this issue. The macro level is doing very well. Macro is okay. Macroeconomic stability, inflation is okay. There is growth, but down at the micro level, there's a problem. There are no jobs. You know, there are no viable economic activities. So PDM for me and other wealth creation programs have to link up that, generate activities at national, at local level, which we can be able to scale up at the micro level so that we can be able to export, you know. So it's a matter of thinking and rethinking how we can be able to use this money. By the way, this is a lot of money, 3.5 trillion. That's a lot of money, which can generate economic activities. But we need to plan for them. We need to plan.
But it's been 3 financial years.
Which is okay.
A disbursement of 3 trillion.
Which is okay. You know, development is not, you don't stumble on development. You plan, you learn, you relearn.
3 years is enough to tell whether
because even now what we are doing here is learning, looking at the gaps. The problem is that when these issues are aired out, maybe in the Auditor General's report, there is no action. But we need to address them. So 3 years is a short time. Don't be in a hurry. You know, let us move systematically. So let us address these gaps, and PDM will work.
Honorable, the program has been captured by the NRM political elite. They are the kingmakers at the parish and village levels. They are the ones that are deciding on who gets the money and how much they do get.
No, I think that is not a correct and fair statement based on my practical experience with PDM, particularly in Ruchiga County. At the time when these parish committees were set up, of course, there are guidelines, first and foremost. And I strongly doubt whether the people that were appointed to these committees were following political biases, like which political party you belong to, or which politician you support, and something like that. I don't think so. These were transparent, in my view, and there have also been scenarios where some people who have been accused of either soliciting a bribe or impropriety, the people have been removed and replaced with others. So it's been a fair process, in as far as I'm concerned, on the issue of selecting those to participate on those committees. Now, on the issue of demanding cuts before you are put on the list or before money disbursed to you, I think has been a widespread issue. And it was created, in my view, by the nature in which the program was designed. The design of the program at the onset was that 100 million was going to be spent on a parish level, and then it will be given every financial year for a certain period of time. That in itself creates pressure on the committees that are handling this money. Who is going to be in their first 100 people to receive this money. It is that pressure that actually creates an environment that can lead to some extortion of sorts. Because everybody is anxious to be on the list because the 100 million is very small. I want to give you an example of one of the parishes that we have in Ruchiga. It's called Chibanda Parish. Here you are going to have more than 5,000. We are going to have more than 5,000 qualifying people in a single parish. So, but here you have dropped in 100 million in that parish, and everybody is going to rush to be part of the first 100 million, rather 100 million. So that type of competition is the one that might lead some people to say, okay, please put me on the list, I'll give you 100,000. Put me on the list, I'll give you 300,000. And remember where we started from was that people were not so cautious that actually this is going to be a loan.
Yeah, exactly.
And there was limited publicity in the very beginning. It is now that people are waking up to say, hey, by the way,
you have
even
to
when
pay
I bribed 100,000, but I'm going to pay 120,000 on top of the 1 million, so that people are going to wake up.
So you're saying that the program was rushed?
So the program, in my view, was timely because these people have been excluded from the financial markets. So it was timely. In fact, it was late. But in a manner in which it was implemented, it was rushed to be able to fit within the targeted timelines that were set up by government. So you will have some of those problems happening at the initial stages. But like my colleague Jen has said, we are learning lessons. A report like this one is very good. In your presentation, it sounds very explosive, but from where I stand, for me, it doesn't. For many reasons, you are talking about you are talking about the money believed to have been affected by either fraud or something like that. You're talking about 10 billion. 10 billion on a single financial year of $1 trillion is less than 1%. So now if you have people with multiple IDs, people with all these, and here, by the way, we're not being told whether actually money was spent and lost, or maybe it was flagged, and because it was flagged, that's why it is being reported this way. So that's still 1%. And then 1% on a massive program like PDM, it would still be manageable. We are talking about the collection rate of 9.2 billion. For you, I'm putting it against the 3.25, the 3 trillion. But the money released here, you're talking about 2.75 trillion. That is also less than 1%. That's which is bad at the beginning, but which we think is likely to possibly improve. So I'm very hopeful that a program of this nature, with political support, with the political will and political support from the highest level, is going to succeed if we correct the mistakes that are in right now. If all stakeholders, the RDCs, the chief administrative officers and others become very proactive, strengthen the parish committees on PDM, I'm sure this will be very successful, and we can only hope that it actually succeeds, because we have been given success stories where this money has created wonders in some households, and we expect the same to keep happening if this program is streamlined.
Jen, do you want to comment real quick on political interference? The political leaders at the parish level who are deciding on who gets the money and who does not.
I won't say, because I'm not on the ground, but at least stories have.
In your village, have you been told that there are success stories of PDM?
There are some success stories, and the success stories are those people who already had something they were doing. You know, they have chicken, they have some pigs.
Okay, not starting from scratch.
Not starting. You can't start from scratch. By the time you get an idea, the money has already gone somewhere. And on politicization, it has also been said about politics. If you're not an RM, sometimes you're not given the money. But the president in his speech talked about, challenged the opposition members to monitor all these programs. And for me, I think that's really good that they monitor what's going on, because he said that's our money. That's not an RM money, that's government money, taxpayers' money. So let the opposition members monitor, let them document what's going on for purposes of making right what's going wrong. And for me, I think it will be able to work. Because at the household, by the way, and at parish level, you know, there is a big gap when it comes to access to capital, patient capital. You know, when you look at the microfinance, money lenders, at parish level, at village level, it's horrible. They take the land, they take everything. So this money is really important, you know. For us here in Kampala, we can say 1 million, what can you do? That's pocket change. But at household level in the village, that's a lot of money. But the challenge today, what needs to be done, is to make sure that that money really works. And I think when households can be able to work in circles, can be able to aggregate, for example, if they are doing maize, they can be able to aggregate their maize. If they are doing pigs, they can be able to aggregate. The whole issue is that information and mindset change, that you can be able to inject that 1 million in what you are doing in agriculture and be able to do better.
Well, Honourable, we've had this story before, and many are anxious whether parish development model, even after 5 years, will be a success, will be considered as a success, or it will follow the same fate as past programs, like Bonaba Gagawale or Youth Livelihood Program. You know how much money has been invested previously in the Youth Livelihood Program, YLP, or even Emyoga itself. That after 5 years, in 2031, we'll be back here saying that's what we told you about. PDM was going to follow the same fate like the past programs.
I think, currently, let's not be very speculative. Let us identify the challenges that are affecting PDM right now. Let us prescribe the solution. And the solutions are very clear. Some of them, we have already talked about them on this show. Now, PDM intends to build strong circles in every parish in this country. And the 100 million, and now which is going to be 200 million, delivered at the parish level, is supposed to build people's capacity to participate in production and then actually build these efficient and capital-laden circles in every parish, the savings and credit cooperatives, so that they keep revolving and ultimately become gateways of access to cheap credit to be able to cater for the 40% of the people who might fall outside the money market. So for me, once this vision is sustained and we work collectively to ensure that in our respective portfolios, to ensure that this vision keeps alive, I'm very hopeful that this project, this program, is bound to succeed.
Right.
Unlike other programs like in Tandikwa, I don't think I've seen any program that the president has sung about. Almost on every, in the last 3 months, I have attended about 5 gatherings where the president has been required to make a speech, including on his swearing in, has to project the success of PDM. So, and he's tasking all leaders at all levels to ensure that to ensure that this program succeeds by doing effective monitoring. He has now even allocated money more than double. So the political will usually is the starting point in some of these programs, because these programs are highly political. So once the political will dies, they also collapse. But the foundation of the parish circle, of where there is an injection of 100 million, 200 million now, in my view, should not fail. And the foundation, the architecture in terms of the implementation for PDM plan, it should be the program that is supposed to succeed, actually not to fail.
All right, let's take a break. When we return, is there a brighter side to the parish development model? The success stories that we see projected by the president in his speeches, and also what really can be done way forward. We'll return with that after the break. Model. Is there a bright side to PDM? Honorable Kaya Christine Nachumwero says we should first exhaust why beneficiaries have failed to earn profits from the PDM startup capital before we release more money. You can see that's where my climate change management comes in. We could instead work on an enabling environment to ensure PDM helps people to recover to feed the agro-industrialization priority of Uganda. Otherwise, people will soon start to hang around maize mills waiting for maize that will never leave the gardens. Jen, is there a bright side to the parish development model? Do we indeed need to first give it time and talk about its success after 5 years?
Yeah, for me, I think there's a bright side. And I agree with Honorable Christine, what she has said, linking this money, the PDM, to agro-industrialization, to increase production and productivity. I think we don't need to judge PDM on the parameters of how much money has been recovered. That also is really important. But if this money is used very well, success should be increased productivity, for example. It should be around increasing incomes at household level, linking people to markets, ensuring that we have people who are economically active, who are economically empowered. I have seen women in the village, women becoming really economically empowered with just a small business, but they can be able to take control of their lives, So we need to have different indicators for success of PDM beyond saying how much money is being recovered.
Shouldn't the
and
success
all that.
be about how much profit you have gotten from the project that you have invested in the money?
That also, the profit is really important. But again, with 1 million, profit can be that you can be able to feed your family. For example, if you have injected that money, you have a banana plantation, and you can sustainably feed your family, but be able to sell about maybe 3 bunches of bananas per day. That's success. So you won't say how much are you selling. You have sold so much, the profit is not a lot. So for me, I think PDM, apart from, because we need to address all those fraud issues, the leakages, I agree we need to address that, and people have to account. People who have misused the money have to account. But we need to get other indicators of success: economic empowerment, active economic actors, increased production, so that we can be able to generate economic production and activity at micro level and link it up to macro level and also to the value chains.
Honorable Tabz, how do we address the handout mentality that is failing the program?
No, I think we need to continue our efforts to work on the mindset. Mindset change is very critical. It's one of the key pillars of the parish development model. But then also our leaders have to be deliberate, because oftentimes with the leaders, we are accused of the ones perpetuating the handouts syndrome. And we also, as leaders, need to change that. But one of the things that I'm very optimistic, and what I think government now should focus on, is the next steps. Now you have 300 million already in the parish. We are adding in another 200. That will be 500 million. And our vision is to start a parish circle. So now the core focus should now go to the infrastructure for sustaining a parish circle, where money, if money is recovered, it is put in, and now people will come progressively to get this money all through and ultimately create sustainable pathways for ensuring access to capital at the parish level. So because if we don't build that institutional capacity at that level, it means that people will get the money, yes, some will pay back, but after some point, like you were saying, the program and its aspiration will die at some point. So it's very important that now these vehicles that we are looking at to be the center of collection of and disbursement of this money transform into credible and sustainable savings and credit cooperatives that are run on sound cooperative principles. And of course, we know those ones are we already have tested principles that circles are relying on. Some of them are in billions and in trillions right now in Uganda. So for me, that's now the link that I do not see people talking about right now. It is where now we should focus so that we don't find ourselves stuck with money in the parish. Some of it is collected, but how it is used for the next phase, you find people stuck or do not have any clarity regarding this. So for me, I think going forward, that should be also a very critical area.
Mindset change is quite important. People on ground are saying, if government people have been stealing money worth trillions of shillings, if I get 1 million and don't return it, it's time to eat. It's time to eat. Thank you very much, Honorable Katawaza. Thank you very much, Jen.
Thank you so much.
A quick one before we go. If you are already sending money to family and friends in Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, or Tanzania, then this is for you. With SendWave Wallet, you can hold and send digital dollars and cash out in Ugandan shillings whenever you are ready. Remember, each digital dollar is backed up by one actual US dollar. You can also make free transfers between SendWave wallets across 10+ countries, which means you can send money directly from your SendWave wallet to another SendWave wallet without transfer fees. Your friends and family can hold their money in digital dollars and cash out in their local currencies whenever they wish. So download the SendWave app or wallet app directly from Play Store or App Store and fund your wallet with just $10 using the promo code NEXT, N-E-X-T, and get $5 on us. Please note that SendWave makes money on the exchange rate. Terms and conditions apply. That's all we had for you this morning. My name is Kanor Mgume. Good morning.
Yes, a very good morning and welcome to this edition of the Topical Discussion. I am Simon Kagwanjala. As we make sense of the undercurrents in what is defining national politics, there is a lot happening on the landscape. Are these pointers? Are these signals to more yet to come? Is the country going through yet another phase of uncertainty surrounding politics? Well, joining me this morning is Honorable Dr. Lulume Baiga, Deputy President of the PFF, together with Honorable Charles Tebandeke, Member of Parliament, Bale County, from the National Inter-Platform, and Honorable Ojara Mapenduzi, Member of Parliament, Badege Laibi, County in Choli. Good to have you all and a very good morning.
Good morning.
Well, it's been weeks since the new government came into shape. What has been characteristic or what has featured prominently and what does it speak to? I'll start with you.
Well, I think we need to start with the inauguration of the president. When the president took oath, I think his message was crystal clear that this is going to be a Kisanja no more sleep. And he said this is going to be a term that the fight against corruption would be seen and felt. And again, when we had the election of the speaker, when Parliament at its first meeting at Kololo, the president repeated the same statement. And when, again, we met for the State of the Nation's address, he repeated the same statement. And so that tells you the direction that the president is trying to shape in as far as this term is concerned.
Thus far, where is the awakening?
But also, well, just 1 or 2 more seconds. But also when you look at the cabinet he created, the people he appointed, And again, when we were having the budget speech at Kololo, the president made statements that you would understand the kind of direction he's trying to take. And he also said, he made a lot of emphasis on the fight against poverty, wealth creation, and our leaders should be a lot more solution-oriented. Leaders have to be in the field, mobilizing the population and all that. So you begin to see a picture getting created clearly that this term is going to be a lot more busy, but also is likely to have a very interesting situation in as far as the fight against corruption is concerned, but also looking at leaders who not just hold titles, but leaders who take responsibility and go on the ground. So that's what I see.
Honorable Tebandeke, what in your opinion has played out centrally in the 7th term so far?
In the first instance, I think the president, President Museveni, has qualified and qualified opposition. You remember during the budget speech, if someone comes and says, if there is any awkward that has been done and someone says, even you, it means you are exceptional of exhibiting the same character. So the president at Kololo qualified opposition as credible to help in monitoring government activities, where I said even opposition does no longer want to take a survey in the PDM, which means he has lost trust in the team he's working with and is now giving a credit to opposition. So he's calling upon a hand from opposition. Contrary to that, I don't know whether his speeches and feelings speak to the team he works with. Because where he credits opposition and again the other side comes and suppresses opposition, it is kind of crisscrossing information that is unclear. But again to that, when I happened to watch on this very screen NBS, the retreat for ministers in Chankwazi, where I said he does no longer want to observe any sign of poverty amongst the people. So he's empowering the ministers to take on the mantle to fight against poverty so that every Uganda becomes rich. Actually, it speaks up a bigger debate for Ugandans to come up with their specific opinions. But where, again, during the State of the Nation address, I don't know whether the statistics for the GDP and the crossing over to middle class income status are realistic, or they end in documents, but practical on the ground, they don't speak. And what amazes and what sparked off debate was a claim that if the parish chiefs come up and demand for motorbikes, they are only fit for bicycles. Motorbikes traumatizes the president and brings up fever. So there are a lot of crisscrossing debates. But again, this one of the abduction recently of the president, acting president of PFF, has sparked the mantle. As a leader of opposition, Joel Senyonyi has called the shadow cabinet today by around 10 a.m. I think we are going to have a general statement and a way forward over the same.
Thank you. Honorable Ulume, what has loomed large in the past weeks since Chisanja, Hakuna sleep, no more sleep, took root?
Two important things have overshadowed the speech of the president since he was inaugurated, and even including State of the Nation address and the budget speech. And one of them was the scrapping of the payment for interns. And well knowing that the intern doctors are the ones who carry the burden of looking after the sick. We have not made a statement yet because we were supposed to make a statement as PFF when our party president was kidnapped. Even that has overshadowed anything that the president has said, especially when he wants to talk about peace and prosperity of the country. But what is most important, which should speak to what the president wants us to believe, that this is Chisanja, no more sleep, which means that he has been sleeping all along, is the budget. All members of parliament and Ugandans should look at the way, the major policy of government in the budget. What is the direction? What direction is this government going to take to ensure that there's going to be prosperity for everyone? You have a magic bullet of the PDM, which has been a song for the last 5 years. Then you are sending ministers of local government to go and quarrel with those people who are mismanaging PDM. And they speak to the real things which have happened. The people, instead of getting 1 million, they got 700,000 and so on, and they are going to fight against those people who mismanage PDM. So it is one thing to speak something positive. It is another thing to believe what you are saying, even by yourself to believe that what you are saying is going to
Going by what has transpired so far, do you see any precursors or any indicators to the political realities that Ugandans will be contending with in the 7th term?
Yeah, I think majorly it is going to be in the NRM establishment. They are going to squabble about power. Already we are seeing power centers. I don't know what Honorable Ojara Mapenduzi, who has just joined the NRM, what his space is going to be as a poor cousin on the funeral ceremony. Yeah, because we are now seeing...
I want to pick this. Poor cousin on the funeral ceremony.
He has just joined the clan, and there is a funeral ceremony of the establishment where you see the PLU, who call themselves young people, young Turks, they are in their 50s, who want to take over, and they want to take over now. I have already seen a cabinet, which includes Speaker of Parliament, Deputy Speaker of Parliament, ministers are part of...
Do you find that ironical?
Very, very ironical. Then you are seeing Mzee there also stuck with his 80-member cabinet, which includes cabinet of, the cabinet of the Sani's cabinet. Very interesting. In Uganda, we call it a katogo. Katogo. It's jumbling up of things.
Honorable Mapenduzi, I'll pick him on this. Do you see a simmering power fight where PLU now is overtaking the NRM and giving the direction of things? Right from the election of the speaker, it was PLU dictating.
First, we need to recognize that the PLU is not a political party. And so there is no way the PLU and the NRM would struggle for power.
But PLU is calling the shots for the NRM.
Let me just give you a few information. PLU is an organization, a pressure group that we created, and our chair is the general MK is the chair, and we have a very clearly outlined structure. What my senior colleague, the Honorable Baiga, is calling a cabinet is actually part of the structure of the PLU, where we have the top organ, which is the Central Executive Committee, and of course, PLU not being a political party. And
what is it?
I have told you, it is an organization, it is a pressure group.
What does it do?
There are a number of things. Number one, we do a lot of advocacy and putting pressure, but also we emphasize...
Is it an NGO?
I have stated that we are an organization, a pressure group, legally registered, and our core motive is to promote patriotism in this country, but also every citizen who holds a position of responsibility accountable. Listen, not just on the NRM, including yourself, because we need to, you are a leader, we need to help you begin to look at leadership, not just as a title, but as a position of responsibility. And you need to do what you are supposed to do, but also holding people accountable. We need to fight poverty. So whether you're in NRM, whether you're in the opposition, PLU will go an extra mile in pushing you to do the right thing so that you serve the interests of Ugandans. That is what we stand for as PLU. So there is no way we will have a political struggle because we are not a political party. The NRM party has got very clearly structured way of doing things.
Okay, here is the reality.
Yes, yes.
It is PLU that called the shots on the election of Speaker and Deputy Speaker.
Well,
bypassing the processes of the political party NRM. How awkward is that?
I said we are a pressure group and we will give you the amount of pressure you need for the right thing to be done. And so whether you're in the opposition or outside the political circle.
So PLU is the new headache to NRM?
Well, PLU is a pressure group. It is an organization. And we are doing our best as an organization to mount pressure in every direction so that you do the right thing.
Can I take it that PLU is having an overbearing influence on the NRM?
Well, I do not want to say that because the NRM operates independently as a political party. Of course, there are members of the PLU who subscribe to NRM and they are in high position in as far as the NRM structure is concerned. So they belong to the NRM, like I am a member of the NRM party, a member of parliament, but I'm also a member of the PLU. And so when I'm doing my work as a party member, listen, when I'm doing my work as a party member, a member of NRM, I stick to the rules that dictate how the NRM should operate. When I am doing my work as a member of PLU, and by the way, I am PO018, that's my number, and I also coordinate Acholi sub-region. And so when I am doing my work as coordinator for Acholi sub-region for PLU.
So where does your allegiance fall?
I am
you are NRM PLU.
In terms of political party, I belong to the NRM. I have told you PLU is not a political party. It is a pressure group. And I'm sure you belong to different platforms.
Honorable Tebandeke, do you appreciate that PLU has positioned itself as a new force to reckon with in this new term? And how will the opposition surmount the pressure that PLU is bringing?
Expecting the Exodus story of the liberation of Israelites. You see, there is a scenario where Moses and Aaron came up with a bigger snake. And then Pharaoh, the Baal, also brought other snakes.
No, you should have said
Pharaoh brought a snake and
Moses came up with a bigger
So what happened? Moses' snake had to swallow the rest of other Pharaoh's snakes. So Pierre,
I need to digest that analogy.
Pierre, you like the other snake has swallowed up NRM. If I'm to say Pierre is now a Holy Ghost and the NRM is a priest, so the priest cannot work without the Holy Ghost. So it is now Pierre, you an engine of NRM as a party. If the claimers say NRM and PLU are different, they are inseparable, can we also join? As a NUP, can we join the PLU?
Why not?
Because if it is a pressure group.
But by the way,
no.
I have members of NUP. I have members of NUP who join PLU.
Not really, leave alone those ones. We mean official joining.
Well, but why would you say somebody is not official?
No, if
you see, that is where we have a bit of a challenge, because you know there are members of PLU, I mean, of NUP who join PLU.
Why couldn't you accommodate them in the cabinet?
See, listen here. The PLU has not yet finished establishing the structures. And you
but there is already an established.
Yes, there is. You cannot have everyone on the central. Like I don't sit on the Central Executive Committee. I don't sit there, and I don't.
Let me show you the structure. Right? Maybe my senior has a message too.
No, yes, before Ojara, Honorable Ojara Mapinduzi, who I respect so much because he's a brilliant man, you can see when you fail to convince yourself, it becomes very difficult to convince some of us. And I shudder. I am so afraid that we can lose Ojara Mapinduzi. I'm telling you, in this mess, he's getting messed up. Let me tell you, you see, a snake molts, it sheds off its outer skin. There is a thinking within NRM that the snake has an outer skin which is failing it to grow in girth and in length. So it is trying to shed off the outer skin by developing a new skin. So it is soon molting. Now the new kids on the block are trying to be part of the new skin, so that when the outer skin is shed off, the new snake, the snake with the new skin, will be PLU.
You're speaking in tongues. Snakes, there is a lot. There's a lot of snake tongues.
So now, if NRM has remained aware to any gamete, NRM is now a necktie, but enclosed with a suit. As you see me dressed up, that's the image I can easily describe PLU and the NRM
is a tie.
Is a necktie, just has remained at the forefront, but the entire body has been swallowed up by PLU. If you keenly look...
would you look at it as a reincarnation of the NRM?
Actually, there is an indirect automatic transition that is happening within NRM. And the youth, the PLU youth, are now struggling against the old age of NRM. When you keenly look into the cabinet selection, in every ministerial position, if the main minister is not PLU, then the state minister has to be PLU. That inclination explains an automatic takeover. And by the time Ugandans wake up, we shall no longer be having NRM, but PLU will be in the driving seat. You see.
Why is it a big issue?
You first see. Of course, if they deny that it's not a political party, it's not a political movement, but an organization, can it subscribe to the sovereignty bill? Can it subscribe to the organization acts, political parties act? Or it doesn't? Then that one is a automatic explanation that PLU is a political party, is a new rebirth of NRM. And by the time we wake up, we shall be no more, but other than having PLU in the lead. I want you to look at the arms of government. Now PLU has taken on legislature. But even beside that, other ministerial positions, as I said, they have been taken up by PLU. So there is, I think, an in-war fight still, which we are not seeing, but in-war fight and threat of the PLU youth against the old age of the NRM.
How much of a threat is PLU to the political establishment, to the political status quo?
PLU would not be a threat if they were acting in line with the law. I saw yesterday's monitor reading where is rule of law. So if PLU is working on all its agendas in line with the rule of law, then it couldn't be a threat. Because if they are new players, they have come into the play pitch, let the game be fair. And everybody plays fairly and equally, given equal opportunities.
Yes, you may come.
Thank you very much. First, I am very happy to hear from him. And to actually know from him that the PLU is having that amount of influence that he's talking about, because when he begins to imagine that PLU has got ministers or has got members' position in every ministry, well, I am picking from what you said. So it pleases me a lot to know that you are actually very much aware of the amount of pressure the PLU is putting. You are also aware of the amount of influence the PLU is putting as a pressure group, not as a political party. And so we will continue mounting pressure in every direction so that Ugandans enjoy what they deserve. The other thing you said, which needs to be clarified, is that you said PLU is not following the rule of the law. No. I think I would really request you to, because can you point what you think PLU has done that is not in line with the laws of this country. What exactly are you talking about? All right?
PLU kidnapped Lukwago.
Now that's where you are wrong. Because, by the way, as PLU, we can sue you, and I want to.
Why don't you proceed?
I want this to be on record, because the PLU has not kidnapped anybody. I have told you we are an organization, we are a pressure group, and I think it would be broad day, not on a lie. I'll restrain myself. But I think it's unfortunate when you begin to create an impression.
But PLU arrested, kidnapped Lukwago.
No, PLU,
who kidnapped Lukwago?
PLU did not kidnap Lukwago.
Who kidnapped Lukwago?
And I want it to be on record that PLU as an organization did not kidnap.
Okay, the leader of PLU.
Please,
kidnapped Lukwago.
Please, let us not go into discussing that, because I do not want to talk about the Honorable Lukwago and whether he was kidnapped or arrested. I do not want to talk about it because that has nothing to do with the PLU.
Honorable Mapinduzi.
Does it make you uncomfortable?
It has nothing to do with the PLU.
Honorable Mapinduzi.
That's another topic. We can discuss it, but you cannot bring that to PLU.
Honorable Mapinduzi, what's your take on Lukwago's predicament?
I came from Gulu this morning. I read yesterday. I saw several statements on different social media platforms. Number one, Uganda is a country that follows the rule of law, and we should stick to that. And so when someone is arrested or detained, there must be justification. It must be done in line with the laws. And so I do not want to discuss as if I know what has happened. But from the messages, from the discussion on platform, everyone is concerned in the manner, with the manner in which Lukwago was taken from
How much bearing does the arrest or kidnap of Lukwago have on the issue of rule of law that the country has to contend with?
In my entire life, I do not like talking about the things I do not know very much.
Oh, you don't
know.
You don't know.
What I had and what I read on social media, that Lukwago was kidnapped, I do not know much about it. Secondly, I do not know the circumstances under which that happened. So I wouldn't want to get myself discussing what I do not know, because I wouldn't want to be a rumor monger. But if he was picked, abducted, as he said, abduction is not lawful, okay? Because we have got structures, we have got institutions that can execute arrest and all that. So I do not want to get into discussing what I do not know, but I can tell you without fear or favor that we have to stick to the rule of the game. We have to follow the rule of law.
Well, there are about 5 things that will define or could define this term. Parliament. As we speak, there is already a speaker and deputy speaker who were cherry-picked by the PLU leader, right? Do you agree?
The PLU as a pressure group and as an organization has a duty. We have a duty as members of PLU to express how we feel, and our expression should be in a manner that puts the interests of Ugandans in the forefront. And so I'm sure you saw so many PLU members talking about individuals they would prefer to lead at the institution of parliament. But it's wrong to say the PLU picked, because at the end of the day, I am a member of the NRM. And the NRM party has got ways of identifying and putting forward candidates of their interests. And I can tell you, the central executive of the NRM, the central executive committee of the NRM, call for expression of interest, and different.
They adopted the decision.
No, let me finish.
Of the PLU leader.
Well, that is what you think, but I'm telling you what happened. The NRM opened the ground for members to express their interests. Different people expressed. Actually, there were, I think, 2 or 3 people who expressed interest to become Speaker of Parliament. And there were several who wanted to be Deputy Speaker. They went through the processes. They appeared, all of them appeared before the Central Executive Committee, and what came out of the engagement was a position that they built from that meeting. And the NRM party presented to the to the NRM caucus, parliamentary caucus, which I am a member. They presented for speakership, the Right Honorable Oboth, and for deputy speakership, the Right Honorable Thomas Taiba. And those are the candidates that we fronted. Okay. And by the way, the opposition also went ahead and brought their candidates.
Before taking
in fact, for the first time,
taking my information.
Before you say that, wait.
But Ojera, you are squeezing us.
No, I'm not squeezing you. No.
Actually,
you're
making very many statements.
I would have finished if you had allowed me. So let me finish. Let me finish.
In a minute.
Thank you. You see, for the first time, and I actually went and congratulated the Honorable Paul Muir. For the first time, you remember what happened in 2021? The candidate from the opposition side got, I think, about less than 40. But for the first time, the opposition candidate, the Honorable Paul Muir, got about 60.
Actually, the information I wanted to give you, should we say there is now an invisible fight between the PLU and the aspirations of the people? Because before PLU came in to pronounce who the speaker should be, most of the parliamentarians, including you, to be honest, were in for Anita Among. Then the SEC had also endorsed earlier on Anita Among. Should we say now PLU was more blessed and took circumstances by event to pronounce his own and qualified?
There is something that you people are getting wrong. And you are praising PLU for doing, for carrying the day on the speakership. Actually, if you want to know, there is a parasitic relationship between the father and the son who wants to take over power from the father. And he wants to show that he calls the shots. What is happening is that my brother Ojara Mapenduzi and others who I respect are also opportunistically jumping onto board as if they have no brain for themselves to think about who is the best. I was one of the people who thought that Oboth would be a clear-minded person to be speaker. And I told him so, to pick interest in it. Way back, before even these people thought about it. And it just came that he was an overarching man with qualities of a speaker. Ojara Mapenduzi would have been with me in that, but he was with among his sister. Now, when President Museveni chooses Oboth, the son picks it and then pretends as if it is coming from PLU, which is not right. Now, let me tell you, Honorable Ojara Mapenduzi, whom I respect so much, PLU is nothing as compared to NRM. NRM is a big entity. We have been fighting against NRM for the last 40 years, myself, okay? And I know its enormity. PLU is not even a microcosm of NRM. It is just, in Uganda we call it it's a parasitic plant onto that party. So nobody should pretend that it has even the power. But it has a nuisance kind of importance to NRM, especially that the leader of PLU is the son of a president who happens to be CDF and also has the guns, and he can also make statements. It is so disturbing. And if you want to prove my point, people like Ojara Mapenduzi, who are clear-headed and right-thinking, very intelligent, should be in position to question some of the acts of the PLU leader.
If you were,
especially when it comes to kidnapping people, do you have really the spinal cord now? You be NRM, by the way, I want to advise my brother Mapenduzi. Be NRM. You are better off as NRM than being in the armpits of PLU, because you will not question status. We trust brains like brains of Ojara Mapenduzi to ask those questions. You can, at this time, you should not be in doubt.
Yeah, but
that Lukwago was kidnapped.
He's pronounced himself.
Because the way he was expressing himself about the kidnap, or abduction of Lukwago was as if Ojara Mapinduzi, the man I know, was doubting whether it was an arrest or a kidnap. These are things all over on social media. The leader of PLU, whom you subscribe to, you even have a number. You should, in your intelligence, should be in position to ask those questions. That is how we should trust you. Not as a person, any other person in the PLU, but a person that we trust, whose brains that we trust, that can call shots, ask questions, and help this country.
I want to get back to Honorable Tebandeke. Are you seeing signals of what will define politics in 2026, beyond and beyond?
Actually, 2026, first of all, we cannot draw the signals to 2031. Is it what you meant?
To 2031.
To 2031 before 2026. Because most of the members, most of the election outcomes was a result of malpractice. So if PLU was including himself. Yes, if PLU including yourself, was a clear Holy Spirit in the NRM, could have tried to rectify some of the errors NRM has done. But instead, I'm predicting as if it might become worse than the previous. Currently, where you see the freedom of expression being overtaken, then it is an automatic declaration of, if for lack of a better word, but life death. Pronouncing one dead when he's still alive. That's what it means. Because I hear some of the quoted remarks why Lukwago was abducted, maybe if there are some other issues. Because he wanted to go and serve the boss of PLU. Then before even he left the house, the abduction had already taken place. Some of the PLU members have always pronounced it openly that you cannot even wage any case against them because themselves is the law. Waging a case against any of the PLU member is more or less waging a case against the president himself.
It's sacrilege. Political sacrilege.
So interpreting that, it means that the country is just going to remain empty. If I'm to go back to the previous extraction, we are going to have a lot of priests without the Holy Spirit. Because where you suppress the rule of law, it's better to suppress other entities, which you can even get them from any other.
I'll give Honorable Jara Mapinduzi time to make a rebuttal, but the big question remains, are there telltale signs of what will define politics in 2026 to 2031? Good morning. As the 7th term unfolds, well, do the events and issues that have emerged in the recent weeks point to what lies ahead, and where should the focus be? Where should the priorities be? Well, Honorable Ojara Mapinduzi, could there be a bit of a shift in politics from how things were in the last term to how things are in this term?
Thank you. I would request that you please allow me just in 1 minute clear one or two things, then I can respond to that. Number one, there are statements that were made by my senior colleague, the Honorable Lulume, and my colleague and good friend, Honorable Tebandeke, that that should have not been made. But of course, I have to respect your opinion. I respect them, and as a member of PLU, I take some of them positively, because again, as an institution, there are things that we have to reflect on, so we can do more and better. So I take a few of your comments very positively, but some of them that were a little unfortunate, again, I'll respect you and probably...
How genuine is your loyalty to PLU?
You don't need to question my loyalty.
You just crossed the other day, but
you don't need to...
You sound saintly then.
You don't need to question my loyalty. I have told you my position in PLU, and I am proud of the things we do as PLU, putting pressure so that Ugandans enjoy...
018.
Actually, number, it's PO 018.
Kada Cadet.
Well, maybe I need to invite you to... there are a number of your colleagues who are visiting us in our office. And I'll invite you and we can have further discussion. A number of NUP members and PFF, we have had very...
no, those are insinuations to weaken the struggle.
So in terms of seniority,
can you mention them?
You being a senior member of the PLU, what's the agenda of PLU for 2026 to 2031?
From now going forward, we will be a lot more interested in making sure that Ugandans enjoy what they deserve. Ugandans get the services they need. Ugandans begin to hold their leaders more accountable, and we will do that.
So are you the watchdog of NRM? Or you're the whips of NRM?
We actually love this country. We are very patriotic. And actually, that's why we are called Patriotic League of Uganda. And we want to promote that. We want to see every citizen take responsibility and say, look, this is not good for our country. This is good. Holding people accountable, making sure there is no corruption. That's the kind of things we are doing. And
have you had...
So if you want to know how the time from now to 2031 is going to be, we will be very busy and putting the amount of pressure.
Have you heard all the flattering declarations and pronouncements towards your leader, declaring him the 10th president of the Republic of Uganda?
Again, that is for another day if you want us to discuss. If you want us to discuss.
Okay. Do you think it's part of the agenda? Or you're in the dark about it?
Individually, you may have your own ambitions. For example, yourself, I do not know what you aspire to be tomorrow. So if the leader of PLU aspires to be president of Uganda, he has a right. He's a citizen of Uganda, he qualifies, he has a wealth of experience. So what stops him from being ambitious? It's okay. It's normal. Just like my senior brother has been trying to become president. I'm not sure he has given up on that ambition. It's okay for people to be ambitious. It's okay for people to express themselves. So that is important. Then the Honorable Lulume talked about the speakership. It is true that I expressed support for my sister, the Right Honorable Aneta Mong, and I made it very clear that we support the position of the Central Executive Committee. And remember, as a loyal member of the NRM, the position of the party remains the position of the members who are loyal. And so the NRM Central Executive Committee took a second thought and came up with new suggestions which they presented to us. And we debated and supported. And so that is the spirit. It's not based on individual, and it's an institutional position that we abide by, and so that should be respected. Finally, just as you ask, number one, from what the president has stated, this is going to be a very interesting term. Very interesting in that you will see people getting busier, but also he has made a commitment that for those who will be non-performers, he would not have room to spare them. And so we would want to see the president walk the talk. There are people who get into positions of responsibility and you don't see any impact. I think from what the president stated during the State of the Nation's address, during the budget speech and so on, what Ugandans want to see is whether the president is going to walk the talk, whether what he said will actually be implemented, and we are very hopeful. Because if you read from, if you saw from the statements he has continued to make, even in Chankwanzi, where he's having the retreat with the cabinet members, I think there are clear signs that this term is going to be a lot more impactful on the citizens. And this term, I think the country is likely to move several steps ahead in terms of,
could there be just one remarkable or outstanding feature that could pop this time?
Well, I think from, I do not know your intention, and maybe you need to be a little more specific. Because
politically speaking, because...
politically speaking,
in the last term, at least there was hope. Mao was busy vending the idea of a transition talk. Do you think it's likely to spill into this? And how is it likely to be managed?
I see several members of the opposition, including my brother, Tabandeke, and I'm going to engage him. We talk, we're in good talking terms. I see several members of the opposition beginning to understand and appreciate the efforts and the direction the president is taking. And this is good for us. And so the NRM has an opportunity to use this kind of environment to engage them the more and get them on board.
Well,
and so we will get several. I do not know whether my senior colleague will remain in PPF or PFF.
No, PFF.
Yes, PFF.
You call it PPF? PPF is a drug.
I said PFF. What you had before is gone. I do not know whether it's going to be, but you need to know that every citizen has a right to make a choice. I was in the opposition. I have moved to the NRM, and I see my colleagues moving to the NRM. And that will also take us a lot of energy to engage them, engaging them in a manner that they will appreciate, like they are beginning to appreciate now.
In engagement, do you mean including even taking people to basements?
We don't have a basement.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Honorable
I don't know which basement you're talking about.
As a senior member of the opposition, how unique is Museveni's 7th term, and what do you think is the writing on the wall?
First of all, when I see his donation budget, is it 2.1 trillion?
Unclassified.
Yeah, classified expenditure.
But you're a member of the budget committee. We sit with you on the
I was.
Wait. I have you and I think you as well. No.
But why don't you allow me to speak now?
Please allow him. Allow him make a submission.
That amounts to distortion.
No, you will come in. It's okay. Honorable Mapenduzi. It's okay. Honorable Mapenduzi, you had your time.
When I see that kind of
it's not a donation budget.
But
how do you say the president is donating 2 trillion?
When I see that kind of money, then I can see that this man is still around.
The president's budget,
wants to continue
donation budget is 140 billion.
140 billion, then classified expenditure. I mean, all this is the money to manage states, just to manage
2 trillion.
And those are the donations
the 10 trillion
we give to Ojara Mapenduzi. Come and join us. We are not going to give you a ministry, but at least you can have this and so. Fixing this and that.
Again, that is missing.
No. I'm using the word Ojara Mapenduzi.
The NRM does not buy
because I know. Yeah, they do.
Why
don't you give me chance?
You see, I'm sorry.
By the way, you are a diplomat. Why don't you give me chance?
I am sorry that I'm interrupting, but I pray you don't.
What I am saying, when you see that those kind of budgets, and then you see, of course, interns are crying plasma. They don't know their future. Even us Ugandans, we don't know our future, especially when we go to hospitals. But there is a budget which we cannot really account for, which even the president doesn't account. Then you know that he's still around. Those who are pretending to be PNU, let them know that that Mr. Museveni, as long as he's continuing to have these kind of budgets to fix the things here and there, he's still around. And he's going to maintain state. And he's going to fight against them. I can assure you, I have been in this thing, Ojara Mapenduzi, for some time, and I can read the president's mind. Be very careful, and I am advising you as my young brother.
Well,
my senior brother here is so interesting.
What will the opposition contend with in this new term?
Yes, the opposition we just need to put our act together. And I've been saying this for the last 10 years. Ugandans need to see faces of people who can take over from the old guard. And it doesn't matter who we are. We want to be with Mapenduzi, who is a member now of NRM, but Ugandans would want to see Lulume, Tebandeke, and Mapenduzi, giving them hope that we can still push this country forward. That is what the opposition must contend with. It's not about showing off that we are the major opposition. We were not born to be opposition leaders. We are here to take over the reins of power, to ensure that we create a Uganda that benefits everybody.
Do you have an idea?
That's safe
for
all of us.
Do you have a clue on the kind of politics that NRM intends to play in this term, and how would you counter it?
The NRM, and we are praying for them, they are going to fight. Those power centers I have talked about, they are going to fight for space. Fearlessly. and it will have guns within, because all of those power centers have guns. It's going to be fierce. Ours should be to organize ourselves, because at the end of the day, the civil authority must prevail. Ugandans will have to choose a semblance of organization, of faces that will take Uganda forward, and discard those people who...
You see, in its current position, Honorable, you'll get back. In its current opposition, in its current position as the opposition, a little feeble after being rattled by the recent election and, of course, the apparent overbearing nature of the state. Do you think the opposition has any agenda for 2026, 2031?
Of course, the agenda of the opposition is the agenda of the people. It is Ugandans' cause. It's not, you shouldn't look at opposition in terms of Tebande Kwisite and Dr. Lulume. Ugandans outside there, their mind is affiliated to the minds of the opposition side. So we shouldn't be coming out that maybe because if they arrest Lukwago or the exile Bobby Wine, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, they arrest Dr. Besigye, the spirit of opposition will die. The spirit of opposition is the spirit of the people. So you don't expect to kill it just anyhow. Maybe if all Ugandans die. Because the pressing issues, the salient issues that opposition is agitating for, they are the humanity issues which Ugandans want.
But do you agree? Do you agree that the opposition is polarized at the moment?
Not really. Being polarized is just a storm in the rain. It doesn't stop the entire killing rain to rain. And at any time, I think we are strategizing to come back into a new gear. But again, as it may say, I want also to answer the question during the Honorable Mapenduzi's explanation. The objectives and expectations of PLU, they are a little ambiguous to be understood by the common man. It's more or less the green snake in the green vegetation cannot be realized. You see, he said that by 2026 to 2031, you are going to see PLU mounting a lot of pressure. Now the question arises, to who and why? If you are mounting pressure to NRM, should we say that you have also observed that NRM has failed?
Of course.
And if it has failed, why should you couple? Why are you opposition or NRM? That's why I'm saying that their objectives, their expectation vis-a-vis Ugandans is too ambiguous for the common man to understand. I think there is a lot of confusionism as a card being played in public so that they cover up the space for opposition as in line of working with NRM. It's what I said, that at any time, as time reveals, you will see that PLU is getting rebirth into NRM. So we want the agendas to be very specific and clear. If NRM, let them cross openly and straight, go to NRM. If opposition, let them join us.
On the legislative front, what do you think is likely to preoccupy
this 12th parliament? I do expect a lot of land reforms by mirroring into the cabinet that has been appointed by the president. When you see the officers being changed in here and there, I'm seeing a lot of issues in line of land reforms mounting into the 12th parliament. The purported fight against corruption will still remain the order of the day casually, but I don't expect results. Because even the speeches of the president, even PLU itself, have not seen a matter of accountability in their speeches. And the way accountability fails, then you cannot fight against corruption when you are not accounting for, you are not accounting to Uganda.
Do you think the fundamental question of the transition is likely to pop again?
Of course, that one is still a debate behind the curtain, but I'm seeing the question of how the president should be elected, whether by parliament or by universal suffrage. Ugandans, So the question is still behind the curtain, but I'm expecting it to crop out.
Well, Honorable, as we get out of here, do you think there is so much business in countering the opposition that seems to be reorganizing and returning with guns blazing?
Number one, I think the opposition needs to get a lot more organized. From what my friend and colleague put, looks like even when the president gave the State of the Nation's address, looks like one, he was not attentive, or he could have not even read the document. Because you asked about the legislative agenda for this term. When you look at the State of the Nation's address, the document, the president outlined the government's legislative agenda or intentions. I'm not sure whether you have read. So when you begin to say, I look at this and that, and those are speculations. And you have a right to speculate. But you see, the moment you think your assumption should be taken as the position of government, that is wrong.
No, those legislative agendas are just on the front, but
in-house. Those are your speculations.
In-house, that's what Uganda should expect. Land reform,
you see, they are what
presidential election,
they are what
the purported fight against corruption.
So they are what you think, they are what you hear, and then what is true. So looks like a lot of what you are saying rotate around what you think and what you hear. They're not real. The other thing that I will say is the question of, whether the opposition, and you said it, that you see the citizens, Ugandans, believe in, they think the way the opposition. But let's go to reality. Look at the elections we have just had. What did Ugandans say? Ugandans demonstrated their support for the NRM. And that is why the president got over 71%. That shows where their heart is. So you cannot say that Ugandans, believe in you when actually in reality you got less than 30%. Well, and then the other thing that is really important, and we need to look at, if we want to know.
But those results we have always disagreed with them. The real results on the ground. You make a survey.
You see, when the president gets 71%, you are not okay with it.
No, but when it took hours and he exchanged it with his.
Why are you okay with yours?
What you gave us, it's what you scored. Anyway, and you interchangeably.
I understand where you stand, and so I'll take it as.
Well, I'm afraid we need to get out of here.
Let me say this.
The NRM was interchanging.
Yes.
Can I say this as a conclusion? I think the opposition and the NRM together need to look at one thing. And sometimes when you look at the president's statements as president and leader of the NRM, without giving yourself time to internalize, you fail to pick the message. The message is, whether you belong to the opposition or the NRM, Ugandans have to live a better life. And all of us have a duty. And that is the call we have right now. And so I would love to see the opposition doing a lot more in mobilizing Ugandans to fight poverty. Okay? I would love to see the opposition pointing out that, yes, we have the PDM, it has made tremendous impact, but where do we have the challenge? Can we get
actually fighting poverty is one thing, but for us we are still even fighting for our own freedom.
And for you,
we are fighting for freedom.
Gentlemen, what a pleasure hosting you, Honorable Tebandeke and
anyway,
Honorable Mapenduzi. Pleasure having you this morning. I just want to tell our viewers that there is exciting news from SendWave. In case you've been sending money to family and friends in Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, or Tanzania, there's good news. With SendWave Wallet, you can now hold and send digital dollars and cash out in Uganda shillings whenever you're ready. Remember, each digital dollar is backed up by one actual US dollar. You can also make free transfers between SendWave wallets across 110 plus countries, which means you can send money directly from your SendWave wallet to another SendWave wallet without transfer fees. Your friends and family can hold their money in digital dollars and cash out in their local currencies whenever they wish. Download the SendWave wallet directly from Play Store or App Store. fund your wallet with $10 using the promo code NEXT in capital letters and get $5 on us. Please note that SendWave makes money on the exchange rate. Terms and conditions apply. Have a lovely day and cheers. A very good morning. We delve into a conversation on what is defining the current opposition politics. Of course, the opposition was hugely rattled by the recent election, but is that does that prompt a moment of reflection? Is the opposition on course for a real struggle, or now it's about self-preservation? What is the state of the opposition like? Joining me is the president of the Justice Forum and former member of parliament for Bugiri Municipality, Honorable Asmani Basalirwa. Good to see you and a very good morning.
Thank you very much, Simon. I'm glad to be back home.
When I saw you announcing that you had gone back to legal practice, it gave me a sense that perhaps you've hung your political coat and it's now time for law, right?
No, I can assure you I have not abandoned politics. Neither did I ever abandon legal practice. Simon, I've been an MP, but at the same time a legal practitioner. So I am now more into legal practice, but at the same time into politics. I still head a political party, President Justice Forum Party. I am actively engaged in many political processes in the country. In my own constituency that I lost the other day, I am still there. I'm still on ground. I engage the people. I go there. There are some projects and programs that I initiated. They must go on. Some that were not accomplished, they must be accomplished. I have a school there that keeps me busy on ground. So it's really, I have those two callings. There is none that I have ever
You can't abandon.
It's that sometimes one takes away more time from the other. And for a fact, when I was member of parliament, it consumed more of my time and I did less of the legal practice. Now that I am not a member of parliament, I am now more into legal practice and less in politics.
Or could there be a sense that going back to your chambers is a resort?
Well, that's where I began from, Simon. When I left law school in 2003, 2004, around that time, I immediately began legal practice. Obviously, along the way, there were other interventions that came in terms of my journey. You know, I went into the Islamic University in Uganda, where I served as university secretary. I did some part-time lecturing in IUIU, in Kampala University. I used to teach law courses to different disciplines in Sitema, in Chambogo. And in 2009, I resigned from being university secretary at IUIU and then came back into mainstream politics, because you recall at that time, that's when I was elected to be president of GEMA. So it's really, and the advice I want to give, Simon, to colleagues especially who have come into parliament, never abandon what you've been doing simply because you've become an MP. Because then...
You learned it the hard way.
It's not about learning it the hard way. The fallback position becomes very clear. Okay? Simon, from here I'm going in the High Court. Yesterday, I was in court in Kasangati in the morning hours.
So if you have a profession, if you have a calling, if you have anything that you're doing, you're a teacher, you're a business person, please continue doing the same alongside the politics.
Well, you've done politics for a while.
Yes.
You were around at the height of the walk to work,
yes,
a number of protests. I remember then you were among the vibrant lawyers who represented Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye. Does anything point to a shift in politics from what it was then to what it is today? What is so remarkable about politics today?
Obviously, there's a very big shift. Number one, the cohesion at the level of leadership has reduced. Leadership of the opposition is not as united, is not working together the way it used to. You recall, Simon, for the first time in the history of this country, we went into an election without some form of cooperation, without some form of loose as it could be. The way 2001, you had the reform agenda. IPFC was, you can call it a loose coalition, but let's call it a coalition of the political forces at that time. In 2001, you had the reform agenda. Again, a loose coalition of political forces. Along the way, you had the IPC, Inter-Party Cooperation, okay? Then moving forward, you had the TDA, another loose coalition. In 2026, we went into an election without any loose coalition. In other words, everybody was on their own. And
what caused this?
Well, I cannot point to a single factor, but I'll also tell you that political parties are struggling to survive, especially financially. So you become more individualistic. You become inward-looking. You want to have more members of parliament. Because you see, what the NRM regime has done is to make it extremely difficult to get any funding from abroad. Political parties used to survive on funding from abroad. The local donors here, I mean the development partners here that used to support political parties, we actually expelled from this country. Simon, you know, for example, that the DGF, Democratic Governance Facility, that was a basket. They were expelled from this country. They had to go away. And these were people, these were agencies that were supporting political parties. The DGF, for example, was supporting IPOD with resources. The NRM regime made it extremely difficult for them to operate. They had to close shop and they left. The enactment of the Political Parties and Organizations Act created a lot of restrictions in terms of how much money a political party can receive. Now, what that meant is that political parties began being self-centered. And what that meant is that when you have many MPs, you will tax them. You will tell them, please, we need this amount of money to enable us to move as a political party. So one of the reasons why political parties have become more inward-looking is because of the restrictions on the resources that you can receive from outside the country. Political parties are now...
But they're more inward and more self-centered. Because back then, they were grappling with the same problems.
No.
The issue of political funding arose a little later. In 1996, when the Semogeles were around, at least there was money from Conrad Adenwa, but it was just minimal.
And not only Conrad Adenwa was supporting everybody. Parties like the Democratic Party by then had a lot of alliances and cooperations with agencies in Germany. Because Conrad Adenau's Stiftung, we had the FAD, you remember? There was FAD. That was supporting political processes here, and many others. Along the way, the enactment of the Political Parties and Organizations Act, the enactment of the Anti-Terrorism Act, and now more recently you have the Sovereignty Act. All these work towards, frustrating political parties.
But do you think the opposition is at its weakest now, given the times?
Now, you see, I don't want you to look at the opposition in isolation of the environment in which we operate. Because you could ask the same question, is the citizenry at its weakest in terms of civic consciousness? That should be the other question to ask. Simon, you remember at one time, all of us were in prison, political party leaders. In 2011, there was a time when all of us were out on bail. You remember I was arrested, taken to Luzira in 2011. At that time, Besigye was arrested, Mao was arrested, and all these people had been arrested. I remember when they took us to Luzira, they had to transfer the others to Nakasongola. Now, what used to happen at that time is that there is an activity, the population moves in. The leadership have been arrested, the leaders have been arrested.
Was the population conscientized then?
Yes.
Or they had vigor until a time when they got frustrated?
No, the population was moving along with the leaders in terms of civic consciousness. The leaders were leading by example. When we said we were walking to work, all of us were on the road. Because I remember I used to lead the Kawempa Axis. And I was arrested from Kubiri with Mr. Mayanja Chilvige, Chidandala. At that time, we were with Mwanga Chivumbi. Besigye was leading another group from Kasangate. Elias was coming from Rubaga. Semuju, that side of Boyogerere. The Amriatis and the others around the town. So we were leading by example. And the population was moving with us. As we speak now, the leaders are more resigned. And the population is resigned. And that part...
Is it out of fear?
It's a combination.
Or demotivation?
No, it's a combination. Number one, there is fear. There's fear.
Yeah, but fear has been a constant.
No, but you see...
Fear has been a constant.
Exactly, but you see, you can only talk about heightened fear. Because there are also levels. The amount of fear and tension in the country now cannot be compared to what was there before. Because everybody feels...
No, unless you're not cognizant of the times where you walked through Mambas. Tear gas was the order of the day.
Yes, because Simon...
Prison.
Simon, I will tell you at that time, the amount of restrictions, because then you would easily challenge actions before the courts of law. And the courts were very vibrant, by the way. Very vibrant. The other day, Justice Egona Ntende, while exiting the judiciary, was saying, judiciary, where are we? How come things are happening and we are looking on? Okay? He was also questioning the judiciary where he was serving. Everybody was vibrant. Look at what was happening, for example, at Makerere. The kind of debates, the discussions, the student activism, all that is nowhere to be seen. It's not there. So you would see...
You seem to be mourning about the past.
No, I am describing a situation. Because you have asked me a question, I'm describing a situation. So, the fear is apparent, there's no doubt about it. There's also fatigue. Simon, there is fatigue. Opposition fatigue, population fatigue. Imagine a person who has been opposing Mr. Museveni since 1986. What do you expect from them now? Some have resigned. You know, sometimes
others have surrendered.
Others have surrendered. Others have been subdued. And by the way, it is natural when you live in regimes that have survived for long. In Zimbabwe, you recall, along the way, Morgan Tsvangirai had to work with Mugabe. Along the way, even here in Kenya, during the era of Moi. So when a regime stays in power, fatigue sets in. You are complaining about low voter turnout. Some of it is occasioned by fatigue. You know, people have opposed the regime, have opposed Mr. Museveni, is still there, and there are no signs that he's leaving. So,
yeah, but what I find rather intriguing is that amidst all the challenges that the opposition is stuck in, there's not been any moment of soul searching within yourselves to craft a way forward. Does it suggest that perhaps everyone now is on their road?
Simon, I can tell you, I have already told you that there is a lot of, we are very egocentric, very inward-looking, very self-seeking. And it is real understandable. For example, Simon, who can, in the days before, we would have regular meetings as opposition.
Joint?
And, yes, joint. And called by, you remember I used to host them at GEM offices at one time? We would go to FDC, we would go to... Now, as I said, there is a lot of, we are now thinking more about ourselves. It's about survival, it's about self-preservation. And I also told you it has a history. Because, Simon, let me tell you, for example, the more MPs you have now, the more money you are likely to get as a party. Even outside the iPod structures.
So it's no longer politics, it's trading.
No, I am saying, but you cannot run a political party without money. So I don't want you to reduce it to trading, Simon. Political parties have headquarters. They pay bills, they pay staff. They have to run activities across the country. But if they are not receiving funding from government, if there is no funding coming from abroad, how do you expect them to survive?
When did you become that comfortable that it's money that drives you?
It's a basic.
Not ideology.
No, it's a basic. Because Simon,
I know, but it's ideology first.
Simon, when will you reach Bujiri to preach your ideology if you don't have resources? When will you reach Bujiri? Yes.
You're a typical example of a once selfless politician. I remember during your young days as a lawyer, you'd be all over the country.
Yes.
Pro bono.
Yes.
Pro bono.
That's true.
The selflessness that used to define the opposition.
That's true.
Where has it gone? That today it's been replaced by, if there is no money, no activity.
No, I think, as I explained, that there is a general decline in many aspects of our politics, including that selflessness you are talking about, including the activism, including the civic consciousness in the population. And as I said, it can be explained by a multiplicity of factors. I agree. And by the way, one of the reasons why previous endeavors were successful, part of it, at that time I recall, we had an initiative called Lawyers on the Run. During Walk to Work, a decision was even taken that lawyers should withdraw from Walk to Work. So I withdrew, Medad withdrew, Katuntu withdrew, and the others withdrew. Now, if Simon was arrested and taken to any of the courts around or police stations, within seconds, lawyers would be there. And without pay, they would be there. But that also came because, as I said, we used to have regular meetings as opposition. And any of us would call them. Okay? Any of us would call them. Now, you are not so sure who is going to call a meeting and the others will come.
Yeah, because beneath all this, there is a trust crisis. You no longer trust each other.
No.
The issue of malls.
No. Let me tell you, Simon, we have been with the issue of malls for the time I have been in the opposition. And nobody should tell you that it's a recent phenomenon. We've lived with it. But never has it undermined our focus. Never. And nobody should ever think that there's going to be a time in our political processes, either here or elsewhere. The other day, I was in Tehran. And I was asking these Iranians, how come the Americans and the Israelis are hitting targets? How come? You seem to be a very entrenched and powerful system. Said, no. Amongst us, there are those who provide the what?
Who leak information.
The information. Okay? That is going to happen. We used to have meetings in Katonga and other parts. And we say, I recall one time there was a meeting at Uganda House. It was called by Ambassador Tun. At that time, he was president of the UPC. Now, one of us, whose name I will not mention, went to the restrooms. And then the ambassador said, there are things we should not mention when he's around. Okay? But, so we knew. But that did not stop us from discussing the minimum agenda, from discussing things that would unite us. Because at the end of it all, we said we needed everybody. So you don't talk about trust issues. The regime has the capacity to infiltrate every political party, every media organization, every border stage, every taxi stage. The regime has infiltrated.
Do you now agree that the regime has successfully thrown you into disarray?
Well,
getting you together.
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that the fact that the kind of engagements we used to have are no longer happening partly explains what you describe as success. But no, in the sense that, as we keep saying, what they call opposition is really an agenda. It's a mindset. The other day, Mr. Museveni said that by 2026 there will be no opposition. You remember that statement? What he forgot, Mr. Museveni looks at opposition as leaders. I think that's the biggest mistake he makes. Opposition is not the leaders. Opposition is the populace that is opposed to the wrong programs and activities of government. So you can buy all the leaders. You can even arrest them. You can crush them. But you will not take away opposition.
Well, how would you use the scenario or the predicament of Lukwago, Elias, as a case study of the state of opposition politics?
But the issue of Elias Lukwago is beyond opposition politics. It's what he himself stands for. You know, the unfortunate events surrounding Elias Lukwago symbolize the last traces of the rule of law in this country. Because Elias Lukwago as an individual is an embodiment of the rule of law. I have not seen any Ugandan who visualizes this country in every sense of it, in the lenses of the rule of law like Lukwago. Lukwago will see you walking and says, the way you are walking is not according to rule of law. He will see you laughing and say, no, that's outside the rule of law. So if you want to know, to understand and appreciate anybody who thinks, laughs, talks, sleeps, breathes, rule of law, it is Elias Lukwago.
So is the rule of law in jeopardy?
The events surrounding Elias Lukwago are a manifestation that the rule of law is actually in total jeopardy. Not just jeopardy, but total jeopardy. And that means that if the icon, if the symbol, if the embodiment of the rule of law is going through such unfortunate circumstances and situations, that, by the way, are not entirely new. I don't want anybody to imagine that what is happening is entirely new. No. These are things we've been confronting, and these are things we've been talking about.
Okay. We're taking a very short break, but still the question will remain, does Lukwago's ordeal represent the new politics that the opposition has to confront? We'll be getting more into that after the break, but I have a very quick announcement to make from UEDCL. There's going to be a shutdown on 15th to June 24th as UETCL carries out critical maintenance works around Bukerere, Sonde Misindye, Jinja Misindye, Seta Kobrod, Chiwanga, Mawangala, Kagala, Nakagere, Chiwango, Jogoba, Jona Busugwe, Lumuli, Nasuti, Nakabago, Nyenje, Kusatu, Nambiru Kubiri, and Takajunge. That should be between June 15th to June 18th, and between 19th to 24th, areas around Makere East, Lumuli, Giant Steel Industries, Mukono Recycling Company, Milling is Us Limited, and parts of Sonde. All affected customers are advised to plan accordingly during this period. We'll be back. Well, welcome back. It's still talking politics with Honorable Asmani Basalirwa about the current times and how best the opposition can navigate the murky politics that they're confronted with. Still going about Lukwago. Are there any critical lessons to pick?
Well, I don't want to call them lessons, but I think, you know, to prepare for such scenarios that they could happen to anybody. And as I said earlier on, they are not new. One time here, the military invaded the courts. But there was action from the courts. In fact, you recall the principal judge then, Justice Ogola, used his poetic prowess to describe the situation.
He called it defilement of the temple.
Yes, something like that.
Defilement of the temple of justice.
The military going beyond their mandate is not something new in this country. What is disappointing is really the silence by those who should be speaking.
At least we heard from Uganda Law Society.
And
they issued an ultimatum of 24 hours.
Yes, they have.
Is that adequate?
I think they have a press conference this afternoon, to the best of my knowledge. I would expect Parliament now to be loud. I would expect political parties across the divide. I know that my party, JEMA, for example, has a press conference to that 10 to make a statement on this. Other political parties should be following suit. I should expect human rights organizations, you know, to be speaking out. In the words of the former president of Gabon, make some noise. I would expect the media to be speaking out. I'm grateful NBS has provided a platform. We are doing our role. I would expect the judiciary.
Yeah, but you can't put it in isolation to the many arrests, to the many abductions that have taken place.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you make this case a very extraordinary one?
No, we are not making it extraordinary. We are saying, but by the way, it is extraordinary also in some sense. Because Simon, Lukwago is not an ordinary person. I know the Constitution says everybody is equal before the law. There's no doubt about it. But Lukwago is not an ordinary person. And two, Lukwago himself has been a voice of the voiceless. Now that he finds himself in this situation, those he has been speaking for, those he has been acting for, it's time to pay him back. It's really as simple as that.
Okay. For now, does it look as if Lukwago has been forsaken by his comrades?
Not comrades. I think the comrades, those who are close to him, I would say, are doing their best. I have had discussions with Honorable Semuju. I have had discussions with Honorable, Segona. Mm. And I can tell you that within our means, we are trying within our means. But we are not seeing and hearing and witnessing loud voices the way it should be. Ideally, by now, I would think that, for example, Parliament should be, called to sit and discuss this and other issues. Because you see, Simon, aren't
you being presumptuous in imagining that Parliament, where the big hand has a huge hand?
No. But you see, we will not stop calling on them, regardless of what you think or what they think. Because they are the ones we have. It is an institution that will run to. Like the judiciary, it is an institution we will run to. Simon, we will not go to the bush. No. We'll run to parliament, we'll run to the judiciary as wananchi. So I think that when these things happen, and I am glad that some of us have been speaking on human rights violations, Simon. I spoke about them before I became an MP. I've been speaking about them when I'm an MP. I'll continue to speak about them when I'm no longer an MP. The few times I have had an opportunity in iPod, these are some of the things for me I have had to raise them physically to Mr. Museveni.
Okay, your argument is that there is no sufficient response to the crisis at hand.
That's my argument. That the noise is so far is not as loud as it should be.
So how do we unpack the mutiness?
Well, it's a conscious decision. Usually, as I have said, Uganda Law Society issues a statement and calls a press conference. Would want to see human rights organizations, civil society organizations, would want to see political parties, would want to see the judiciary. Because you see, the judiciary is also under a very big test, Simon. Very big test. How do they protect the sanctity of their space? We would want to see Parliament coming out to provide direction and leadership. In other words, every conscious Ugandan, this is also an opportunity to add to the efforts and voices that have been happening. The other day, somebody was saying that, you see, there are many other prisoners who have been there. I understand. But there are even those who have been there longer. You're talking about people, for example, who were arrested in 2021 or 2020. There are those I am representing. From here, I am going to court. There are people who have been on remand for 10 years. The other day, you recall in Parliament, I am the one who moved the motion that the Human Rights Committee goes to Luzira to visit the facilities where Besigye was. When we were in Luzira, we interacted with a man who has been there on remand for 17 years. 17 years. And when we came to Parliament, we talked about it. In the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, we've been talking about these things. So nobody should say, by the way, that these are things we've not been talking about. Yep. Or that it's because of Lukwago that we are coming out. Simon, you recall in the 10th Parliament, around 2019, I am on record for raising the issue of Muslims who had been incarcerated. In fact, in the iPod meeting in 2018, I recall when I go to the podium, I told Mr. Museveni in the face that, you see, we are making a mockery of our criminal justice system. You cannot have a criminal justice system that calls for investigations after arrest. It's a mockery. So somebody is arrested and then investigations take place later. And I recall while responding to me, he agreed that this was wrong. But it is still continuing. Because how do you arrest a person? And then each time they are brought to court, you say investigations are continuing.
There is a general sense that NRM is cashing in on the malaise that is within the opposition, and they're getting stronger by the day.
You don't get strong on account of imperfections in the legal systems and processes. No, you don't. You only get strong on legal perfections, but not imperfections. And anybody who thinks they will create an imperfection and take advantage, it can only be temporary. Simon, when you ride on the back of a tiger, you will end up in the stomach of that tiger. That's the consequence. So as a country...
So how do you translate it in the current times?
All of us, as a country, all of us should be speaking one language. And what is that language? Fidelity to the law. Adherence to the law. Respect for the rule of law. Constitutionalism. Good governance. That should be our call. Because if we don't do that, all of us will become victims of lawlessness.
Okay. By the look of things, the 7th term seems to be beginning on a note where politics is becoming more delicate for the opposition. Confronting the regime now is costly. Do you agree?
Well, it has always been.
No, but perhaps the regime is getting tougher.
No, it has always been, Simon. It has always been. I have not, and I have been active for some time. I have not been, I don't recall any time in the recent history where it has not been costly to oppose the NRM regime. I don't recall. It has always been tear gas, always arrests, imprisonments, and the like. That has always been the case.
So you don't see anything unique, right?
And I said it earlier, that I don't see anything new. Simon, the other day, I'll give you an example. Whenever there would be bombs here in Kampala, Muslims would be arrested. At one time, they went to arrest a family, and they arrested everybody, the children, the kids, and what. But how can this happen? How can this happen? So I don't want anybody to imagine that what is happening to areas is anything new. We've been confronting these situations. We've been, dealing with them. Simon, there was a time in this country when tear gas was the order of the day. You remember very well. You have to read, for example, what has been happening in elections.
Okay. What is now evident is that the law has been trampled upon. Perhaps the judicial systems are not as effective to call the executive to order as they were then, when we had the Katutsis, when we had the Ogolas. So doesn't this spell tough time?
No, I don't. And the other mistake we should not make is again to try and undermine the judicial systems and processes. I don't want anybody to take that line. It's very dangerous, it's very suicidal. What we should be doing as a country...
Yeah, okay. Is the judiciary up to the task?
They should be.
But are they?
No, they should be, because I will not say are they, because as we speak now, there are cases before them touching the situation at hand. And we wait to see how they will unfold. Because there are cases before them.
So you give them a benefit of your doubt.
And at no time shall I ever imagine that the judiciary will not show presence of mind. Because that, by the way, that is our last refuge. That's our last resort. And the listen,
should the judiciary be spared of criticism?
Not
in the time.
No. The judiciary, by the way, should face the harshest criticism. Just like any other public institution. And I'm talking about the criticism in the right sense of it. Okay? That when I disagree with the decision, nonetheless I respect it. Okay? So the disagreement is the criticism part of it. The respect is for you to follow what you disagree with, knowing that perhaps there are even appeal processes. So the biggest mistake we shouldn't make, is to try and undermine the judiciary, to try and undermine the judges. We could do what we used to do those days. Those days, for example, we had a challenge with one judge. And we spotlighted him. You remember Justice Kavuma? Yes, I'll be very open. We put him in the spotlight as a country, as a legal profession, and the others.
Not the institution.
Not the institution. You would be making a very big mistake. A very big mistake.
Yeah, but these are representatives of the institution.
Yes, they do. But you see, in executing their mandate, they are doing it in accordance with in line with the oath they took as individuals. So nobody should use their disagreements with an individual judicial officer to try and undermine the entire institution. It is wrong. Because in the words of the late Justice, I'm forgetting, Kakuru, you don't have another judiciary. where you are going to run to. Okay? It is that very same judiciary that you are going to go to. So we must be very careful. And my appeal to the country is that some of these institutions must be preserved. They must be protected. But that preservation and protection is reciprocal.
Honorable Basalirwa, with the waning trust from the masses, quite evidenced in the recent elections, the turnout was low and some of you, the big shots were kicked out. Is it time now to craft new politics to counter their current politics?
You see, there is nothing like crafting new politics because there is no new politics being played by the NRM.
There is.
It is not there. Simon, it is not there. Tell me what is new that you are witnessing today. What is new?
Brutality at another level.
No. It has always been
at
there.
At another level.
It has always been there. Simon, what were safe houses for? What were they for?
No, I'll give you a case.
What was tear gas for?
I'll give you a case. Hey. When the National Unity Platform came on board, they breathed a new life into politics. A shift from the ordinary, the regular opposition to a bit of disruption. And that was called new politics then.
No, but the disruptions were always there. You see, Simon, I don't agree with you that there is anything new. There is no new politics being played by the NRM. There is no new politics being played by any of the opposition players. And the only mistake we are making, those of us in the opposition, is to try to think that NRM is playing new politics. It is not. Simon, the arrests have been there. The detentions have been there. The torture chambers have been there. The safe houses have been there. The tear gas has been there. The Kalangala Action Plan has always been there. Yes, yes. So what we would be doing, I think, for me, the only aspect that we should be doing and that we were doing before is constant, regular engagement and consultation.
Yeah, but traditional politics is outdated.
No, but you see, when
Besigye came on board, he brought defiance. That brought a shift into politics. When Noop came on board, they brought the Roba-Doba style of politics. And that breathed some newness in politics. What more would you do?
What exactly did it breathe into? What are they doing that we didn't do?
They awakened the youth mass, the critical youth mass.
When were the critical mass in Slamba? When? Because you see, Simon, you've been here. Look at the following the Semogeredes had. The Sebagalas. Besigye 1, Besigye 2, Besigye 3. All this was being...
Do you want to argue that Noop never reshaped politics?
No, but you see, the very same people who have been part of this process